Watching all the love from around the world. Whoa. Hey Shelly, won't you shine your light? Shine your light in the darkest times. You make it bright, Life stream dreams, we're all by your side, by your side. Keep on doing what you do, girl. You're one of a kind, one of a kind. Shelly, Shelly, you're our live stream star. Keep rocking your show, no matter where you are.
Hey, 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 Shelly from the block. Jersey girl with a mouth that won't stop, no, no. Sassy, and I'm not afraid to show it. Gonna spill the tea, you better be ready for it. I speak my mind, no filter inside. Shelly's in the house, talking trash and truth. No sugar-coated blues. Then get out the way. Jersey girl with something to say. Shelly's in the house, time to break the rules. From coast to the city, I'm the queen of cool. You can handle the heat, then take a hike. Shelly's in the house, drop the mic.
Hey, Shelly in the house tonight. Living it up, feeling so right. Yeah. New Jersey girl, she's got that style. Live stream queen with a million smiles. And she know the love from around the world. Hey Shelly, won't you shine your light? It's time to make it right. Live stream queens, we're wayside. You're one of a kind. Shelly, you're a live stream star. Keep rocking the show no matter where you are. Yeah.
Hey everybody, happy Friday. It is 10:03 a.m. I'm coming to you a little early than my usual stream because it's not a usual day. From South Central Pennsylvania. Like I said, it's 10:03 a.m. March 21st, 2025. My son is bringing me my C4 so I get my caffeine fix. Thank you very much. Take the cat and don't let her back in. Muchas gracias. What a good kid. I had to get these delivered because nobody around here carries them. So it's like, all right. What did he get me? Strawberry Blast. Oh, for Christ's sake. Anyway, hi. How is everybody? Happy Friday. This is Shelly, your very mouthy mama of Talking Trash and Truths. This is Coffee and Chaos with T3. That's me. And I was going to sort through all 2,182 files, or at least make a dent in it. I'm not going to go into them and really do any deep dives. I just want to know how to categorize them so that they're easier to look at, because there's a lot of, let's face it, there's a lot of crap. And I did take a quick look at 3 or 4 files and I was like, yeah, no, I need to make different folders. So I want to have an Oswald folder. If you guys think of anything, I have Oswald, financial. I don't want to get 2 in the, weeds. I want to do bulk categories. And then if I want to break those up, I can. I have Oswald file, financial file, personnel file, because there's personnel records in there, evidence reports, commission reports, possible media files, and then what's likely garbage. I just don't want to delete anything because I took each one of these individually. So it was not fun, but I was laid up in bed for 2 days. So I had nothing else to do but sleep and do this. Anyway, so I figured if I'm going to do that, I'm either going to sit here and do it by myself, or I could just do a stream and chit chat with you guys while we do that. And you could talk amongst yourselves and we can talk about the Department of Education decision. I'm so used to saying it because I have loads of opinions. But we'll get into the files in just a minute. Let me go say hi to everybody. And I will be showing everything on screen that I'm doing, which for me is not normal. So if I screw it up, yeah. Mi dispiace. I'm sorry. I'm not used to like the technical stuff. Anyway, who's all here? We got Wolfram dropping links like it's hot. All right. He wipes his paws, lopes in, and if I ever get there, because I changed everything. Here we go. And that's how you know that the Alpha Mod is up here in the house. And then we have my sweet Lady Autumn Sky. Lady Awesome, Grand Rising, Beautiful Souls. I actually went early and I was like, I'm scheduling it early. I wonder if she'll be awake. I should have known you would be. I mean, you do have twins. So, I always forget that you're East Coast too. I don't know why I always put you out in like Texas. I don't know. Probably because I could see you like riding a horse and being like, yeehaw. I don't know why. I figured today'd be a nice, chill hangout day. We'll bullshit for a couple minutes and then we'll get into it. All right, so it's just you two. Good. You said, oh, look, your avatar and backdrop. I love it. Yeah, I made those this morning because I slept for 2 days straight. So, of course, I went to sleep last night at like 2:30 and I woke up at 4:30. And my brain said, yeah, we had enough sleep, which my body was like, bitch. But it's been pretty bad the last couple days. The last couple days have been really, really bad. Between the stress of dealing with this one in the other room and all her fucking many moods, and then she's been going to the doctor and not getting the best of news, from her perspective. To me, it's ordinary news, but to her, it's like, henny penny, the sky is falling. So she's been driving me crazy. And she always ups my stress levels. And when my stress levels go up, I swell up. I get flare-ups in all my joints and I can't move. And plus, I was also, it was around that time. So once that showed up, it was like, oh, look, I'm starting to feel better. Another reason why when men say they're women, I say, no, the fuck you're not. No, you're not. And you know how I know you're not? Because you have no idea what we put our bodies through or what our bodies put us through. It's kind of a symbiotic relationship. Wolfram's watching over my shoulders. Oh, really? You think so? People don't usually do things over my shoulder because that's how they get punched. Just saying. I hate when people are behind me. It drives me insane. Way too paranoid for that. Last said, I've looked into JFK since I was a kid because my mom was there. Oh my God. She had just left Dealey Plaza. So over the years, I've looked at stuff before this drop of files. I was always interested in the JFK stuff. I've seen all the documentaries, the good ones, the bad ones, the weird ones. And if y'all don't know, go do a little dive on like the most outlandish theories there are. Some of them are hilarious. But I'm like, people actually spent money to make these damn documentaries? Really? But then again, I'm the jadrol that's sitting there watching them for 2 hours. Hey, Snipperoonie, what's up? But yeah, I always had a huge interest in that and how it all came together. And it just no answer sits right with me. Basically, because I think there's certain things in this world that you're just never going to know. You'll never be sure because perspective is a thing. Some people think they're telling the truth. They're only telling their perspective and they're completely off, but they believe it. So how do you call them a liar when that's really what they believe? I don't know. It just, all these things, they intrigue me, but I know I'm never going to be satisfied with the answers. Like I just, there's nothing concrete. There's no like here, A, B, C, D equals this. And there you go. Putting these files together and reading through them is kind of like trying to smell the color 9. Like you just don't get there. Try as hard as you can. You just don't. I'm amazed that she just left Dealey Plaza. Maybe that's why I always place you in Texas. I mean, I know Ellie's in Texas, but I don't know why I always picture you in Texas. I mean, I know you're in Tennessee, T&T, but I mean, T&T, like TNA. Girl, been awake since 4:30. See, you woke up the same time I did, but I woke up 4:30 Eastern, which is not fair. Why were you up at 4:30 Central? And what? Oh, so you're Central Time Zone. Oh, that sucks. Well, then, well, it's all right. Then you woke up later than me, so there you go. I really, my body has. I've been sleeping so much that once I actually went to sleep last night, my body was like, "Nope, we got enough. We're good." I felt like dog shit until winning stream, and I honestly thought I was gonna fall asleep like when his stream started, and then I started talking, and I went over to full drinking, half thinking to say hi to them, and then I was going back and forth and back and forth and back and forth because I had my well, I tried to have my son go get my TV out of the basement, but I found an extra TV, like you do, in the hallway closet. And I set it up as a monitor in my room. So now I have a nice big monitor. So I don't have to squint to see the little itty bitty writing on the laptop. I don't have to like try to navigate back and forth and click and back and forth. Everything's laid out, which is so nice. And that's helpful for today because then I just get to show the entire screen and be like, fuck it. I also just purchased a webcam, not for me to go on camera, but for me to do like little videos, like playing with kinetic sand and using cookie cutters in the sand and making like a Zen garden. Do like just silent crochet videos for people who just need something to look at when I'm talking or whatever. I figure I'll do that. I'm just trying little things, just little improvements here and there, little bonuses. So howdy, Shelly. Looking studious, T3. Yeah, I know. I always look like a naughty librarian when I wear glasses. I do. It's just a thing. It's a vibe, man. It's a vibe. I'm very chill today. I am not excitable today. I don't care. My son was like, I want to order. I said, I don't care. Do what the fuck you want. I was like, don't bother me. I told my mother, don't bother me today. I am going live early. I don't want to be bothered by you. I don't want to be bothered by Katie. I don't want to be bothered by the cats, by Connor. Nobody. Everybody just leave me alone. Leave me with my people who actually like me and get me. And y'all go away and do your own thing. And if you want to fight, fight amongst each other, but leave me the fuck out of it. Because I'm so over them all. I dodged the trap. How you doing? Good M, good M. Happy Friday. Today's first official day of spring, isn't it? First official day of spring. The sun is shining and it's 40 degrees. It is what it is. It snowed for about 3 seconds yesterday and then it rained because it was like playing at that freezing line and then it said fuck it and went up to 40 and we just got rain. I can't wait for the lightning storms. I honestly can't. I'm super charged over it. I'm looking forward to that like you wouldn't believe. Because this house, I never realized how much thunder shakes the ground when you're not in a city. Because, see, in the city, you hear the thunder, but you don't feel it so much. Here, it's like the whole mountain shakes. And the first time it happened, I thought we were having a goddamn earthquake. And I was just like, are you shitting me, really? And I was just like, what was that? Oh, my God. And they were laughing because they'd been here like a whole month before me. So they went through all these storms. They're like, no, it's the weirdest thing. Like the whole mountain shakes. I was like, yeah, great. That's secure. Like my mother goes, I know. What if the mountain was to collapse? I was like, how many thousands of years? I'm not even going to go into millions. I'm just saying thousands of years. Do you think this mountain range has been here? A fuck ton. Like it's here a lot. I don't think just because we suddenly moved here, it's just gonna go like a flan in a cupboard. Like, no, we'll be fine. She worries about everything. What about mudslides? We're not at the bottom of the mountain. What the hell are you worried about? There's literally, if you look out my window, you see mountain range to one side, you see mountain range out the back windows, the front windows, the side windows. Well, if we had side windows, but from the side of the house, you see another mountain range. But they're far, like really, really far, because we're on a mountain. And she doesn't seem to get that. I'm like, you realize we're 1,700 feet above sea level? Yeah. There's no mountain above us. Everything's below us. Well, then we could slide down. Do you see a slope? I mean, physics just, she just ignores it. Why give in to logic and physics when you could panic for absolutely no reason and be melodramatic? Why not? So let's just make sure that everything's out to kill us. But yet, when we had the wasp nest that was right outside the front door, she was like, "It's fine." I was like, kill it with fire." Like, what the fuck? Like, you're worried about things that are never going to happen. Yet there's a whole bunch of wasps right above the door that we're opening and closing constantly because we can't use the back door because there's no deck unless I want to jump for it. Like, prioritize, woman. I don't understand her. Me and her, we are not the same. We are not the same. Uh, Les said we watched the JFK with Kevin Costner movie in government class when I was a senior in high school. I watched it with my ex-boyfriend, with Billy, his sister Michelle, his sister Roseanne, and his mother Pat. And we watched this entire thing. And it happened on Roseanne's birthday. So the mother was actually in the hospital giving birth when it happened. And she's very upset. This actually sent her into active labor because she was just kind of like wading in, and then nope. She said like an hour after he died, she had the baby. But we watched the entire movie. Everybody was like, "Oh my god, that was so good!" Because I'd never seen it. And Billy's sister Michelle turns to me and goes, "Well, how did JFK die though? Was he shot?" Y'all, I am rarely speechless. And believe me, I had a lot to say in answer to that question. And I just, I, 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 I couldn't, because I was like, don't be mean, don't be mean, don't be mean, don't be mean. I was like, are you stupid? Because believe it or not, that was the nicest thing I could come up with. I was like, what fucking movie did you just watch? Why? They said it in a movie? I was like, I watched you. You were awake. Like, this bitch was alert. How was JFK killed? Was he shot? My first instinct was to laugh, thinking it was a joke, and then I remembered who I was talking to, and I was like, "Yeah, no, she really is that dumb. She really is." And Billy looked at me. He goes, "Hey, she's the one who used to bite toenails." I was like, "She bit her own toenails?" And he was like, "I wish it was her own toenails." I was like, "Oh no." Yeah, Michelle's a special kind of stupid, and I hated that we had the same name. She spelled hers with two L's though. I don't. Everybody likes to misspell my name and put two L's, but I'm like, yeah, no, that's not how you spell my name. Gunner, good and beautiful beings. I'm camping with shitty service on, but wanted to say hi. Oh, and say, my mama always said Johnson had JFK taken out. That's what my grandmother used to say. And my grandfather always used to say, well, you know that it was the government working with the mafia. He swore. Very rarely did he ever talk about the mob, but he said the way it went down with the confusion and everything else, there's no way that the mob was not involved. He was like, there's no way. He said, and then when Ruby shot Oswald, I knew. He said, because he wasn't doing that out of patriotism or anything like that. He went there specifically because he was a low rent friggin' nightclub dude. And that meant he was easily expendable. He wasn't going to be missed. And he had a lot of debt, apparently. And he was like, no, he said he got the order from on high. He was like, Frank Sinatra got Giancano to get JFK elected, and Bobby turned around and went after the mob. And they ostracized Sinatra, and you don't fuck with Sinatra. So there's no way that they were going to pull something off on him and not use a very available tool at their disposal, which was the mob. So he was like, there's no way they weren't involved. He said, there's no way. He said, you don't insult Sinatra and Giancana and everything's, okay. He was like, they don't just let things like that go. He was like, there's, what do you call, I think he said there would be a reckoning. Somebody had to pay for that. And I was like, okay. And I mean, I was young when he talked about it, so I didn't really like understand until much later. And I asked my grandmother, and she was like, "Oh yeah," she was like, "That had the mob all over it." She was like, "There's no way they weren't involved." She was like, "The way people were just disappearing and getting found in like fields and stuff." She's like, "The government doesn't throw you in a field. The government gets rid of you. You're never seen again. If they find your body in a field, that's the mafia." I was like, "Okay." The Mafia, Mothers and Fathers Italian Association. That's what we used to call it. Because they're like, what does mafia stand for? Mother and Father Italian Association. Like, it's not that hard. Just like donuts spelled backwards is stunad, and that's what they are. By the way, stunad means you're stupid, like the ultimate in stupidity. Empty headed. I hope you're having fun though, Gutter. I know I went off on a tangent. Meh, sorry, I do that. But I hope you're having fun. Hope you're having good weather at least. Shitty service. That's because you're not supposed to be plugged in when you're out in nature. I know you need your fix though, man. I don't know what I do. Like some days I'm like, oh God, I wish the internet would go out. We'd have no power. This way I can get some peace and quiet for a while. Just, read a book or something. Then I'm like, oh God, that sounds so boring. I used to read books like all day, every day. Now I'm like, now I play stupid games to keep my brain from turning to mush. You got up at 5 a.m. Pacific? Oh, well, I mean, what woke you up? Were there some like bears or some mating squirrels or because those suckers they're noisy. Uh, my ex-husband, the country bumpkin, didn't know what squirrel sounded like mating. I was like, you hear that? Oh, you hear that? That's what they're doing. How do you know? Because unfortunately, I've stumbled across them way too many times in all the years camping. Uh, Les said, you probably associate me with Texas because that's where my mom is from and her family still lives in Dallas. My first cousin is the Fry King. That's right. Yep, because of his fried butter. I still want to try that one day. He won many awards in the Texas State Fair. That and I think you got a cowgirl kind of spirit. I really do. And I associate all cowgirls with Texas, cowboys and cowgirls. Tennessee is like cowboy hats, but I don't really. It's like, I think country when I think Tennessee, but I don't think cowboy. I say I hate the heat in Texas. Yep. It feels like hell's waiting room. And that's what I woke up to at 4:30 this morning. That's why I woke up because it was so hot in here. I was like, "Oh my god, why do they have the heat so high?" Like I already know I'm in hell living here. They don't need to make the temperature match. They really don't. And because they hate when I get deliveries, I was a bitch and I ordered like 3 fans for my room. I have the ceiling fan, but it's just not doing it. So I ordered like 3 fans to put all around the room just to piss them off. Because I can. And what are you going to say? You can't have like, air circulating in your room? Fuck you. Fuck you, buddy. Heidi, good day, my love. How are you? Hope you're doing well. Snipperoni said, Aldo slept like crap. Aldo? Who's Aldo? Aldo slept like crap last night? Or are you saying I also slept like crap last night? Late getting going today, listening to you while shaving and showering, and there's a visual for you. Thank you for that, because you do know that I visualize literally everything I hear or read, right? I have no control over it. It just becomes a movie in my head. Full surround sound, smell, everything. It's like, remember when we used to talk about, hey, why can't they invent smell-o-vision? They don't need to invent it. I have that. It's in my head. But thank you for that, Snipperoni. I appreciate it. Last said, Shelly, 4 to 4:30 a.m. is normal for me. That used to be normal when I had to get the kids off to school. I never had to set an alarm. My body just woke up at 4 o'clock in the morning every day. Didn't matter if I fell asleep half hour before. Nope. It was like 4 o'clock. And the thing is, it didn't start until I hit 44. I used to sleep until like 6, and then I just get up and rush around. And then I started waking up 4 o'clock in the morning on the dot every day. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. It didn't matter. Weekends were not sacred at all. The only way for me to trick it was to stay up beyond 4 o'clock and then go to sleep. And then I'd sleep for like 12 hours. Um, but my kids were always on time for school. My kids were never late for school, not ever. And that's why I had such an attitude with parents when they'd come in late. Like, I had one parent who used to bring her kid in at 9 o'clock every day. School started at 8:15. So he would miss the entire first period. So, and then I'd have to stop what I was doing, make him put all his stuff away. That's 15 minutes. Got to go to the bathroom. Got to get a drink of water. I got to do this. I got to do that. In the winter, it was worse because all the layers. And one day she was like, "Oh, I just can't seem to get them here on time." And I looked her dead in the face. I said, "You ever think of waking up earlier?" And she gave me such a look. She was like, "Excuse me, it's really hard to get these 2 kids out of the door on time." I said, "Really? Tell me about it." I said, "'Cause my daughter, she's graduating high school." I said, "I've never been late with her to school." I said, "She gets on a bus at 6:30 in the morning. So she has to be ready before then." And because he's smaller, my son is smaller, he has to be ready as well because I have to take him downstairs when I take her downstairs in her wheelchair and get her on the bus and then bring him back upstairs, get him ready for school, bring him to preschool, and then I get to go to work. I was like, and amazingly, the 3 of us never late. She hated me. Hated me. Don't come at me with your fucking excuses. All right. If you're running 45 minutes late, then get up an hour earlier or set a schedule. I will sit with you and streamline exactly how to get your ass out the door in a half hour or less. I can do it. I can do it. Come to me. I will tell you how to do it. Man, my house ran like a finely oiled machine. Boom, 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 boom. Nothing broke down. And it was just me. So it was like, how hard is it to get their clothes ready the night before? Get their lunch ready the night before. Put it in the refrigerator. Get their book bags ready the night before. Have everything on the table set up right on the kitchen table. Boop. Get the one that's the slowest, get them up first. Get them moving. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Don't just say, go do this. No, you take them into the bathroom. Come on, brush teeth, wash face. Let's go. Go to the bathroom. All right, go get dressed. You have 5 minutes to get dressed. Like, I was like a drill sergeant, but in a nice way. With Connor, I used to do it with music on because that made him move faster. He focused better. And every day before he went to school, I swear to God, we did this every day. We would put on any song. We would just like hit my iPod and, hit random. And whatever song came on, it was like a 3-minute song usually. We would dance, just me and him, because Katie was already at school. And we would dance and we would, get all our like sillies out or whatever and wake up and then we'd get dressed and boop, out the door. But I had to walk them everywhere. Like, they were never late. Katie got a special award in high school because she didn't miss one freaking day of school in 4 years. Was it because she loved school? No. She has FOMO. So she was afraid she's going to miss out on like a fight or some gossip or whatever. So her ass hauled it to school every day. She didn't care if she was sick. She didn't care. I'm not that sick. She never really does get that sick. It's weird. Like, we'll get the flu. She gets a sniffle. I'm like, that ain't fair. That ain't right. Ah, but yeah, no, those kind of parents, they piss me off. They piss me off. Husband gets up at 3:45 a.m. through the week. Oh, that hurts my heart. And my son is always up before me. My daughter wakes up when I do. Us girls get to sleep in. That's nice. My kids never let me. They still don't let me sleep in. Connor's 18 years old. Do you know he still opens my eyelids and says, "Mama, you're awake"? Does it look like I'm awake? Well, now it does. So since you're awake, let me. I'm like, God damn it. Kids suck as far as that. There was a rule in my house when I was growing up. My mother said, "You don't wake me up before 10 o'clock." But 10:00, I was like, "Mom, get up." But otherwise, I tiptoed around the house. I wasn't poking that dragon. Get out of here. Heidi ho. Les said that's what the older generation, because if you lived through it and paid attention to politics, JFK was doing one thing. When LBJ got in there, he did the exact opposite. So LBJ being behind it made sense. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. And like my grandfather always said, he was a ruffian. That's what he used to call him. He was like, he's low class, he's a ruffian. He was like, he's all about, um what do you I heard him tell my grandmother something. What did he say? I think he called him, it's all about his swinging dick. Like he's got to prove that he's a man by throwing his dick around or whatever. And I didn't know what the fuck a dick was at that point. But then when I got older, I was like, oh, ew. But apparently, like that, he was like really uncouth. He would like make the secretaries and stuff like take notes while he was going to take a shit and whatever. It's like, oh my God. Churchill was the same way with his baths. It was weird. These men, they had not one care in the world. They were just like, I'm going to do what I'm going to do. T-Rex. Hi, honey. Happy sunrise. Happy sunrise. Les said, but my research that I found, whomever was controlling LBA did it. Cough, cough. Well, I mean, he didn't have the balls to do it by himself. There's no way. He wouldn't want to get his own hands dirty. Yeah, it was bigger than LBJ. Bush Sr. was heavily involved. Yep. Didn't they have an oil company that benefited? Something about his oil company? What was it? Zapata? Or something like that? I can't remember. 50 minutes behind in chipmunk speed. Lovely. Do you want me to laugh? There, that should be really funny. Stayed up way too late. Insomnia. Tumbled out of sleep to the dogs barking and knocking on the door. Oh, the inspection department. Did they inspect the alarms finally? No coffee yet, lurking. The dog's got to go out. I hope you passed inspection. That was stupid what they did to you last time. I hate when they inspect the apartments. They make no sense. I had that inspector come into my apartment for like 10 years. The same two dudes. And they would walk right through my hallway with the fire alarm that was hanging, the smoke detector, was hanging by one freaking wire from the ceiling. No lights on it, nothing. It didn't work. They never said a word. Never said a word. It was just like, all right. And then this new guy came and he was like, what happened there? I was like, it fell. He looked at me, it just fell. I was like, I might have hit it with the cookie sheet when I was fanning it to make it stop making that noise. Why didn't you just press the button? I just looked at him. I said, do you see how high those ceilings are? And he like smiled. I was like, dude, I'm a midget. Like, leave me alone. I can't. What was I going to do? Hit it with a broom? I don't have a broom. I have rugs. I wasn't taking the vacuum and be like, oh, throw it at the ceiling and hope for the best. Stop. I walked my oldest to the bus stop when I had my first set of twins and my nephew. But my twins in the double carrier and nephew, whom is 4 months younger than my twins, oh my God. I put in the carrier on my belly and I walked to the beginning of the neighborhood. Yeah. I mean, you do what you got to do. I don't begrudge people being late to things. Some people are just, they're late. Some people, shit happens and you get late once in a while. You run late. But this lady every day for years, because she didn't have just the one kid. She had like 3 kids. I said, they don't listen. They listen to us. It's amazing. They listen to us so well because she had like, well, one of her kids was really bad. He was in my son's class. And he was this big bruiser of a kid. He looked like he belonged in like 5th grade when he was in 1st grade. He was huge. And his name was Achilles, of all things. And he just, for no reason at all, came in one day went up to my son, who was about 45 pounds at the time, and took him by the back of the head and slammed his head into the desk. And I was literally down the hall in my classroom. Nobody told me. They brought my son's nose was bleeding. They brought him up to the nurse. The only thing my son was pissed off about was he came downstairs and was looking for the kid. And they said, "Oh, we sent him to the office. He already went home." My son had the only fucking fit because the kid wasn't there, so he couldn't kick his ass. He left his classroom. He told me his at the time his teacher's name was Rosa Rizzi. She's a good friend of mine. He was like, "I'm going to see my mother." She was like, "Connor?" She's like, "Mommy doesn't know yet." He was like, "She's gonna find out." And he left and he came down the hallway and he comes into my room, just slams the door open. And he's like, I could see his face is all red. And I was like, "What's the matter with her?" I was like, "Oh my God, is that blood by your nose?" And he was like, "Achilles took my head and slammed me into this." Because like, "Oh my God." He goes, "Stop. I'm not done yet." I was like, "All right." So I'm not allowed to react, apparently. I was like, "Let's go in the hallway." He was like, "No, everybody should hear this." He was like, and because my kids in my class loved them some Connor. He would come in on his breaks or whatever and read to them. So they just adored him. And what you call it? Oh, I thought I was gonna cough and then nothing happened. Uh he comes in, he's like, "No, everybody needs to hear this." And he was like, "So that kid Achilles, he took me by my head," and he had to like act the whole thing out. And he went wham, and then the blood was, and I was like, "Oh!" And they took me to the nurse. She's like, "Oh!" And he goes, then she put ice on my face, and the blood stopped. He goes, and then I come down, and now I'm really, and he was gonna say pissed off. He goes, "Angry. It's not good to be angry, kids." And he was so funny. I really wish I would have recorded it. And he goes, "I was gonna get even because you don't ever let anybody hit you and you just walk away." He was like, "Somebody hits you, you hit him back." I was like, "No." And he was like, "What? Defend yourself. It's called self-defense for a reason, Ma." I was like, "All right, whatever." He's like, "I come downstairs." They sent him home. He was like, "But wait till he comes back. He's suspended for 3 days. When he comes back, I'm gonna kick his you know what?" I was like, "No, you're not." And he was like, "Oh, yes, I am." I was like, "No, you're not." I was like, "He already got suspended. He hit you. The time has passed." He was like, "Oh, you would have been mad if I hit him?" I was like, "No, if he would have done it and then you would hit him right there, you were perfectly justified. Waiting 3 to 4 days and we got the weekend? That's just revenge. No, you're not doing that." And he was like, "I'll get even." I was like, "I'm sure you will." Yo, I know revenge is best served cold, but my son serves it like ice. He didn't talk to the kid for like a month. And then they were hanging out, they're playing. They became friends. The next year, they're out on the playground, they're playing. The kid's like at the top of the slide. My son was like, "Hey, remember when you slammed my head into the desk?" Push. Oh my God. The kid broke his arm. I was like, "Do you feel better now?" He was like, "Yeah, I do." He was like, "I've been waiting." He was like, "I was just waiting for the perfect time." I was like, "Oh my God, you are so your mother's child." Because I won't retaliate right away. That's dumb. They're expecting it and they're prepared. Why would I do it right away? That's just, that makes no sense to me. I need time to plot it out. I need to, look at it from all different ways. What's going to get me in trouble? What's going to not get me in trouble? And he saw the opportunity and he goes, fuck it. And he just pushed him. And the kid just big, and he only broke his arm because he's so freaking jugunda that he didn't like fit in the slide. So he kind of like when he rolled, he bounced like over the slide instead of in it. And then when he landed on the bottom, his arm went under the end of the slide and his body kept rolling, but his arm did not. And yeah, I happened to actually be in the playground at the time. And I was looking at Connor and he's at the top of the slide with this kid and I'm just like, "Please don't." Because I had a feeling and I grabbed onto G, the teacher that I worked with that was next to me, and I was like, "Oh no. Oh no." And I saw him just grin and I said, "Oh fuck." And he just boop. And that was it. And I watched the kids roll, and then I watched him break his arm, and you heard the and I dry heaved for like 5 minutes. That shit was loud. Marty came out and he was like, "What happened?" Kind of said I pushed him. He was like, "On purpose." He goes, "Well, it was his turn." I was like, "Well, he took a little truth, he took a little lie. He told the truth, but he used semantics." I was really kind of proud. Not kind of. I was really proud. I was worried that I had a little psychopath on my hands, but yeah, as my mother reminded me, he's still not as bad as you when it comes to revenge. I was like, "Yeah, you're right. You're right." I made Louis have a talk with him though. I made Sensei have a talk with him. And he was like, "Connor, we don't hold on to things like that. We take care of it in the moment." He was like, "I didn't have the moment. They took the moment from me." And he had to go through the whole fucking story. And Sensei's sitting there. He turns around to me in front of all the freaking kids in class and he goes, "I hate to say it, but I side with him." He was like, "I would have done the same thing." I was like, "Oh, thank you. Very helpful. Very helpful. Such a good mentor you are. Thank you. Appreciate it." But yeah, my son keeps me on my toes. Tell you that day that he knocked out the bully, he only did one punch right to the face. Boom! Kid went straight down, laid there. He laid him out. They ran over thinking he's gonna jump on this kid. He was like, "Nah." He was like, "I only want to hit him once." He was like, "He should have stayed out of my face." He was like, "He won't bother me anymore." That kid cried constantly. If he saw Connor in the hallway, he would run the other way. And I was like, "I don't know what he's running for. Connor already did what he was gonna do. He's like, that's over in his mind." It doesn't linger. And that's the thing with me too. Like, I don't, maybe because I'm old school. When I'm arguing with somebody, like if we're gonna fight it out right here, right now, and that's gonna be it. I don't want to hear about the shit in a week. I don't want you to be a plunger and bring shit up 4 years down the line. Like, you want to throw hands? All right, let's go. Doesn't matter who wins. Get it out. I'm gonna get it out. I'm not holding back. Put everything on the table right here, and that's it. And you just squash that shit right there. These people let it linger, and it goes on and it goes on, and then it escalates and it asks more and more and more. And it's like, bro, that is not problem resolution. Like, I know how to solve my problems right then and there. Once it's done, it's done. Same thing. Once we have an argument, that if we resolve the argument, it's done. It's not going to be an issue. It's not going to weigh on my mind. It's not going to be something that I'm going to throw in your face, whatever. But if we don't resolve it, I will ride that bitch until it drops. I will make you wish that you had balls enough to resolve that shit with me to begin with. Because otherwise, it'll just constantly be a thing until you grow some balls and you're like, all right, let's just get it all out. Okay, that's what I've been waiting for. And then once it's out, I'm good. I'm good. There might be like a couple lingering thoughts, but I don't pay them any mind. So how did I walk my oldest? I lost my place. It kept scrolling. Stupid StreamYards. Snipperoonie said JFK was close to what Trump is now, and LBJ was basically dirty Joe Biden before the dementia. Yeah. I mean, he was kind of a bit of a drunk, wasn't he? So, and that wife of his, fucking weirdo. Wasn't his wife the one that was like responsible for them singing Happy Birthday? Like making it popular? His wife was Lady Bird Johnson, right? Yeah. She claims that she was the one who, like, she didn't write the song or invent it, but she discovered it, rediscovered it, and made it popular. And people weren't singing Happy Birthday. And I was like, pretty sure I have videos of everybody singing Happy Birthday to my mother when she was like 5. So that would be 1947. So, and she wasn't around till the 60s. So I don't know how true that was, but I know she claimed it. I don't know. All these friggin' first ladies think they did something special. They don't think they reinvented the wheel. It's like, Les said, my kids were never late to school. I drove my oldest set of twins to school and put my youngest in car seats. The whole thing to and from school every day, never late. No, because first of all, you want to get rid of the kids as early as possible because you got shit to do. I don't know why, like, anytime I stayed home, because I stayed home the first 3 years that, after I had Connor, because I didn't get to do that with Katie. And I literally sold everything I owned so that I could be home for those 3 years. I sold my wedding ring, I sold my engagement ring, I sold my grandmother's gold fillings, I sold every DVD I owned, all my albums, everything. Anything in my house that was worth anything that I could part with, I sold. And it was just so I could pay rent, utilities, and food. Like, that was basically it. Because I wasn't getting any assistance. They were giving me such a hard time. They're like, no, you make too much. I have no job. What make too much? Are you fucking kidding me? But it is what it is. Like, New Jersey's always been screwed up when it comes to welfare. But like Katie was like, "Oh, you relax all day long." What, relax all day? Are you kidding me? You know how much shit I got to, never mind. I have a brand new baby who just eats and poops, and that's all he does because he didn't never slept. He never slept and never wanted to be put down. And because I lived in an apartment building, him crying it out was not an option. Oh no. If they heard my son crying for more than like 2 minutes, CPS was at my fucking door. We call it DIFUS, but they were at my door. Bang, bang, bang. Are you kidding me? So I literally, for the first like 4 years of Connor's life, just carried him either like on my hip or on my back or whatever, because just like he never wanted to be put down ever. And he wouldn't let anybody else hold him. I think I have 2 pictures of somebody else holding him, and they're both his grandfather. Like, he just didn't want to be held by anybody but me. And it was, but that's how he slept. I would have to stand there and rock and rock and rock. It got to the point where I would be talking to people and I wouldn't have a kid in my arm. It'd just be me and like another adult, and I'd be rocking back and forth, like bopping back and forth. They're like, "What are you doing?" I'm like, "Oh my god." I'm like, I feel like I'm holding kind of. That's how I put him to sleep. They're like, he's not here. Yeah, I know. I did that with the shopping cart in Food Town once. After I had Katie, I was so used to pushing the stroller because that's how she used to go to sleep. Rock the stroller. So back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And I was talking to my friend Lisa while I'm waiting for these deli meats. And she was like, I think the groceries are asleep. I was like, what? She said, you're talking. She said, you're pushing the shop cart back and forth. The back. I was like, oh, Christ. I was like, I'm so programmed. To this day, if I sit anywhere near a carriage, my foot automatically goes on the back tire and rocks it back and forth. It doesn't even have to be my kid. It's just that you get trained up like that. It's weird. But yeah, I mean, you do what you got to do. Nose bleeding, hell no. I mean, they were afraid to tell me that this kid like did this to Connor, especially with the run-in I had with the mother and the fact that I had his little sister in my class. So it's like, oh my god, if we tell her, she's gonna be like, she's gonna retaliate, she's gonna whatever. No, 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 no. And the mother was so like upset. First, she was like upset that he did that. Then she found out he did it to my son. And she was terrified. She was like, that bitch already hates me. Like, because you don't say things to the secretaries in the school and expect them not to tell me. Like, they literally had like this entire chain going down the hallway. There was like telephone. She'd say something and Jessica would say, tell Michelle that. And it would go from Jessica to, oh my God, what's the other one's name? Oh my God, I can't believe I forgot her name. Um, anyway, the other secretary, the Spanish secretary. And then it would go to the counselor. And then it would go to the kindergarten teacher that was right outside that portion of the office. And then she would run down and tell me in my classroom. And then Marty would come out and go, no. Because every time I tried to leave my classroom, he was like, no, go back inside. I was like, fine, 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 fine. But that wasn't the day that it happened. It was when she brought him back because she was like, I can't believe, like, I don't want to, I'm afraid to send my daughter to that class. She's gonna be mean to her. They're like, no, Shelly's not like that. Like that little girl came in, she said, Miss Michelle. This is how she talked. Miss Michelle, um, my brother hit your son. I was like, yeah, I know. So I was like, you're not mad at me though, right? I was like, no, I'm not mad at you. Okay, because my mom said you were going to be mean to me. I said, Mommy's wrong. I was like, why would I be mean to you? My favorite kid wasn't even one of mine. One of Zuma's kids. I used to say, if ever I got into like a really bad mood, I'd say, Zuma, do the voice. And she got, oh my God, like my mother sent me today with like lunch and she sent me with the red grapes, but I only like green grapes. And she like knows that. And oh my God, she did this little girl's voice so I could not be in a bad mood when she's do that. I just do the voice like, this one day my mother, because every story this kid had started with my mother, always with the tisk first, because she was always aggravated with him. Oh my God, that kid has to be like 20 now. Fuck, I feel old. Come to think of it, how? Oh my God. I had my first kindergarten class in 2006, the beginning of 2006. Dear God, that means most of my kids have already, well, they're hitting 20, but they've all graduated high school most likely. Well, they're all of age to graduate high school. I can guarantee quite a few of them never graduated. Oh my goodness. I can't, oh God, I can't be that old. Fuck. Who the heck? In you, out you, all around you. Who the heck told the universe to make today like a Monday? Probably me when I was sick Monday. Well, it held over. It didn't want you to miss out. Well, I'm still not great. Oh, honey, I hope you feel better. Yeah, that's what I was saying. When I started, listening to when he's saying that, I started talking. Like I had already, the lady thing happened. And I was like, maybe I'll start to feel better. And then all of a sudden I started to get peppy. And I was like, what's going on? I hadn't had any caffeine, but it felt like somebody gave me like an adrenaline shot. And I was just like, by the time his stream finished, I was like ready to, but of course he just finished his stream. So now he's not in talkie mode. And I'm like, "Rrr." So I had a ton of stuff to tell him that I didn't get to tell him. And I still have tons to tell him that I'm not going to tell him about because fuck it, it's done now. Um, but it wasn't like talkie time. And I was in talkie mode. And I was just like, so I was like, I was disappointed. I was. And then I was like, fuck it. And then I just got tired. But I was like super, super hyper until about a quarter to two. No, about 1:30. And that's when I hit the wall. And all of a sudden I started yawning so hard that I thought I was going to break my jaw. And then I went to bed. I woke up 2 hours later. Hey, Shelly, do you know if Winning was able to log into Adobe or not? I don't know. Ask him yourself. I mean, not to be a bitch about it, but like, I have no idea. It wasn't brought up with me, so nope. My poor family. And you said I'm doing an all liquid diet. Ew. Something has been wrong since I had that asthma attack. I eat and then I go into major cramps. So just gonna clear it all out. I'm cramps where? Could you be a little bit more specific? Like, are you getting them in your like esophagus area? Are you getting it in your stomach, like to the left? Are you getting it waist area? Or are you getting it like intestinal? Because all of those have different, things. Do, 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 do. Last, oh no, last what? Nosebleeding? Hell no. Oh no, she's talking about my son, I think. Wolfkinder, hi, honey. How are you? Listen, on my way to the doctor's appointment. Good luck with that. I hope you're get a clean bill of health or whatever you're having issues with. I hope they fix it if you're having issues, which I'm not wishing on you. Toot, toot. Got to be careful. Let me open my C4. Let's strawberry blast, y'all. Oh, I don't down the hatch.
Oh, that's really sweet.
Ah. Yeah, it kind of tastes like a strawberry starburst, but like really strong. I wasn't ready. Oh, okay. All right. Uh, and you said hope she everything goes well at your appointment. We all wish that. And he's 20 minutes behind because my phone won't stop going off. Nice. Well, you're popular. I always wanted to do Shelly. Oh, thank you. It may have at first because Michelle has two E's. Damn, where is that? That's funny. I always wanted to do Shelly. Thank you. I appreciate that. Bow, chicka, bow, bow. Just saying. Phrasing. In your MERS, an all liquid diet. Oh my, I'm doing a 24-hour fast. Y'all got great willpower. I barely ate the entire time I was sick. And then last night I was like, I'm hungry. She was like, I'm not cooking. Really? I had to fucking eat a sandwich. I was like, because I didn't have the energy to be up and cook again. I cooked the day before. I did laundry yesterday. Cooked for them earlier for lunch. Last I was gonna do that, but then I wouldn't get my one Red Bull. Oh, yeah. I don't know that I could do the fast. My stomach would like turn on me. I mean, for the most part, I do like 12 to 16-hour intermittent fasting, and it's not by choice. It's just that just happens to be I get hungry at a certain time. I don't like to eat in the morning. I'll force myself to eat like an egg salad sandwich or like hard boiled eggs or I'll make eggs and ham or whatever. But it's always eggs. I can't fuck with cereal. I'm not a huge pancake or waffle person. I mean, if I'm making pancakes, I'm making them for everybody. There's no point in me just whipping up a batch for me. And nobody in this house is ever awake at the same time. Last night, not last night, this night, but the night before, every single person was awake at 4:30 in the morning. I was like, what the hell is wrong with this house? Every single one of us was awake and in the living room like at 4:30 in the morning, like it's 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Hey, what's up? Nope. And then during the day, we're all dragging. And you said the stupid people at Liquid Death went and put stevia in their water. Not water anymore, dummies. Oh, are you kidding? My son literally just ordered that today. He wanted to try it. He was like, "Can I?" I was like, "It's fucking water. Go ahead." Oh, no fun. Those nosebleed. I'm pretty sure she meant Connor's nosebleed. Uh, but I could be wrong. Could just be a coincidence that we were talking about them at the same time. Maddie, an early stream. I slept through the midday streams. Cheers, y'all. How you doing, Maddie? Hope you're doing well, Mr. Music Man. Sing your song, sad music man. Oh, that song used to make me cry. I don't know why. And you said it should be one of those. I should be one of those a-holes that sues everybody. Sues their asses for saying sparkling water on the can still. You are now diet soda, bitches. Pretty much. Diet liquid candy. I want a coffee too, but it's almost bedtime. Oh my goodness. I had coffee at 5 o'clock this morning. I don't know why. I probably could have gone back to sleep if I didn't have the coffee, but I figured, fuck it, I'm awake. And I wanted to play around with the setup and Then I had this little blanket that I was making that I was like, if I just do 4 more rows, I'll be finished. It's like an hour. I was like, "Ah, fuck it, I'll stay awake and finish it." And it's not even a blanket for me, it's for the cat. And you said I'm about 5 blocks from the school, and it starts so early that we have been late. 7 a.m. start time is just too early. Should be 8 a.m. in my opinion. Yeah, we did. We started at 8:15. We used to start at 8 o'clock, and then they pushed it to 8:30. And it was parents were like, I can't get to work on time, so they settled for 8:15 with before care starting at 7:30. I used to get to school at 7 o'clock. I used to get to school first because Marty had to give me a key so that I could get in because he was tired of like me being outside and nobody like showing up till like 7:45 or whatever because everybody's always late in that school. He was like, "Why do you come in so early?" Well, because Katie's already on the bus at 6:30, and if I hang out in the house, Connor's not going to want to go to school. So I hurry him along, and we come to school, and then he spends an hour doing whatever in my room playing with the sandbox or whatever. And then right before the bell, I send him to his class. I was like, "Can I get all my grading done and everything?" He was like, "You're grading." He was like, "You realize that G is supposed to do all that stuff, right?" I was like, "Yeah, that's you wait for her. It ain't getting done." And he knew that, but it was like whatever. She had it so easy for like 5 years when I was her para because she did nothing. She always cried that she was overwhelmed. I love Gia, I do. But she always cried, "I'm overwhelmed. I don't have time." Da-da-da-da. Don't have time to what? Sit there behind your desk on your phone and bitch that your hip hurts? She did that for 2 years. 2 years. Did nothing. I did all her freaking work. That's why when Marty was like, "Please go and get your damn certification," I was like, "Why?" He was like, "Because you're already doing the job. I would like to pay you for the job." He was like, "It kills me that you do all this shit and you get paid nothing." I was like, "I can't do the student teaching." Why not? Because I can't go 12 fucking weeks, because that's what Jersey makes you do, without getting a paycheck. And he was, "I'm sure we could work something out." I was like, "You are not in charge of the certification. It's the damn state department. Like it's the state board, Department of Education. They set ridiculous certifications at that time. And then of course once the pandemic hit, they lowered everything because they had no teachers. Because they were dropping like flies. They're like, "Nah, I quit. I quit. I quit. I quit." Everybody quit. And there was no time to get me certified to step into a teaching position. So he was like, "You need to go get your sub license." I was like, "I have my sub license." "When did you get it?" I was like, "Oh, 4, 5 years ago." "You've had it all this time." "Yep." "Why didn't you tell me?" "Because you would have put me in as a sub and kept pulling me from my room, and that wouldn't do my kids any good. They need consistency." And he was, "Dude, I know them way too well. You have no idea how many games the education departments play with these kids' education. They don't follow rules at all. None of the money that they put in for goes to these kids. They just keep creating bigger and bigger admin positions. And I have a problem with tenured teachers. If you're a college professor, sure, tenure. Why not? Because you're going to have an opinion. All right, do you? I don't care. At that point, like, they're not my concern. But in grammar school and middle school and high school, they should not have tenure because then they are completely protected from getting fired because they have the union reps on their side and they have the tenure argument. They could do whatever with a kid. They could come to school drunk, high, not show up at all. They could just sit back and sit on their phone all fucking day long. The only thing you can do to them is yell at them and write them up. Can't fire them. So our school district had this wonderful way of dealing with them. And I say that very sarcastically. If you were a now paycheck teacher and you're like, "Fuck it, I'm tenured. You can't do shit to me." I'm not teaching. I'm just going to sit here and the kids are going to run wild. And yeah, I'll show up at assemblies. Yeah, I'll bring them out to the playground. I had one teacher in the school that used to bring her kids out to the playground for like 2 hours every day because she didn't feel like teaching. So they'd run around. She made them a deal. I'll do this every day. None of you leave the playground. They were like, all right, square deal. And she would sit on the bench and just flick through her phone. She would gossip with everybody that came in and out. She, was tracking everybody where they were. And she'd just sit out there 2 hours every day. And she'd like the outer shirt would come off and she'd have like a spaghetti string tank top on so she'd get her sun. It was like, really? I was like, how do you come out here and get away with this bullshit? She was like, I'm tenured. What are they going to do to me? Okay. See, it's not fair. It's not fair. Those are the teachers that they just show up for the paycheck. They know you can't fire them. They do whatever the fuck they want. And what are they making? 90 grand a year, 100 grand a year. For Ungots. So we had a bunch of these teachers. The parents were complaining, letters were being written, couldn't fire them. So what did the board do? They had this new science program that they welcomed into the district. So they made all the teachers who couldn't manage to teach, regular classes, they made them specials teachers. They put them in science mostly, or they would stick them in like some little like language group or whatever that nobody cared, because the kids weren't going to learn anyway. So they would just put them here and, oh, here's a cart and here's all your, you don't have an office or a classroom anymore, but that's fine. They didn't care. They'd be like, I'll just hang out in the lunchroom. I don't care. They'd hang out in the science lab. Science lab became the teacher's lounge after a while. It was just like, okay. And they got away with it. And they got paid top dollar. They didn't lose any money. Their workload went from like full workload to like 2% because the whole thing with the science thing is the science program supplied all the things they needed and gave them literal schedules with the whole lesson written out. All they had to do was read off the script, hand out the paperwork, play the damn video, do the experiment, and it was planned out Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and then Friday was a free day. That's all they had to do. There was no thinking involved. There was no grading involved. They didn't have to take anything home. They didn't have to prepare anything. Meanwhile, I'm busting my ass every single day, and I'm getting paid like, what was I getting paid? Like $16 an hour with no benefits because they cut 15 minutes a day so they wouldn't have to pay us full-time wages. That's how they got out of giving us benefits. Bastards. But the teachers, oh, you're a sucky teacher. We'll make you a science teacher. It won't matter. Otherwise, if they didn't have positions available, well, we created this dean appointment. You're now the dean of this grade. I didn't know grades needed deans. I didn't. We have the dean of diversity, the dean of multiculturalism, the dean of the LGBTQ, support. We have the dean of this, dean of that, dean of this, dean of that. And all these deans, 125 grand and up a year. To do what? Sit around in a circle jerk and come up with more stupid things and go decorate? Really? Because they did nothing. Counselors did nothing but make the kids worse. Oh, you feel the way? Come up to my office. So kids are not stupid. They're like, oh my God, if I act this way, I get off the whole day and I get to go upstairs and play with Legos and they won't bother me. They had a room in the child study team section where all the special, caseworkers are, the special needs caseworkers are. There was a sensory room that they spent thousands and thousands and thousands of the equipment in this room for the kids that are in ABA who are severely autistic. However, we had a bunch of really smart kids who knew if they threw a fit during the day, the teacher couldn't deal with them. The principal didn't want to deal with them. They weren't going to go home. So they'd send them up to the child study team. And they didn't want to deal with them. So they'd go, all right, well, you know what? You're really upset. And I think you really need to center yourself and calm down. So go in the sensory room and just play in there. So they would play in there all day. They'd have their meals brought to them. Yeah. And they would do it every day, every day, every day, every day. So these kids never went to class. And they're like, I don't know why he failed the test. Because he's never been to class. Because you reward bad behavior. My assistant superintendent of schools told me we are a non-punitive school. We're a non-punitive district. I said, what the fuck does that mean? I said it just like that. She was like, Shelly. I was like, what? I was like, what do you mean non-punitive? She said, you're not allowed to be negative. You got the wrong one. I was like, listen, I'm a very positive person, but if you fuck up, I'm going to tell you, no, that was wrong. We don't use the word wrong. We tell them that they can make a better decision. I'm like, I said, so the kid that in my class that stabbed the other kid with the pen, was I supposed to just calmly say, hey, make a better decision instead of saying, stop that? Like, suffice to say, I didn't follow the rules, which is why I got in trouble a lot. I never got written up or anything, only that time because of that bitch. But my kids were very well behaved. My kids passed their tests. My kids did their work. And my kids loved me because they appreciated structure. They knew what they were getting with me every single time. And they also knew if I look at you and you already feel guilty, you know what you're doing is wrong. Like, I don't even have to say anything. I would just look at them. They knew my nonverbals too. I just, I'm stopping. I'm stopping. I'm stopping. Never had to yell. Never had to raise my voice. Nothing. I could walk into the hallway and every kid in that hallway would shut right the fuck up. Miss Michelle, say shh. Hi, Miss Michelle. How you doing? Because they wanted the rewards. They wanted to be able to come by my room and say, hey, Miss Michelle, can I borrow your markers? Can I have poster board? Do you have glitter? Because if they acted out, I was gonna say, yeah, I do, but why would I give it to you? Do you remember when I told you to do this and you told me like whatever? They'd be like, oh. But if they did things right, they come in, yeah, sure, take it. God. I had no problem giving to any of the kids in any of the classes, not just mine. Because all the kids in that school were mine. I took ownership of all of them. But yeah, the education is ridiculous now. It's all about the feelings. Oh, it's about the feelings. He's anxious. How do you know? Well, because he told me. He's in first grade. You think he knows what anxious means? I'm not talking about my son, because as my son will tell you, he has an extensive vocabulary. I'm talking about other kids that are like real dee-dee-dees, like the ones that still eat their boogers. You really think he knows what anxiety is? Let alone to know what he's feeling when he feels it? Like, no. And I'm like, you all create these behaviors and then you want us to deal with them. I said, the ones who get to deal with them are the parents, and they're not equipped to deal with them. So then they get into fights with them. The kid don't want to go to school. The kid don't go to school. Then the mother's having a breakdown. The father's having an affair and everything. And the whole shit falls apart because you don't know how to do your job. That's something that Marty would be like, I think that's a little bit of an exaggeration. They think, no, because I see it all the time. It's not an exaggeration when it's true. I can't help it. You don't want to see it because you don't want to cop to your part in it because you're a pussy principal. Oh, today I can feel it. Today's going to be the day to get out. I was not going to talk about the Department of Education in any way, shape, or form. But when it was like, you know what? You're doing this stream anyway. You're just going to be bullshitting. Just talk about it. And I'm going to start the files in just a minute. But I want to get caught up because you know I'm not. But yeah, like it was ridiculous. Like so many parents would bring their kids in 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock. And I'm like, they wouldn't even mark them late. They would just mark them as being there. And I'm like, they missed the entire, they literally came in time for lunch. It's lunch, recess, an hour and a half of school, because then they got to get packed up to go home and then they're gone. So what am I supposed to teach them in an hour and a half? Like if that kid fails and gets left back, it's not my fault. I don't want to hear it. Are you about to go to sleep at Judge Maddie? Are you a third shifter or do you live in the part of the world where it's bedtime? Pretty sure he's no, You're in the United States, right? Maybe not. Hey, mixed chick, how you doing? How you doing? I feel pretty much human today, so as you can tell. I'm a little over human because now I have all these things that I didn't say for the last 3 days, and I kind of got to get it all out. Third shift, really unhealthy. It really is. I used to hate working nights. Um, you'll understand the nosebleed soon. And yeah, I was referring to Shelly's story about a nosebleed. About my son getting his face bashed into a desk. Yep. And his only bitch about it was that they released the kid back to on suspension before he could come back to the classroom and kick his ass. Didn't matter if the kid was twice his size. I mean, when I say this kid was a jugunda, he was like, he was burly and like he was diesel. He was scary. He was about my height in first grade. Mm. He used to wait around at the end of the hallway, like around the corner of the wall, for kids to come running down the hallway, and he would just trip them. He was just a mean little kid. I would have whooped that kid's butt. Oh, I almost fucking kicked his mother's ass. I couldn't stand his mother. Oh, God, what a worthless human being. I used to work third shift when my first kid was little. So I worked and still, yeah, still could be around my kids. That was many moons ago. It took a while for me to get back to a regular schedule. Yeah, because when you're a mom, you don't stop. You don't get a break. Like it's just all the time, all the time. Do, 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 do. 22 minutes behind in chipmunk speed because dogs. Thank you for the laugh. You're welcome. That's why I did the special laugh since you were in chipmunk speed. Uh, real sweet. I listen. I love my kids. I do. I miss my kindergartners. Last said I worked up to a 24-hour fast. I'm doing it to work up to fasting for 3 days between Jesus being crucified till he rose again. So Easter weekend. Yeah. The Holy Weekend. That's a good idea. Build up your tolerance for it. 3 days is a long time. I mean, are you allowed to drink? Like anything? Like, or you have to be completely like, you know, water only. I mean, I don't. Is that good for you though? Like when you get dehydrated, I don't think my stomach could take it. I think I'd get sour stomach. I'd wind up nauseous for 3 days. I just got to nosebleed part. Oops. I should not chat till I'm caught up. No, be quiet. You're fine. I love a good juice cleanse. I can't remember. I did a juice cleanse once when Connor was little. The doctor recommended it because I was starting the thyroid medication, and she kind of wanted to kickstart my body and like have it like, as up to snuff as possible. And she was like, you could really do with a cleanse. She was like, you've been having so many tests and so much stress. She was like, let your body have a reset. And she gave me this prescription, and I went to the pharmacist, and he was like, oh yeah, you don't need a script. And I was like, I don't know what the hell this is. And it was milk of something, but it wasn't like milk of magnesia. I don't know. I brought it home, and it was like some tonic or whatever. And it was in a big green bottle. And it was like the size of the old Pepsi bottles, the glass ones with the styrofoam label on them. And he goes, you have to drink the whole thing. He said, but I'm going to tell you, don't drink it until you're home, and you're going to be home for like a day by yourself. I was like, by myself. I got 2 kids. And he was like, just, you don't have to go to a store because you're not going to be able to. I was like, oh, I've taken like, a laxative before. He was like, oh, not like this. He was like, this cleanses your whole system. And I was like, uh-huh. He goes, in like 5 minutes. He was like, you'll see. Just make sure don't drink it unless you're in the bathroom. I was like, all right, it can't be that serious. He was like, please trust me. And I mean, I'd known this dude for years. So I was like, all right. And I went home and I was like, all right, I got all the shopping done and whatever. I put Connor in my bed. He went to sleep. And I was like, let me go try this. And I drank the whole thing. It didn't taste bad. It kind of tasted like, ginger ale or whatever. And I drank the whole bottle like they told me to. Lord, when I tell you in 2 minutes, my entire body started shaking. I was sweating like I was like a lone man in the desert walking for like 100 years. Like I never felt so sick in my life. And yeah, it was a full cleanse. And I told my mother, and she was like, "Oh yeah, you took a physic." I said, "What the fuck is a physic?" And she was like, "It cleanses you out." I was like, "But in like 10 minutes?" She was like, "Oh," she was like, "It just runs through you really quick." She was like, "Did you sweat?" Sweat. I said, "I think I lost like 20 pounds in sweat." She was like, "Oh, good. Do another one." She was like, I was like, "Do another one so I get dehydrated." That's great. I will never again, never ever in my life will I do another one of those because the pain I was in and the panic because I could not control any part of my body. Like my hands were shaking, my legs were shaking. By the time it was all said and done, I was like, oh my God, I could sleep for 100 years. I felt like I'd been put through the ringer, like I just had a baby all over again. It was terrible. I'm not functioning yet. Just got coffee. Oh, I'm glad you got coffee. Giddy. So I never tried a juice cleanse. I did the other kind of cleanse, which I don't recommend because my stomach has never been the same. I'll be perfectly honest, it has never been the same. I ate yogurt for like a month after that because nothing else would stay in me. Like everything made me sick. When my oldest were in high school here, they had to be there by 7:15. I don't get that. I really don't. I think that's ridiculous that they have to go that fucking early. I mean, if they had fun things set up for them first off, yeah, fine. But nobody wants to do math at 7:15 in the morning. Get out of here. I barely want to open my eyes at 7:15. Just dawn. Hello, you soulless ginger, you. She said, "Good M to everybody." Gorgeous Shelly. Aw, thank you. How you doing, beautiful? Can't stay. Just want to pop in, give a like and some love. Have to run out for a bloodletting. Oh no. Happy Friday. See y'all tonight. Have a great day. I will see you tonight. I hope you have a wonderful bloodletting. Don't give them too much. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate that. Heidi said Food Town. We still have one of those on the east side. It doesn't matter who buys that supermarket. To me, it's always going to be Food Town because that's where I shopped since I was like 3 and I worked there. I still have my Food Town apron somewhere. And yet it's intestinal. Oh. Yeah. I mean, if you got the bubble guts, it could be when you're sleeping since you've been sick, you might be gasping a lot more or mouth breathing a lot more in your sleep and getting the gas bubbles trapped, and that could be causing the cramping. Did you try to take like a gas X or something? Because that might help like a lot. uh, I hope you feel better though. I do. I hope you feel better. I don't like anybody feeling icky. The cola liquid death tastes like juicy fruit. Okay. I'm like, that didn't make sense until I said it again in my head. I didn't know there was a cola liquid death. I just thought liquid death was just water. And the cherry obituary and severed lime is good. What the hell kind of names did they give this? Why would I want to drink cherry obituary? But oh no. Oh, then again, I wouldn't be signing up for liquid death either, but apparently it's funny. So it's like, what are you drinking, liquid death? Like I don't have that creeping around over my shoulder every fucking second of the day. Thanks for stopping by just on. Yep, absolutely. I love it when people just drop in. I do. Just say hi. It makes me feel better. It was better without any of the sweetness. Well, that's the problem. We like to add sugar, fake sugar to everything. Oh, my talking and chatting is not working. Oh no. Is it not working? Really? Crap, I thought I sent an email and it was just sitting there. I do that all the time. I answer people in my head and then forget to text them, or I text them and I forget to hit send, or I hit send and it doesn't fucking go anywhere. And they're like, "You never answered my." Most certainly did. It's right there in front of me, unsent. But I did answer, so fuck you. Um, Squeaky clean and smelling good now. 5'9", 145 fit. Oh, Snipperooty, you're funny. Just helping the movie in your head. Don't worry, winning. T3 scares me. Oh, you're funny. Winning doesn't get jealous. That's number one. And number two, he knows he owns my whole heart. And I am stupidly loyal. I I don't I don't even really look anywhere else. Like my main fantasy thing is like wrestlers and shit. Like I look at what's his name, Kevin Nash, and I'm like, oh yeah, see, I can go for that. Like I think he's hot. Randy Orton, oh my god, when he strikes that pose when he's standing up on the ropes and he does that like pullback like that Grecian like he's about to throw a discus. I'm just like, oh look at him, he knows he's so pretty. He's so pretty. I just watched his story on Netflix the other night because, like I said, I was had nothing to do. Um, and I was watching it, and I sent Winning a picture, a screenshot that I took off the TV, and I was like, "Oh my god, it doesn't even look like him! Like, what a baby! He was such a baby. He was so skinny." I was like, but Randy Orton now is like, boom, he's big boy. And I was like, yeah, I like him better now. Oh, I don't like the skinny ones. I just like when it comes to the wrestlers, like you need to be bulky. Yeah, like I I think out of all the bodies, I love Randy Orton's, but physique wise and like athleticism, Ricochet was actually my favorite. I actually miss him because he looked good. He was very like dignified, but that man, the moves he could pull off, he was lightning quick. He was, turn here, throw himself there. He was just like a human cannonball. Like oh man, I was so impressed with him. And they didn't renew his contract. It made me so mad. I was like, really? Like he's the one that I liked from the beginning. Like he was the very first one that I liked. Other than of course Bray Wyatt, but Bray was already gone. That's actually how he went and got me into wrestling by telling me the story of Bray Wyatt. And that kind of pulled me in because he was involved with like all these other wrestlers, and I'm sitting there going, "Well, but who's that?" But why'd he just set his shit on fire? Why'd they throw him in a fucking swamp? What the hell is going on? And he was like, "Oh, well, you don't know the backstories because you don't watch." I was like, "Well, I can't not know the stories." And he was like, "Oh, we can look." Like he was real subtle about getting me into that world, and I was just like, I was so neck deep in it that I turned around one day and said, "Hey, I never liked wrestling. Like, why am I watching wrestling twice a week and on weekends? Like, why am I looking at wrestling in my free time when Winning's not even there? Like, he's not on the phone. He's not, we're not doing that together." It was just me looking at, and I was like, "Oh my god!" I was like, "He totally did this to me." Want to talk about indoctrination? Jeez. See when they know. It was good though because it's a really good outlet for me. But yeah, no, Winning's not worried about you, Snipperoni. I thought it was funny yesterday when what was it yesterday? No, the day before. When he was reading something you wrote in chat, he almost called you Snipperoni. I don't know if y'all caught it, but I did because as soon as he says sniper hunter, and I was just like, ah. I was like, tell me who you hang out with. I'll tell you who you talk like too. Uh, I hear a lot of my little Shellyisms come out of his mouth now. It's funny. It is funny. But then again, I adopted his. I know. I know. But yeah, I hear my words coming out of his mouth a lot, and I don't say nothing to his face because I'm like, because then he'll make sure to be like, no, I'm not saying that again, and I think it's so cute. Gives me a cheap little thrill. Uh I resemble that talking and chatting, not working. Aw. Same. The movie in my head. There's always a movie in my head. T Rex said, my forensic science teacher in high school, it turns out that she taught my mother science when she was in high school. Alrighty. I'll go you one better, T Rex. My friend Vicky, her French teacher. Now, Vicky was in the same grade as I was, but she took French. I took Spanish. Um, and I didn't want to take it because I knew the teacher. Ms. Grimaldi was not only my mother's French teacher in high school, she was my grandmother's French teacher. When I tell you this lady, I'm sure at one point she was about 5'7", but by the time I met her, she had that big hump in her back and she was all stooped over and she was about maybe like she reached about maybe 4'10". She walked really, really, really slowly. And when she talked like this. She couldn't get the words out. I don't know how the hell she taught French, but she would come in every day dolled up. Her hair was curled. Her makeup was on. She had a beautiful, like, casual kind of like suit, like a business casual suit. Always with the heels, not like stilettos, but still heels. And I was like, how fucking old is she? She was in her 80s and still teaching. Her daughter used to bring her to school, drop her off, and then pick her up because she only worked half days. She would pick her up and take her back home. And I saw the daughter. The daughter was a spitting image of the mother, only 20 years younger. And I was like, holy shit. They had the same clothes, they had the same jewelry, they had the same fucked up makeup, they had the same curls because they must have gone to the same hairdresser. But I was like, when I told my mother, I was like, didn't you have Ms. Grimaldi? I think I saw her in your yearbook. She was like, she's still alive? She can't be. I was like, no, for real, she is. And she was like, she taught grandma. Oh, so grandma what? She was like, she taught grandma French in high school. I was like, wait, grandma went to high school in grandma went to high school in like what, 1938? She graduated? And she was like, mm-hmm. I was like, oh my God. I was like, how old is this bitch? Because we're talking, I knew her in 1992. That's a long freaking time. But hey, if you could do it, whatever. I got to find my yearbook from Sacred Heart because there's pictures of her. I swear to God, she looks like a little crypt keeper with like this weird wig on. And it was her hair. It just looked like a wig because it was so like weird. Because they only used to get their hair done once a week and they never washed it. They would just sleep on it and then puff it up, spray it with more hairspray. But yeah, no, in Hoboken, my typing teacher, even though I didn't get to take typing for more than a day because why? Miss Stickle was my mother's typing teacher and my uncle's typing teacher. So yeah, we used to hold on to our teachers for a long time. Mixed chick. My son's school had a lady that was at the front desk. She drove me crazy. I finally called her a wibble. A wibble wobbly and refused to talk to her. The fact that you called her a wibble wobbly. If that was the worst I ever got called in school, that would have been a treat. Let me tell you, because parents don't hold back when they're talking to you. They will curse you out and everything and not realize they need you. You don't need them. I didn't need none of those parents. They all needed me. I was like, all right, I'll get even. That's fine. Like, whatever. Oh my God, you called her a woman. I would like to have seen her face. What did she do? Did she say anything? I'm sorry, it struck me funny. Ah, last said my 8th grade home ec teacher was my daughter's 7th grade math teacher. Different school, same teacher. She had no business teaching math, but they did away with home economics. Yeah, so they had to put her somewhere. That's just how it was. We had shop teachers and auto body teachers that, like auto shop, woodworking, whatever, where'd they put them? History, journalism. My journalism teacher, my senior year, was the old shop teacher who was also the girls' softball coach. The hell did he know about journalism? Well, he didn't. That's why he used to say, girls, come up here. I need a massage. I'm very tense. Every single time I went to that class, Shelly, come here. Come here, hon. You got the best hands. Great. And we thought nothing of it. We're like, yeah, all right. All right, Mr. Neville. Go up there and like I'd have to massage his shoulders and his neck for like 45 freaking minutes. And why did we all do it? Because none of us had to do anything in journalism to get an A, because it was an automatic A if you were a girl. And we could skip class. And when I, like, if I got caught skipping class for like a different class, I would just say I was with Mr. Neville, and they'd go up and say, Miss said she was, and he'd be like, oh yeah, she was here the whole time. And I'd go back to class, because I had him last period. Most of the time, I would go there and be like, I do the massages like 3 days of the week, and the other 2 days, like especially like Thursday and Friday, he knew I just wanted to go home. So he'd just write me a note and I'd just leave. Just leave early. Like, whatever. But none of us thought anything of it. None of us thought anything of it. We didn't think it was like he was being perverted or whatever. It was just like, all right, whatever. Like, we were literally that naive and stupid. I mean, it's not like we had to do it like over like a jacket or whatever. Oh no, he'd have like just the t-shirt, his whole neck bare, and he was not skinny. So it was like, all of us, it was like you're baking because I'm just kneading a whole bunch of friggin' dough. But yeah, no. And no teacher, they all knew. The principal would walk in, and the first time the principal walked in when I was giving him a massage at his desk, I stopped and he goes, "What'd you stop for?" I was like, "He's right there." Because I had a feeling I was going to get yelled at for like touching a teacher or whatever. Not the fact that he would get yelled at for me touching him. And he was like, he goes, "Oh, please, like you're the first." He was like, "Get back there." He was like, "I got a knot right here." I was like, "All right." And Tortorella walked in and he was like, "Huh." He goes, "You got some racket going on," to the teacher. And they had a little conversation. And he said, "Yeah, all right, I'll see you this weekend at the house." And he left. And I'm looking at my friends like, I can't believe I didn't get yelled at. And they were like, "Oh my God, you're so lucky." Never dawned on us that he should have been yelled at, not us. We were worried we were going to get in trouble. So stupid. If one of my kids ever came home and said, "Oh, my teacher had me massage his neck," that'd be a dead teacher. You want to see how fast I would fly to that school? Oh no, I'm going to jail, but I'm going to jail whistling Dixie, let me tell you. I will go blood soaked with a smile on my face. Zippity doo dah, zippity yay. Nuh-uh. Don't fuck with my kids. But when it came to me, like, it never dawned on me that it was inappropriate. It never dawned on me that he was probably getting off on this and like using it later when he was by himself. So weird. The short round. Wow. And you said my short round ass. Well, that was a sentence I didn't think I'd be reading today. My short round ass has been called Oompa Loompa. Oh, my brother Jeremy calls me that because I'm short. I can't help it that he's like 6'4" and weighs like 70 pounds. All right. We can't all be freaking whippets. And midget, but never wibble wobble. And he always says, "Oh, he's like my white sister with the black ass." Thank you. Always said that. Always. Since the day he could speak, he was like, "You got black girl booty." I was, thanks. And he was like, "You do." It goes, pow. I'm like, thanks, Jeremy. Always. Well, like I said, that's why they called me Bubbles. Because I had a bubble butt. Shit, I love my ass. I don't give a fuck. You don't like it? Don't look. Um, that lady drove me crazy. Mix said, if I called and she answered, I said, transfer me to somebody else. I'm not talking to you. They did that to the secretary, Jessica, once. She was like, oh, you don't want to talk to me? Okay, please hold. She put her on hold. She left her there for hours. And that bitch would, it was like a battle of the wills. She wasn't picking it up. We all knew that that line was that woman. And the woman was so stubborn. She would not hang up. She was like, I'll wait. I'll wait. Eventually, she had to come get her kid from school. She walked in. She's like, you left me on hold. She was like, oh my God, no, I would never. I transferred you. Did they not pick up? So sorry. And Jessica had like this face that she she would do that you believed her. And the lady was like, oh, maybe it wasn't your fault, but I still don't want to talk to you. She was like, because you're just rude. She was like, I'm sorry you feel that way. As soon as she worked out, she was like, you bitch. She was like, one day I'm gonna right in her face. I was like, okay. Okay. I love me some Jessica. She was great. She was great. They used to steal my son from his class. They would get bored and they'd go walk down to whatever class Connor was in. They'd be like, is he having a good day? He's having a great day. Great. It's time for a reward. Connor, come with us. And he'd like go back to the office. He'd hang out. He'd have lunch with them. They'd go get him pizza. I'd walk in and be like, what the fuck is this? Oh, he's hanging out. He's been a good boy all day. Has he been a good boy in class or here? Well, in class, but then, it was starting to get toward lunch. So we wanted him to come join us. That's okay, right? Well, I mean, it's done now. I guess it's kind of got to be okay. But yeah, no, I'm not talking to you. She said, and yeah, it just popped in my head. She told me my son needed to write a note because he had to poop and was late to class. I was done with her at that point. Oh, yeah. See, no. I'd have had a few words for her that don't belong on paper. That's one thing my grandmother always taught me. Whatever you do, don't write it down. I don't care how you feel. I don't care what you think. Don't write it. Once it's on paper, it can be used against you. She's like, it doesn't matter if you say it out loud, even if they record you, if they get you on the phone or whatever. She's like, you could always say, that wasn't me. That wasn't me. But if it's on paper, you're fucked. Well, she said you're screwed. But basically, she's like, never write anything down. I was like, okay. And he said they call me Ewok, been called an Ewok and given an Ewok beanie. Oh, but Ewoks are so cute. I don't know why people have so much hatred for Ewoks. Like, they're just mini Wookiees. They're cute. They don't bite. I mean, yeah, they are cannibals. They were going to cook Luke, but I mean, looking back with Mark Hamill's kind of opinions now, I kind of wish they would have cooked Luke. Yeah, that would have been all right. I would have been all right with that. But yeah, the secretaries can make going to school either great or they could just completely destroy your soul. Because you're like, I got to go in there and face this bitch again. Like, really? Last said, when I fast, I only drink water. Who the hell's calling me now? Oh, nobody I want to talk to. Which is pretty much like, well, my mic went out for a sec. You only drink water? Well, as long as you drink water. I don't want you getting dehydrated and getting all weird. Your body needs that. And yeah, that's nuts mixed. We take ours to the office if we're late. Oh, that's nuts, comma, mixed. You're talking a mixed. All right, I'm retarded. Whatever. Thanks for sharing that screenshot. Okay. It was crazy to me. The principal was like, she said what? Mm-hmm. These secretaries, they have more power than you think. And they definitely assume a lot more power than they actually have. But our secretaries ran everything. So Marty didn't know if he had a poop or whatever without his secretaries telling him. At one point, he was like, how do you feel about being a secretary? I was like, what? He goes, I was thinking. He was like, because you don't make enough in your position. I was like, what position are you trying to put me in? He was like, oh, yeah. He was like, you'd make a lot of money for that. I was like, thanks, Marty. Moving on. And he was like, I'm just thinking, he was like, I get nothing done during the day because I'm constantly interrupted. I said, okay. He goes, weren't you a personal assistant in your last job? I said, I was the assistant to the controller. Yeah, why? He was like, and you handled all his stuff. I was like, oh yeah. I said, that man wouldn't know what to do without me. And he was like, what if I got you a desk and put you right outside my office? I said, you wouldn't have one interruption all fucking day because they won't pass me. He was like, no, I know. He was like, they're all afraid of you. He was like, even the ones that kiss your ass and like you. He was like, the ones that genuinely like you, they still kiss your ass because they're afraid of you. I was like, yeah, I don't get it. He was like, I don't get it either. He was like, I'm not afraid of you. I was like, I'm not. I was like, me think they'll protest too much. But he was like, I can get one desk, put it outside. He was like, you could do like all my, like my clerical stuff. He was like, and most of your job would just be to tell people that I'm busy. He was like, but you could do my phone calls. I was like, I was like, can I write your newsletter too? He was like, you already write my newsletter. I know. He ran it by the superintendent. She was like, you already have two secretaries and an adjunct who sits in as a temporary interim secretary. What do you need a personal assistant for? He was like, so everybody leave me the hell alone. She was like, I'm sorry. She was like, you can have one, but it can't be Shelly. Because she wanted me in the classroom she had me in because I kept the special needs parents happy. Like that was just the best position for me to be in. She was like, you can't have Shelly. She was like, no. She was her teacher is pregnant right now. Nope, you can't have Shelly. And he was, well, then forget it. And he never did get a personal assistant. But he used to wax poetic about it all the time. It was like this huge fantasy of his that he would just sit me like the guard. I'd be like Swiss guard, like right outside his office and just, like out damn spot and away with thee. Get behind me, Satan. Um, yeah. So that was a huge fantasy of his. It never happened. It was so funny. It was crazy. The principal, she said, what? I need to go get that cleansing thing. I put in general section of Shelly's Discord on outline of what happens to your body when there's no food or drink, only water. Oh, I'm going to have to check that one out. I finally caught up to live, but still waking up. That's all right, Heidi. Okay. It's Friday. Relax. Relax. I have all this excess energy from, not being able to do anything for like 3 days. But it would be like having to go get a colonoscopy without that cool ass high the next morning. Wait, what? I mean, I've never had that. That's number one. What do you mean that? First of all, cool ass high. That's punny, but I don't know what you're talking about. Do you get like a weird kind of like the next day or what? I've never had one of those. I've had tons of endoscopies because of the freaking thyroid and shit, but colonoscopy, no, I never had one of those. Uh, you're welcome, Inya. I refer to it often to remind me that I'm working on my insides, not my weight. There you go. I think I did a juice cleanse from Amazon years ago, but by the sugar in it, pretty sure I got scammed. I'm pretty sure, yeah. If you did a juice cleanse and you got really sick from it, I guarantee it was not the right one. T-Rex said, did I miss Shelly answering my question about whether Winning Reality got into Adobe Creative Cloud or not? I told you, I don't know. Ask him yourself. I don't know. It wasn't my day to watch him. I'm not being snippy. I have no idea what you're talking about. No clue. I do cold pressed juice cleanses. Nice. All right. I mean, eventually, I guess I might want to try one, but I'm not a big juice person either. Like, I don't like. I know that there's vegetables and stuff in that. I'm not big on liquid vegetables. They had one called Armless Palmer, Liquid Death, and Palmer's Kids sued them. They changed the name to Dead Billionaire. That's fucking funny. Oh, you don't like that name? All right, Dead Billionaire. Oh, that's hilarious. Rumbler smash that like. Thank you, Heidi. Hello to anybody over on Rumble hanging out and lurking. Last said the reason behind me fasting is to attach a fatty liver. To attack your fatty liver, you mean? When fasting, it's key not to raise your insulin levels, so only water for me. Working toward being able to drink black coffee or tea. Oh, all right. That's cool. When fasting, you can have black coffee or tea, nothing added to tea, just water and tea bag. I'm not a tea drinker, so working towards it. I mean, there might be different kinds of teas. Like, maybe don't go for like the black or the green tea. Maybe go for like a hibiscus or something like that. That might help. Even maybe like a naturally flavored peppermint tea. That might actually help if you get nauseous. So it's just something to think about. I caught that snip slip. I thought about blowing him a kiss. He'd have just laughed. He don't give a shit. You don't give a shit. Hey, team, what's up? I know I'm getting to the files. I'm getting to them. Last, have you tried to order some green tea leaves? Maybe that would be easier. Maybe you could play with the strengths and do iced tea. Iced tea without sugar is kind of like, eh. Can you do lemon water? Or like, because supposedly lemon water is supposed to be extremely good for you. I don't know. Lemon just makes me thirstier. It always has. But I mean, in my house, we suck on lemons. We also drink vinegar like it's nothing. So that was always my big treat. If my grandmother made like the salad for everybody, I didn't know that there was any kind of salad dressings out there ever, except Thousand Island, which is what Daddy had, and I was like, bleh, like I didn't even like the look of it. And what we had in the house was oil and vinegar. That was it. That was the extent of our dressings. I had the crystal bottle with the plastic top with the oil and vinegar, and I just knew you had to shake it before you poured it into the thing. And she would make a big bowl of it, pour the vinegar in, and at the end of the meal, like once all the salad was gone, if there was vinegar left, she'd hand me a hunk of Italian bread, and that was my big treat because I get to tear the bread up and soak up the vinegar and eat that. Come to find out that people are like, you don't drink vinegar. I'm like, who don't drink vinegar? I've been drinking vinegar since I was a baby. Like, we suck on lemons. It don't bother. I don't make a face. That's probably why when I drink, I could do shots and you'll never see me make a face. I don't do that thing where you go, ugh. Like, no. Like, I've seen girls do a shot and they're like, and I'm like, really? Really? Like, okay. When everybody was doing that apple vinegar shots and everything, they were like, it's the worst. You can't breathe. I was like, let me try. I did it. They were like, you're just not human. I was like, I grew up drinking this kind of shit. But we didn't drink apple cider vinegar. We had wine vinegar. Because that's correct. It's just the good one to have. But yeah, I never knew that there were salad dressings ever. I went to a restaurant. It was me, Daddy, and Mommy, and the table next to us, the kid said, "I want blue cheese dressing," and I was like, "She wants what?" And Mom was like, "Blue cheese dressing." I was like, "What's that?" And she said, "You put it on your salad." I was like, "No, you don't. You put vinegar on your salad." She was like, "There's other things." Like what? We went the next time we went food shopping, which was of course that Saturday. She was like, "Look, these are the salad dressings," and I was like, "Why are there so many? What are all these things?" I had no clue. There was like French, Caesar, Italian, creamy Italian. There was Thousand Island. There was French. There was blue cheese. There was like every kind, and they were all Paul Newman because that's when his brand had first come out. And it was just like, "Can we try one?" She was like, "No." So I didn't try salad dressing till I was a teenager and went out to eat with my friends. And one of them had a salad and she was like, "Here, taste this." And I was like, "Oh my God, what is on that? That is so good." She was like, "That's Caesar dressing." I was like, "Caesar like at two brute?" And she was like, "Yeah." I was like, "Why do they call it that?" She was like, "Because it's Italian." I was like, "Excuse you." I was like, I know that there's Italian dressing out there. And she was like, "We're gonna have to like get you all different kinds one day." And that became a thing. It was like, oh, you got a salad. What did you get? Give Shelly some. She's never had dressing. And we weren't allowed to have it in our house. My girl's like, what are you going to waste money for? I got plenty of vinegar. Okay. It's funny. The things that you just, to everybody else, it was just normal. To me, I was like, I've never seen anything like that. Just like nobody outside an Italian household knew what the hell Nutella was. They didn't sell that shit in the supermarket. They only had that in the Italian store. And you had to ask them to go in the back and get it. Because he didn't put it out front because the kids would fight one another to get it. So he used to keep it in the back. But we used to have Nutella sandwiches. That was perfectly acceptable for lunch. We didn't have, I never had peanut butter and jelly. Do you know I didn't have mustard until I was in the 5th grade? Because one of the kids came in and she had a bologna sandwich and she was like, I don't want this. I want your sandwich. You have tuna. And I was like, but I don't know what that is. And she was like, it's bologna. I was like, what the fuck is bologna? I never had bologna before. And she was like, you never had bologna? Oh my God, it's the best meat ever. She was like, you get it at the supermarket? She was like, they have it and it comes like in this container. She's like, and it's got mustard on it. I was like, what's mustard? And she was like, oh my God, it's tangy. This is Golden's. It's special. And I thought, what the fuck I was getting? We switched. I ate it and I was like, it was all right. I would have preferred my sandwich. And she was like, oh my God. She was like, I hate that shit. She goes, bologna's the worst. I was so sick when I went home. My grandma was like, what happened? Did the tuna go bad? I said, no, I had bologna. She said, who the hell gave you bologna? So I had to go through that whole story. Old Arby's used to have the best unsweet tea, but I wouldn't trust any of the crackheads at all. 18 said, you said messed up makeup. Okay, you know exactly what I'm talking about. When old people do their makeup and for some bizarre reason, they can't just put it on their lips. It's got to like be all over the place. And then it's on their teeth and it's smeared and it's in the cracks that are around their, and they wear like the blue eyeshadow, but their eyes are going. So it's like bright blue eyeshadow. And so you just look at them and go, wow. Like Crayola just had a whole fuck fest all over your face. But it's, it's like, I feel like telling them, can I pick out your makeup? Like, neutral colors would be great for you. Stop going. It's not 1963 anymore. Like, put the blue away. Put it away. Like, get rid of that bright neon pink freaking lip gloss or whatever the hell you got. Like, my grandmother used to put blush on with a stick of blush that she had, no lie. When I was born, it was in the refrigerator, in the butter drawer, in the like little butter container thing, the flippy thing. And when she died, it had made its way to the temporary apartment from the house, then to the condo. And when she died, I opened the damn fucking, and it rolled out and hit my toe. And I was like, I can't believe. And my husband was like, what's that? I said, my grandmother's blush. I said, I could finally throw it out. And he was like, I didn't know they made that anymore. I said, they don't. She bought this in like the 1970s. And you still have it. I was like, well, she didn't go out much. I was like, so she didn't have much cause to use it. But it was this big, fat, like, blush, this roll-on blush or whatever. And she kept it in the refrigerator right next to all the batteries, because where else would you keep batteries but in the refrigerator? Open up my freezer. We had cheesecloths on one side and then the ice cream in its own plastic container. Because if you remember, we used to have rectangular cartons of ice cream, and they used to open like long ways. So instead of it getting frostbite, like getting all that icky stuff on it, she had a special container that you put the ice cream in. You know how hard that damn thing was to get open? I swear that was half the reason she did it. But there was always a big bag of either Milky Way or Snickers in the freezer. You would break your teeth. I was like, why can't you put these in the refrigerator? I like them frozen. Okay. And a big Rigot container full of grapes in the freezer. Because I just want something that crunches. She wouldn't eat ice, but she'd eat frozen grapes. I never understood it. Never understood it. Doo, doo, doo. Arby's did have good sweet tea though. I used to get that in Kansas. I thanks, Heidi. I appreciate you. I'm humbled. Oh, A-Team, you're so cute. Uno tea tastes like the earth. What is Uno tea? Is that a brand? Oh, in my opinion, not Uno. I was like, is that Uno Pizzeria? Do they make their own tea now? I didn't even think they were still in friggin' that they were still in business. You went to Sacred Heart talking church? Yes, I did. Yes, I did, A-Team. I went to Sacred Heart my freshman, sophomore, and half my junior year, and then I slapped the nun across the face and knocked her unconscious. But we don't need to go there. And then I went to public school, which was great. I had a great time. Good morning, T3 and everybody in the chat. Hey, Michael Love, how you doing? Thank you again for your very generous gift the other day. In case you guys didn't know, and I didn't change my ticker, which really pissed me off. Where did my ticker go? God damn. See, fucking StreamYards. I had a banner because this was my mood today. Y'all gonna make me lose my mind up in here. Because it's a Friday, and I always sing that on a Friday. But yes, he was my stream sponsor. 50 gifted memberships. Unbelievable. And a super chat. And I was just like, oh my God, everybody was really generous on Tuesday. Y'all made me so happy, which was great because as soon as that stream ended, I got sick as a dog. I don't know what happened, but I went like I was riding this high, and then I just plummeted right off the end of the friggin' roller coaster. All right. Mixed chick at T3. She did nothing. It was on the phone. She confused my brain, and that popped in my head. I give teachers mad respect, but this woman was crazy. Yeah, you got a lot of crazies in the school system. They hide well because they blend, and then they cover for each other. Yeah, we had a lot of nut jobs. It was just like they'd be like, "This teacher," be like, "Don't listen to her. Like, she's on the sauce. Like, don't listen to her. She's going through a divorce. Like, you can't take her seriously." Last said I just got some milk thistle tea and dandelion tea. Haven't tried that yet, but it's good to heal the liver, so I'll try it. Dandelion is good for like everything. It really is. Dandelion is also recommended for combating any side effects you might get from those spike proteins in the jibby jab, because I was taking it for a long time. It did really help. We always remember the bad teachers. I remember the good teachers. But I had so many bad teachers, like really bad. Just inappropriate bad. But it was the 80s. Like it was the 70s, 80s, and early 90s. They could get away with murder. God, we had teachers that walked around like their shit didn't stink because they thought they were just so hot and whatever. And all the boys were like, oh my God, I totally do her. And I was like, ugh. Like whatever. We were actually jealous of the attention that the female teachers used to get. If you like different flavors, try the loose leaf green tea mixes. There was a time my oldest Gilbert syndrome, liver chroma 2, and sensitivities, we had to go teas route to help. Oh, all right. That's good to know. Good to know. Thank you for that. When I was in the 8th grade, I got a teacher fired. Ooh, because I thought he was inappropriate with female students. Oh, you would have hated my high school because they were all inappropriate. Male or female. My cousin Diane was a history teacher. No, I'm sorry. She was an English teacher. And she hated all the girls. She would fail all the girls all the time. And she would give them failing grades until they transferred out of her class into a different class. But the boys, oh my goodness, they could do no wrong. And they used to love her, which I didn't get because she's uglier than a fucking pig's ass. And with her teeth were huge. And like she had that kind of laugh where your teeth go, they recede all the way back to the tops of your gums on the top and bottom. So it's just all teeth and gums. And she would, Like she had this huge cackle. I can't even do it. I would blow out the friggin' microphone. I'd break it. I couldn't stand my cousin Diane. Could not stand her. And the boys were her favorite, but she was crazy. She was bots. Um, I don't, I don't speak to her. She is legit crazy. Like I think I have problems. Then I look at her. I'm like, nah, I'm straight. I'm all right. Like, at least I had a husband and I have kids. Yes, is dying alone. Cause she's like, oh, I have my parents' house. I have money. You have all that. You're still alone. Nobody likes you. Your own family don't like you. And I hope somebody hears it and tells her, fuck you, Diane. Um, Example, a girl student would ask and he'd say, yeah, there, get it. It's in the drawer. Then I like the way you go through my drawers. That's highly inappropriate, but at the time I would have thought it was funny as shit. I kind of still do, but it's just only because I know teachers had said way worse stuff than that. Other stuff like that, all the other students were like that. Well, he hasn't touched any of us. Yeah. When I had my graduation pictures done, I was telling Winning about this picture the other day. There's one, they took multiple poses. And there's one where I guess I had just licked my lips. So my lips were like a little parted just in the middle, but my lips were super like glossy and whatever. And I look like I have really like big lips. I love the picture, but I brought it to Mr. Bass, who's dead now. He was our English teacher my senior year. Gay as the day is long. He loved me because I was smart and I knew all the Broadway stuff and whatever. So we could kibitz about that all freaking day long. But he loved the football players. And they would just like drape themselves on his desk and whatever. Mind you, this man was like 400 or 500 pounds. Like he was huge. And it was all like if Humpty Dumpty was a person, it would have been him. Like he had tiny itty bitty shoulders, and then he just kind of went boom because his ass and stomach and it was just like an extra huge fucking monster truck tire went around him right in the middle, and then itty bitty legs. So he never moved from his desk. He had a ring, gold ring with diamonds on every finger. He was never married because gay, but he never said he was gay. We just knew. And he always had the bling, the perfect glasses, and he always had his hair done well. Didn't matter that he was gigantic. He had like 5 different colognes in his fucking desk to make sure he didn't smell throughout the day. And there was no shame in his game. He made the principal put an air conditioner in his room. He was like, I'm fat. I'm not dealing with heat. Put it in there or I'm going to smell up this whole friggin' school. And they put 2 air conditioners in there because he had a big room. But he was in charge of the yearbook. And we turned in our preferred pictures, for our yearbooks or whatever. And I gave him mine, and I'm sitting in class and, kibitzing, whatever. He's looking through all these pictures. And he said, oh, Michelle, look at you. And I was like, yeah. Now, mind you, I was very naive at this point, but I was also Little Miss Likes to Fight a lot. And so I was like, is there a problem? And he was like, no. He was like, do you have any other pictures? I was like, yeah, there's one of me smiling, but I don't really like it. And he was like, let me see it. Because the one that I picked was me. I was serious, but I looked really, really nice. My hair was beautiful. Like everything was perfect. I love this fucking picture. And he was like, where's the other one? I was like, and I had it in my school bag. And I was just like, fuck. School bag, in my purse, I should say. And I took out the little packet of the proofs that they had. And I was like, I have one of each of these. Like I have a couple of each of these. And he goes, oh, I want this one. And I was like, for you? I was like, I'll give you one. And I was like, I'll sign it, whatever. He was like, no, I want that one for the yearbook because that's more you. I was like, I don't like it. I said, I'm smiling in it. And he was like, no, that's more you. He was like, it looks like you just got done sucking somebody's dick. And the whole room went fucking dead silent. And I was like, All right. I went and I got him the picture. Sure enough, that's the picture that's in the goddamn yearbook. But yeah, he didn't just look, that's the one that looks like he just got done sucking somebody's dick. I was like, and my friend Jason comes over. He was like, he goes, "Let me see that picture." And I showed him. He goes, "Yeah, I like that one." And of course, that's the one that the dude told my brother, "Yo, your sister's got some DSLs," and I didn't know what that meant. I thought it meant my cable connection. I was like, "I have dial up." I was like, "I can't afford DSL. What are you kidding me?" And my brother was like, "God, you're," because he didn't really know what it meant either. It was just like years later I found out. I was like, "Oh, that son of a bitch." I was so mad. I was like, "Oh, but do I? That's nice. That's good to know." Um, but yeah, he said that shit in front of everybody, and I should have been humiliated, but I was just like, I was so dumbstruck that he said it. I was just like, okay. Like, all right, go ahead, use that one. And sure enough, that's immortalized in the yearbook. Just I'm full of stories today. Y'all got me reminiscing in high school. God. Good for you, Les. It didn't matter. He didn't touch. He was grooming subversively. Yep. That's what they do. I mean, I know that now, but I literally was that naive. I was very innocent growing up. Despite all the things that were done to me, I so innocent. I'm more than made up for it. I didn't realize it at the time for sure. And you don't. Of course, no eighth grader should have. Yeah, no, I know. I didn't even realize that I just knew no one should. Yeah, that's not how you act. You get that instinct. I didn't have those instincts. I didn't have any instincts at that point. None. Because I just figured I was always wrong. I haven't thought about getting that teacher fired since having all my kids. Yeah, but I know you're reminiscing in a good way now, right? You're like, I got that motherfucker fired. Like, make sure when you get to heaven, you go, excuse me, this makes up for a lot. Like, I saved a lot of people. What somebody was to sleep on the job. Like, and I stepped up. You are welcome. Now let me in. Cool gamer. Hi, honey. How you doing? How far behind? Oh, I'm only like 20 minutes behind. Look at that. That's because I haven't started the damn files yet. Yeah, I do lemon water, but not all the time because, yeah, like you, I want the lemon to eat. Oh, see, my girl, we are so like, I like spring water. Red wine vinegar, which is a little bit of oil with just a little bit of oil and salt on some French and Italian loaf is a fantastic snack. Oh, hell yeah. It's such high calorie. You think it's high calorie for vinegar? Vinegar? I mean, I'm Italian, so literally, like, bread is like mother's milk to us. I can't live without bread. When they were all doing that damn Atkins diet or whatever the fuck it was, where they gave up carbs, I mentioned it to my grandmother. And she said, "You'll die." I was she wasn't wrong. She wasn't wrong. She said, "You want me to stop eating bread?" I was like, "It's supposed to be better if you don't eat bread." She said, "I tell you what." She said, "If you stop eating bread, you're going to die. If I stop eating bread, everybody's going to die because I'm going to kill you." And I was like, "And we won't give up bread then." Like, shit, let's double up. She wasn't lying because if she went one day without bread, she turned into a raging lunatic. God, she got mad quick. She could go without sugar, go without caffeine. Do not take away that woman's bread. Mm-mm. Heidi said, "Oh, when I grew lemon and chocolate mint, I would dry them, make a tea blend and individual teas. They were great, but I lost my green thumb. Oh, honey. Now I run a plant hospice. Oh, at least you give them love before they cross over." Listen, I kill plastic plants. Okay, so you're still better than me. Red wine, vinegar, and oil, and a little bit of salt. Yeah, I already said that. You used to eat that all the time when you worked at Jimmy John's. Yeah, their bread ain't real. I'm talking about brick oven, like real Italian bread. Uh, I'm gonna be frou-frou. I'm from Jersey. Our Italian bread is the best. Bologna, that's what's in it. I can just eat that anymore. I don't know what's in bologna, but I'm pretty sure it's the same thing that's in hot dogs, which I also can't eat anymore. Thank you very much, winning reality. But or put all typos all over today too. Oh, yesterday I didn't want to play anymore. I was trying to type and nothing was coming out. I was like, fuck it. My nan had that ice cream container in her freezer too. I think we all did. Cause you remember you used to get the milk carton and it was just that square, around but long rectangle. That was hard as hell to pour. So most of the people I knew, including mine, you got that plastic thing from either Harriet Carter or what was the other one? What was that? What was the magazine that you could go through it and order like all the little things or whatever? Uh, I know that was real specific. Somebody knows what I'm talking about because that magazine was around until like the 2003, 2004. It was the send away stuff, but you would get like one every like 2 weeks or every month. I know y'all know what I'm talking about, but Harriet Carter was one of them. And it was a plastic like rectangle with all the cutouts all around the side with the handle and a bottom. And you'd put the milk carton inside of it. And you usually had like a red one for milk, an orange one for juice, and like I don't even know if they had other colors. We only had those two. We all had that friggin' pitcher with the little knob in the middle that it would like you could pick the knob up and turn it and then you could pour because otherwise it would close off the thing. And we had the butter container. We all had like the containers with the pleated tops and the button in the middle that you pressed and it went and the little burpee containers. They had orange, green, red, beige, and I think that was it. I don't maybe yellow. Yeah, and yellow. I still have an orange one. That's where I keep my rare corns because it's airtight. Nothing's getting in there. We all had those. Like there were just things you just had in your house. And every person that I went to in their house, it was the same thing in their refrigerator. Why can I not remember the name of that company? That's going to drive me insane. All right, no, I got to look it up. Let me see. Magazines like Harriet Carter. Harriet Finger Hut. There we go. Finger Hut. See? You just got to ask the right questions. I loved Finger Hut. Oh my God. I used to get so much crap from there. Be like, Mom, it's only $2.99. Can I have it? And then you'd wait like 12 weeks to get it. It would show up. You'd be like, oh, I forgot I ordered it. I forgot. And it never looked like it did in the magazine ever. It was always a cheap piece of shit. It was like, whatever. They had like the shoe stretchers and, you could buy like bangle bracelets. It was the internet on paper, like Amazon on paper. But you get specialized gifts. That was where you got everything that you could get personalized. So for me, that was special because I never found anything with my name on it in a store because my mother made Michelle with one L instead of two. So I couldn't buy shit. But you could get them personalized for no extra charge. That's actually where I sent my daughter's shoes to them because they were doing shoe bronzing at one time. And it came with like the little plaque and everything else, and they engraved it. And I sent her baby shoes to them, and they did. They sent them back. I was surprised I got them back. I had a bag of green grapes in my freezer now. Yep, see? Yep. I hate to say it, but so do I. Well, no, I have the red ones in there because that's what they had. And I tried to hide them from Connor because he's been eating the grapes before I could even like realize they're in the fridge. My lady friend wants me to read this book, Come As You Are. I mean, I'd like to come anyway. The surprising new science that will transform your sex life. Kind of weird to get suggested a sex book by someone who friend zoned me, right? I mean, not really. Not really. I mean, if you think about it, I mean, It depends on what kind of friend zone you are. Like, are you that relaxed with that person that they feel that they could send you something like that? Or maybe they think that you don't have any, like, let me rephrase this so I don't make you cry. Maybe they think that it would help you in the future. And knowledge is never a waste. So, I mean, it's not like she's going up to you and grabbing your dick and going, "What are you going to do with this?" Like, that's different. But recommending a book, no, it's nothing. I mean, if anything, like women recommend sex books and all sorts of weird shit. Fucking Rachel used to call me up and say, "You got to buy this vibrator. It's amazing." Bitch, like, I'm not making a collection. Unlike you, I don't need something that goes 97 speeds, turns inside out, goes up my ass and everything else at the same time. I don't need all that. I don't. Like, my imagination gets me far. She used to spend tons of money on sex toys. And I'd be like, "Bitch, just go get laid. What is wrong with you? Just go out. There's dick everywhere. Just go." Like, stop paying for it. What the fuck? The only reason that you should have a vibrator is if the man ain't available or you just don't want to be bothered with somebody else. Like, because keep your shit in order. You don't ever want that to freaking go south. No pun intended. Hey, nerd, what's up? Enjoying the last of your week off? Because then it's back to work. Back to work. Lady said, "I'll be straight with you, T-Rex trucking. Not weird, just a woman. And she's bored and wants to talk about a book with the guy, so she knows how to talk with the guy she's really interested in having sex with." You're not wrong. Because, see, you're going to be the sounding board. She's like, "Oh, let me run this by him, talk about it with him. And if he reacts a certain way, I know not to talk that way with the man I want to fuck." So you're safe. So I mean, I'm not saying that to be mean. It's just it's not a sexual thing. It's not a come on. It's I need the male perspective. I'll make T-Rex do it this way. If he doesn't like it, I'll just be like, "All right." My apologies if that sounded harsh. No, I mean, I made it sound harsher. However, in my experience, that seems to be what happens. Yeah, you're our guinea pigs. When we have male friends and we friend zone them, they're our guinea pigs. Like, we don't ask you if this dress looks all right or does my hair look okay, because we want you to compliment us and think that we look great. We just want to make sure that the male perspective says, "Yes, you look good. This way I can adjust for the person I really want to impress." Like, you get it? Like, you're like the audition before we get the part every time. You're just a walking mirror. Like, you're the verbal mirror, the idea mirror, the image mirror. And I don't mean to trivialize it. You're necessary. But just think of it this way. She trusts your opinion enough to, you know, send that to you and be like, "Hey, let's talk about it." So she's obviously looking for feedback. She's not looking for you to act it out with her. She just wants it's okay. Most guys can't have a conversation about anything sexual with women without getting somewhat turned on. We can talk about sex ad nauseum and be very clinical about it. I could literally give a freaking class on half the shit I know and be fine. Like, not turned on. I'm not suggesting anything. I could give you tips on how to go down on a woman the correct fucking way. It ain't doing shit for me. You're going to get all fucking titillated, but it ain't going to do shit for me. I'm literally just regurgitating what I know. We do that to each other all the time. That's why women talk about everything under the sun with each other. We forget. If we say it to you, you're like, "Oh my God, she's talking to me about this. She's coming on to me. She's got feelings for me." It's like, no. If I had feelings for you and I wanted to fuck you, it would have been done already. Like, we don't have time to waste. We're busy. Okay? We are busy. So if they wanted that, they would throw that out there first thing. If they say, no, we're friends, but I need to talk about sex and you're here, that's what they mean. And I don't mean to be harsh about it. That's for every guy out there that's like, she wants me. No, she don't. If she wanted you, she would have had you. I'm just saying. If she wanted you, she would have had you. There's always going to be exceptions to the rule, obviously. But for the most part, if you have somebody who's coming up to you and talking to you about sex, and she's not like touching your arm or like, hey, did you ever? I could picture you doing it. Like if she's putting you in the scenario in her head out loud, that's her sending you a signal. But if she's saying like, I can't ever picture you doing that. Like, oh, you need to learn this, or what do you think of this, or whatever. That's literally just conversation. It means nothing to us. We just require feedback. That's all. From somebody other than another woman. Les said, absolutely, Shelly. Only in this moment was I like, oh, I did a good thing. Because ever since it happened, I've always felt like I cost somebody their job. And what if he had a family? And what if he did? He should have been more appropriate. Because you all know back then, we didn't know about what our teachers did, after school was out. We all thought that they lived in the school. Didn't you think your teachers lived in the school? I ran into my teacher in ShopRite in another town because my mother, we were on our way home and she was like, oh, I didn't buy anything. And there was traffic and whatever. So my father pulled into like the first parking lot he saw, like where there was a supermarket. And he goes, go ahead, run in and come back out. And the traffic should be gone by that time. So I ran in with her because I was like, can I come? Can I come? Can I come? And she was like, fine. And I went inside. I was little. And well, no, I was like 8. So it was like second grade. And I go in and there's my first grade teacher as a cashier. And I was like, oh my God, why are you here? They let you out? Like, I really thought they kept her at the school. And she was like, let me out. She was like, this is my second job. I was like, oh my God, you have another job. You have a job besides us? And she was like, yeah. She was like, if you knew. And like, she looked at my mother and she said, you realize they don't pay us crap at that school because it was a Catholic school. So her salary was super low. She was like, I got to do this to help pay the mortgage. She was like, otherwise we won't eat. She was like, and I get a discount. She was like, in fact, I'm going to give you a discount. And she did. She rang up like a special discount. But that was when you pressed all the buttons by hand. There was no beep, beep, beep. No. Like you had the cashier, the register with like the raised buttons and everything. It's funny. I was devastated. I was like, oh my God. No wonder why. It's like, she's always tired. Like, that's why. Because we're talking, this was like 7:00 on a Friday night. And she was still working. It was terrible. I never thought that they were let out of school. I thought they just were all there. That's why they had a teacher's lounge. Back then, we thought teachers lived at the school and seeing them out in the wild was crazy. It really was. Giving love before they cross over. I mean, hospice for plants. I mean, you're giving them a wonderful transition into the afterlife. So there you are. At least they had a home. Think of it that way. You gave a helpless plant a home before it died. And it got to have puppies. Les said, all I knew was he was a new teacher to the school. He came from a private school in Nashville. That's probably why. I'm more weirded out about the subject just because I don't see her that way. So it threw me for a loop. I see her more like a big sister than anything else. You got to just go with the flow, dude. Like I said, if a woman is just talking to you about sex and not talking about you and her having sex, then she's just talking about sex. It's just something else to talk about. It's on her mind. We talk about sex all the time with each other. It's not a come on. It's not. You have no idea the details that women reveal to one another. Not just about us, but about y'all too. And I mean, I know the size, girth, stamina of every single dude that every single one of my female friends ever met, let alone banged. Like, that was part of the report. They'd go out and come back and report. And detailed. I mean, this bitch might have put on 2 different shoes this morning because she wasn't paying attention, but she remembers every single second of that date and whatever happened after. And she was going to regurgitate all that information to me. It's what we do. Miles Kimball and Harriet Carter were my grandmother's team. See, for me, it was Finger Hut. Montgomery Ward, yep. T-Rex, she is wanting to talk to somebody safe. That, see, she said what I said. I'm only 10 minutes behind, so be proud of me. Did you save green stamps? Snipperoonie, we had a gas station. All right, I worked in that gas station since I was 9 years old for free because family. Yeah, everything in my house was green stamped. Everything. We had china that we got from green stamps. We had coffee pots, toasters, a Barca lounger. We had everybody had the same set of Tupperware because that was all green stamps. Everybody had the same kind of silverware because that was green stamps. Everybody had the same, like, the Corel dishes, the daily dishes, the bowls and everything. They were sets of 8. There were sets of 4, and you would just buy 2 sets with your green stamps. Everything we had was green stamps. And you knew it because you would go to somebody else's house and they had the same brand, same colors, same. How'd you get that green stamp? Of course you did. Like, yeah, that was a thing. It was a thing. I wish we had that shit now. God, I would love to be able to just save up like labels and stuff. I used to do that when Katie was a baby. And I used to make Katie's baby food because I had like the little mill and whatever. And it was a little handheld. You did it by hand. It was a whole thing. But I mean, now they have like these fancy ones. I'm like, dude, I had a plastic one. You put the food in, you put the little strainer thing on, you attach the crank, and Bob's your uncle, you got baby food. Katie had spaghetti baby food. She had everything. Anything we ate, she ate. But she really, really loved the beech nut fruit and the vegetables. This kid went insane for peas and for carrots. Those were her absolute. She didn't eat the desserts or anything, but the carrots especially. I used to go through carrots and sweet potatoes like crazy. She was orange at one point. That I had to tell my girl, could you stop giving her the damn baby food? I was like, give her something green, give her something yellow. Do not give her anything orange anymore. And she literally, like, her skin turned orange. And I thought she had jaundice. The doctor was like, she's eating too many carrots. I was like, and sweet potatoes. He was like, yeah, probably. But she used to get the beech nut. And I used to save the labels. And if you got like 50 labels, you would put them in an envelope, send them to Beech Nut, and they would send you coupons for money, for free stuff. So either they sent you like a $5 check so you could buy their Beech Nut stuff, or they would send you vouchers for $5, $10, $20. And they were good for like 3 or 4 years. So I would just get them and put them all, like in a pile. And when you go to the store, the way it worked was I would buy the stuff and you would put these order. You didn't have to spend a penny on anything because it was all covered. There was no, oh, you have to spend so much. It was like cash. So I would buy all the stuff and give them, and it would just go toward the total. And half the time I didn't even have that much beech nut stuff in there. Like, as long as I had like a couple cans or a couple jars, I would give them all the checks and everything else, and they would just put it through and it would come off my whole total. So, I mean, that's how I save money. Was it legal? It worked. So whether it was legal or not, they let me. That's not my problem. If it was illegal, the fucking cashier should have known that. But you used to be able to do that. They used to have, you could send a UPC from the Pampers. If you collected them and you sent them, and they would send you a $20, voucher so that you could get free Pampers and whatever. And my kids, like, they went through Pampers like crazy. So yeah, $20 meant a lot to me. I was always saving something. I've always done the redemption stuff. They don't really do that anymore. Like, now it's like impossible for people to actually like have a budget and stick within it. But yeah, it was a huge thing. But I loved green stamps. Yeah, that went out when I was like that stopped around when I was like 2, 3 years old though. But everything in our house, including the phones, we got from food stamps. I missed a handheld plastic adding device to add up the prices at the grocery store. Oh my god, the chick 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 chick. I remember those. If you were really good, you could set like 30 or 40 things up in front of you and go chick, 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 chick. It was always a race to see who could be the fastest. That was back when you could take like a price tag off something really cheap and put it on something really expensive, and the cashier would just look at you and be like, whatever. And be like, oh, you just bought a lobster for 25 cents. Look at you. There was none of this scanning bullshit. We didn't scan, we scammed. Times were tough. And they were overpriced anyway. Heck yeah, nice to see you. Wishing all good things for your appointment. Hell yeah, Wolfkinder. I hope it went well. Are you still waiting to see the doctor, or did you see the doctor? She said, I have a book of green stamps. I think I should send it to a museum. Girl, you might be able to get money for that. People, they collect the oddest things. Do a search on vintage book of green stamps and see what prices come up. Because fuck the museum, they got a ton of shit. Like, money is money. If you can get money for it, you never know what hidden little treasures you have. Some people are just like, I really want this. Some guy paid like $200 for an old Pepsi bottle. Like, really? Nice to see you. Wishing good things for it. Oh, I read that. We had a small Montgomery wards in my little town, just a spot to pick up mail order. Yeah, we used to have the pharmacy for that. That's where the packages would go if they didn't go to your house. One of my grands too. Yep. Yes to our chat. Outpost note. I missed you hopping into chat. I guess I missed more than I thought. Getting my twins down for a nap. Aw. Well, at least they're napping, honey, and you can relax. Women are most definitely different. Mm-hmm. Yes, we sure are. Aren't you happy about that? Because otherwise, you'd be gay. I just got here. I had to go get a new car battery this morning. Nice, nerd. Good luck with that new battery. It's good you have a new battery, so when the next hurricane hits, you can hightail it the fuck out of there. Where I grew up, it was Sears Mill. We had that too. Yep. Hell, when I was little, we had Sears and Roebuck. It wasn't just Sears until I was like maybe 6 or 7. You could get anything, even a do-it-yourself house from the Sears catalog. Yep, you sure could. Sure could. I ordered an entire drum set for my little cousin. My uncle was not happy. He was like, "Where's the thing for the headphones?" Oh, it didn't come with one. It's not that kind of. This is a real drum set. Fucking bitch. Whatever. I was at therapy one time in middle school, and I walked past the waiting room and came face to face with my band teacher, her husband, and her daughter, who was a classmate. Turned out she was the one that recommended the therapist to my mom. Okay. They stopped selling those implants kits in 1942. I like looking through those old plans online because it brings back memories of my Nana's house. Aw. Yeah, these kids don't know what it's like to like order something and you have to wait months for months and months and months. Meanwhile, I can ask my husband to open a jar and he wants to go to the bedroom. There you go. He's like, I'll open that jar for you, baby. Like, what you gonna do for me? Bow, chicka, bow, bow. Let me tell you something. I feel bad for my insides. Like, just the thought of winning in a tool belt with some work boots on, and he don't even have to fix anything. Just some old faded jeans and a t-shirt, and I'm just like, yeah, he could do anything he fucking wants. Like, it's fine. Just stand there and look pretty. Just twirl for mama. Like, let me see it all. God, oh, it's hot in here. Oof. Anyway, yeah, no. And we're like, oh, they sexualize us. I will sexualize the hell out of a man. I will objectify you all goddamn day if you're mine. Mm-mm. And you will love every minute of it. You walk around feeling like a king. Ah, back in chat was having a listen. Listen only. Oh, that's all right. Green stamps like the stamps that the Brady kids fought over in one episode. The fact that you just asked that. The grocery store stamps. I mean, they had them ever. You got them at the gas stations, you got them at the grocery store, you got them at Woolworths. You know, certain purchases you got more. It was always you just saved them up and then you got the catalog and you just figured out how many stamps you could. People friggin' bought like appliances with green stamps. Like it's not like ration stamps. Those were wartime. What did I just do to mine? I thought I hit a button on my microphone. Sorry about that. I faded out for a sec. Yeah, green stamps were trading stamps distributed by retailers as part of a rewards program, allowing customers to collect them and redeem them for products from the S&H catalog at the S&H centers. Yep. Hmm. That was before your time. Honey, like you weren't even, I don't think you were even born yet when food stamps were paper. Like they used to give, you didn't have electronic cards. No. Like I used to work as a cashier, so I mean they'd come in with these giant freaking like yeah, the $1 ones here, $5 ones here, $10 ones here. And they would figure because they didn't want you couldn't really give them much change. They frowned upon that. So they would try to pay the bill with their food stamp money as close to it as possible so they would just get regular change because I couldn't give them cash. I'd be like, nope, nope, you're not getting like you got to buy something at least. I could only give up to $1. Well, it had to be under $1 in change if they gave me food stamps. So yeah, they were actual paper coupons. Like that's all they were. And we never knew if they were counterfeit or not because they all look different. They always look because people would bring out of state ones and you had to take them. So it was just like this could be monopoly money for all I fucking know. Um, but yeah, my mom and my grandma had stamps on their cigarette. Yep. Benson and Hedges and Bel Air. Oh my goodness. Got our vacuum that way. Hell yeah, Wolf Kinder. My mother switched to Benson and Hedges for a long time because of that. Because she wasn't getting them from the Virginia Slims. And it was like, all right. I don't even think they do box tops anymore. No, I don't think they do. It's sad. It really is. In my day, it was Marlboro Miles. Yes, girl. You know how many Marlboro Zippo lighters I got? When we were moving, Connor was like, why do you have so many lighters? I was like, because they were free. And he was like, they all say Marlboro on them. I was like, uh-huh. So what, they just sent them to you? I said, no, I collected my miles. You thought what it was if you like you'd walk past the like garbage can and there was like a empty cigarette pack on top of it and nobody took their miles, you'd be like, oh, I'll take those. Rip them right off. Yep, you look through the booklet to see how many miles you need for the item you wanted. You sent it in and you got it in the mail. Absolutely. My favorite were the Zippos and the bottle openers, the keychain, the bottle opener keychains. Because I mean, I was in college, so I always needed something to open a beer bottle. You have to talk faster to hide from me when you start early. Hi, Shani. I started early because I knew this was going to happen. Because I haven't started on what I wanted to do yet today. I had a program with dog food, Purina Pro Plan. I got gift cards for Best Buy. Yep. My dogs bought me my last laptop. That's awesome. That is awesome. But they don't do it anymore. People are so fucking cheap. Like you want to stimulate the economy. All right, I'm going to buy more of this if I get this for free. So, I mean, like I feel like it's an even trade. And they're all owned by the same damn companies anyway. Hope the day and weekend blesses you. I'm just happy to feel human, girl. Like, I feel so good today. I'm full of pep. I mean, I'm also drinking this damn C4, so it's like, I might be needing a nap. I had Benson Hedges t-shirt, was one of my favorites. I had a camel t-shirt, not a camel toe, camel t-shirt, and it had Joe Cool on it. It was, well, it had, the camel cool camel with his sunglasses and whatever. My grandfather got it for me because he used to smoke camels. He said the worst thing he ever did was switch from Camels unfiltered to filtered because that's when he got a cough. He always said that. He was like, I didn't get a cough. Mind you, he smoked since he's 7. 7. And he didn't get a cough until he switched to filtered cigarettes. He's like, I never had a problem. Never. Never in his life. He used to run around, do whatever. Never had a problem. Switched to filters because it's better for you. Got a cough. And I love how everybody's like, oh, that's how he got lung cancer because he was smoking. No, he got lung cancer because he was spraying brakes with asbestos without wearing a mask for 50 years. I don't think the cigarettes had fuck all to do with it. I really don't. Like, that's what they used to spray on the brakes. You know how much asbestos I have breathed in? Between what they put in the walls of every school I ever went to and the gas station itself. I when people are like, oh, you can't breathe in harsh chemicals or whatever, they're running around like pussies because they're like, oh my God, I smell this and I feel like my throat is bleeding. I'm like, dude, I literally grew up just constantly breathing in asbestos, antifreeze, gasoline, diesel. Like, that's all. And the gas station was attached to my house. Where was my bedroom window? Right next to the gas station. So like all the fumes hit me every time. I was between the gas station and the bocce ball court of the mob place. So like I was screwed either way. One was going to kill me or the other one. I made it though. Here I am. And I have a cough from my troubles. But yeah, in high school, if we wanted to go home early, one of us would just take one of the tiles off the wall and expose the asbestos, and they would have to close the school till the next day. That used to come in real handy during exams. Hugger Buggers, autopilot, trying to get these guys ready for their date with Grandpa. Oh, how cute. They were going to go to a hockey game, but my son said if he can't play, he doesn't want to watch anything like the NFL. So they're going to try to talk him into it after dinner. I mean, does he have what kind of hockey game? Is it like your state hockey or like national level or like what level? I mean, can't they get him a t-shirt? If they get him a cute like jersey or whatever, then he might be more apt to want to go. That's the whole thing. Like going to a sports thing. If you're not dressed up for the team, it doesn't feel right. So I bet I've only been up for 2+ hours. Nice, Heidi. Expert. Hey, what's up? Looking good. Yeah, that's my cartoon. Of course, she looks good. How you doing? How's that gorgeous wife of yours? Make sure you hug her and tell her I said, what's up? Food stamps used to look like British money. Yes. Thank you, Snipperoonie. Yes, they did. That's exactly what they looked. I was thinking Canadian because I could see Queen Elizabeth's face. But I don't know why I didn't say British. I don't think I've ever seen British cash. I've seen Canadian money, but like years ago. But I never saw British money. But yeah, you're absolutely right. Thank you for that. T-Rex said was behind, got caught up. Guys don't talk about sex like that. So that's why it's weird to me. That's because you're guys. And you were all taught to, not be open about things. And besides that, if you tell one of your male friends that something went wrong in a sex act with somebody, they're going to fucking tease you about that till you're in the ground and for 20 years after you're gone. They'll go to visit your grave and go, remember that time that he did it? They'll never let that shit go. Oh no, that's ammunition. What is wrong with you? Women, No, see, we know all each other's secrets. We ain't telling. Mm-mm. Nope. Like, if you're female, like for a female, if your female friends don't have secrets about you that you never want to get out, then you're not really friends. I'm just saying. That's why we could talk about everything because we all have dirt on one another. Doo-doo-doo. And that's about it. No more details needed. And then we high five. Oh, wait. I didn't finish reading that. I apologize. Guys don't talk about sex like that, which is why it's weird to me. It's like, you know, that girl with the big old titties that works at the gas station? I tapped that. Yeah. See, a woman's conversation be like, oh my God, do you know that? You know the gas station attendant, the one with the blonde hair? He's really tall. He's got a nice little he's got a nice little butt and he's got a nice package in the front. Well, we got to talking and then they tell you the entire conversation, what he was wearing, what she was wearing, and then, and he was like, he kept batting his eyes at me. And like, oh my God, I was getting all flustered and whatever. It's a whole thing. And then they go on the date and they run home. They're like, oh yeah, I'm so tired. I have to go to bed. Night. No, they're not going to bed. They are speed dialing every single female that they're close to tell them, oh my God, it was horrible. Oh my God, it went so well. Oh my God, this. Oh my God, that. He touched my elbow and he was giving me this kind of signal. He was getting that kind of signal. And then we kissed and he used a little bit too much tongue, but it's all right because I could train him. That's a female conversation. We discuss everything. And after like the big sex acts, if you think anything goes on in your bedroom that some other female is not completely aware of, you stupid. We know length, girth, viscosity. Like, we know how long it took him. We know how good it was. We know how well you faked it, if you bought it, if you cared, if you stayed, if you threw him out. We know it all. All of it. We know if you have back knee. We know if you have more freckles than are normal. We know if you're missing a tooth. Like, we'll know your blood type by the end of your date. Okay? That's how women are. And well, that's one thing I like about us. We're very, very sharing. Sharing is caring. And besides, the ones that can't live it out, you're like, oh, just tell me everything because I'm living vicariously through you. So make it juicy. Let's go. Was it juicy? I bet it was juicy. And there's nothing sexual about it. I mean, well, when you talk to me, there might be, but not you. But I'm talking like other women. But that's just a weird anomaly that happens with me. Yeah, that's about it. No more details than that. And then we high five. Yeah, no. There's a reason why, like, if you're good, you could pretty much have your pick of like the females in the neighborhood because now they all know. But if you're bad and you piss that girl off, everybody's going to know how bad it was. And she's going to be hyperbolic about it too because she's not just going to say, oh, he was bad. She's going to really get in the weeds on that bitch. She will call out every bad move. She will talk about it all. And she will trash your ass and you better move to the next town or county over so you get laid again. Because it ain't happening at home. Just saying, it's just how it is. I'm being honest. When I was a single mom, I would buy food stamps from people I worked with. They would sell me food stamps for half the price just so they could have money. Wow, that was a time. I remember when people used to do that. I remember. Yeah. Because it was hard to make ends meet. Like, some people just needed cash and there was no way for them to get it. So they would be like, you know what, we could do without, $100 worth of food. But I mean, back then also $100 bought you a fuck ton of food. Like, now you go to the store, 2 bags, it's $150. I'm like, what did I buy? Gold? Like, I bought grapes. What the hell? Like, forget buying juice. I'm like, is it on sale? Then I ain't getting it. Nope. Like, if it ain't on a 2-for-1 sale, I ain't getting it. Oh, I got an 18-year-old. I cannot keep food in this house enough. he just barrels right through it. It's like, oh my God. I watched him eat 3 freaking hamburgers the other day. I was like, now I had made him 2, and then he kept looking at me. I was like, just eat it. Because he was done with his 2 before I took a fucking bite of mine. And I wasn't that hungry anyway. I was like, just eat it. And I was like, where do you put it? And he was like, what do you mean? I was like, what do you have, like a hollow leg? Like what? I don't get it. Like, how are you not 900,000 pounds? I don't understand. And he was just like, I get hungry. I'm like, whatever. And then I remember his father was the same thing, fucking gavon. A gavon means like a, like somebody, like a glutton. Hey, I just saw Wolfkinder in here. What a beautiful audience. I got the best chat ever. I got up at 5 again, couldn't sleep. Then 2 hours later, I was asleep and not getting out of bed when I should have. That's how it be sometimes, Shanny. That's how it be. I slept 2 hours. That's all I slept. I haven't thought about that in a long time either. Wow, Shelly giving blast for my past. That's what we do. I OD on nostalgia all the time. Shanny, where you hiding? Isn't that how it works? Fall asleep, then you should be getting up. Yeah, I mean, that's how my internal clock works. I'm like, it's time to go to sleep. No, it's time to rumba. Let's do the cha-cha-cha. Last night I was literally singing the cha-cha slide like all night. I couldn't get it out of my head. To the left, to the right, crisscross. Everybody clap your hands. Like, I did the whole thing. I was like, I miss kindergarten, damn it. It was so fun to dance every day. God. You had a t-shirt of Jay-Z. Who had a t-shirt of Jay-Z? My sister always said, Jay looks like Joker. Oh, me. Bitch, I was not ready for that. Yes, Jay-Z looks like Joe Camel. Oh my God. See, I can't with you. I use 2 apps, one for games and one for shopping. I've saved up over $600 in Amazon gift cards. Wolfkinder, hell yes, I do too. What do you use? Fetch? Fetch is the best. Especially now that it has like the game section that it gives you points like for any gameplay that you do, and they're all free games. And you could just spend like 15 minutes a day and you get like hundreds of points. Oh yeah, I'm always getting gift cards for that. Always. My friend Zuma has me beat. She's like number 1 in the leaderboard. Leaderboard. Wow, I went real Jersey on that one. Leaderboard. But yeah, I use all those apps. Even like when I buy something online, I will scour the internet for like a 20% off or better coupon. And I'm like, because if I can't save like at least a fifth to a quarter off of it, like, do I really need it right now? Or can I wait until there's a sale? And I usually just wait. If it's for me, if it's for the kids, I pay fucking full price because I'm a shim. But for me, I'll wait forever. Doesn't matter. I don't need anything in the world that badly. Now when you'll see Jay-Z. That's so mean. He is just, I don't know. It's just, when you have that much money, I just expect you to, do your hair better or whatever. I don't know. And then I look at his wife and I'm like, damn. Like, yeah, she married you for love. Sure she did. Sure she did. The expert trying to mind my own business and failing. Good. Hope all is good with you. Don't type in chats much, just a small number. I listen while I work, and I'm replay crew. There you go. I was totally singing in my head, sharing is caring. Shelly me always on the same wavelength. Love you, girl. I love you too, honey. Always. Oh, here goes Heidi, and it's bad. I'm bad. Leroy Brown, baddest man in the whole damn town. Badder than old King Kong. Meaner than a junkyard dog. I love that song. You know I love that song. Come on, there's certain songs that you're like, oh, no, I don't like that song. I never say I don't like a song. I don't care how corny it is. Disco Duck, one of my favorites. It's a happy song for me. Leroy Brown, same thing. Big John, same thing. Wow, what's the other one? Copacabana. I don't give a shit. You could make fun of Barry Manilow all you want. When the Copa song comes on, your ass is tapping, dancing, and singing, even if it's only in your head. You can't help it. You can't help it. I don't care who you are. If you hear it, it gets stuck in there. And then you just at the Copacabana, the hottest spot north of Havana. I mean, come on, who doesn't love that song? It's annoying as shit, but you still love it. I mean, we have relatives like that. And I'm sure we all have friends like that too. Oh my God, think about it. Which one of your friends would be the Copa song to you? Like, you all have one. Somebody who's absolutely annoying, you're ashamed, or embarrassed to be friends with them, but you just can't live without them. Yeah, like, you all have one. I know you do. We all have one. I have a couple. Jenny said, okay, I'm a bad female. Don't tell. There was one guy I just started laughing at because, well, where was it? Aw, he had a nubbin. Did he have an innie or was it still an outie? Because I've actually known guys who were like, you can't even see it. I'm like, dude, if it's that small, you might as well just go buy a dress. I didn't know that was going to be a trend at any point, but it was like, oh, I can't even see it, dude. Don't even try to show it to somebody. Just die alone. You'll be better off. Just get a hobby, get a couple, and keep your hands busy. Nuh-uh. Yeah, I'm sure that didn't help it show up. Yeah, no, the worst thing you could do is when they get naked, just laugh at them. Or it's the best thing you could do, depending on what kind of mood you're in. I mean, if he was a dick and everything during dinner and he didn't tip the waitress or was nasty to her, yeah, as soon as those clothes come off, just laugh. Or you know what's worse? They hate it even more. Don't laugh. Do that little, you're trying to hold the laugh back when you're like, I'll be right back. And then you go in the room and you go in the bathroom, close the door, and you just burst out laughing. Oh my God, that man will cry. He will cry. That bitch will never get hard again. Not for you, not for anybody. That you could seriously fuck a guy up psychologically doing that. Trust me, I know. It took me a minute to stop laughing and get back to chat. Oh my goodness, I didn't go to sleep until 4:30. I had to get back at 6 a.m. Very tired today and had to top off people in Texas like assholes. Wait, and to top it off, people in Texas like assholes? They like anal? What the hell are you talking about? Or they are assholes? Or they drive like assholes? Do they drive like assholes? Because that would make more sense since you're a truck driver. If I weren't self-conscious enough already. Oh, stop. Cha, cha, cha. Listen, we do the mambo. If you're gonna be a square, you ain't gonna go nowhere. Mambo, mambo Italiano, mambo. I love that song. Yes, that's the response I was looking for. About the camel. Fetch and misplay. Whoa, what's misplay? I'm gonna have to try that one. I had another one that if I played solitaire games or whatever, I wound up making $200 off of it in a month because every time I would lay down to go to sleep, I'd play 4 or 5 games of solitaire and be like, all right, and it would just count up all these points, and then at the end of the day, it would go, all right, they're worth this much. I would be like, all right, as soon as it got to $20, cash out, $20, cash out, $20, cash out. It's like, you're not keeping my money. She's singing Jim Croce. I'm having a good day now. There you go. I don't have to sing well. I just want to sing to enjoy it. I don't give a shit if anybody else does. I really don't. I do too, but because Grandpa Roy Brown thought it was just me. Aw, that's so cute. No, I love that song. That's one of those just feel good songs. You just bop along and it just makes you happy. But have you ever said out loud, "Are you sure it's in?" I've said, "I don't know what you're doing, but it ain't there." It's like, mm-mm. All right, the guy I was with that was a virgin, he couldn't, he was very nervous, okay? And I was very young. I was like 18. And actually no, I think I was 19. Yeah, I was 19. And like he was a virgin, he begged, and I was like, fine. And I was like, he couldn't do it. Like he kept trying to just slide and slide. And I was like, bro, can I do it? And he was like, I was so mad. And he was like, I don't understand. I was like, you've never done this before. Just relax. I got this. And he was like, and I got this. Like I was some friggin' like, you know, expert on it or whatever. I didn't know shit at that point, but at least I knew where my stuff was. He didn't know where he was putting anything. Like it would literally was just, he was just taking a shot in the dark. Like, and I was like, no, 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 missed it again. No, no, like aim for the middle. Like, God. Yeah, he still hates me. I literally, everybody's like, oh, you're friends with all your exes. Not him. No, not him. He hates me with such a passion because I was just like, bro, he's the one that he lost his virginity to the song. Well, to me, but during the song, I've had the time of my life from Dirty Dancing. Bro, he didn't make it through even one stanza. Like, I've had the time of really. And then had the nerve to say to me, was it as good for you as it was for me? And I looked in his face and said, no. I was like, no, it wasn't. I didn't even know we started. Like, because I didn't know that it began because I didn't feel nothing. And I was just like, I thought, all right, no, he was literally too punk, like, mm-mm. And then he had the nerve to go take a shower in my bathroom and tell my girlfriend that I took his virginity. She was out. That's right. I was 15. No, 16. She was not happy. She was not happy. Not at all. I had a bit of a brain fart there. I couldn't get the dates right in my head. But yeah, no, Nancy was pissed. She was so pissed. I was like, oops. And if anybody out there is wondering who the one that was really bad in bed was, that was Jerry. There you go. Hate me more. Cry harder, bitch. Anyway, Tacky Scooter said, oopsies. Alrighty. Last said none of my friends ever came back with no, because too small. However, I did hear of a girl getting her stuff and saying, no, you'll kill me with that and leave. Oh my god, I'm dead. Oh my god. Yeah, no, there is such a thing as too big. There, how did we get to talking about dick? It wasn't even me that brought it up. Fucking T-Rex, god damn it. I was trying to be all wholesome. Not really. But yeah, no, they're too big is a problem. Like too big is a problem. Katie's father was always, oh, I was like, he was like, she loves that as bad. I was like, no, I don't. He was like, yeah, you did. No, I don't. I was like, if you knew how to use it, I might be happy about it, but otherwise I just get hurt. Like, it just hurts. Like you suck at it. You got no fucking finesse. Because when dudes are 17, they don't have moves. Their move is jackhammer because they're so excited that they're having sex. They're just, that's it. They don't care if you are freaking buck-toothed, cross-eyed, whatever. As long as there's a place for them to put it, they are thrilled beyond measure. And it's just, and I know that because a lot of my friends were ugly and they still got dick all the time. Sorry about that. Heidi said, laughing my ass off. First thought you were gonna say this ain't target practice. What you doing down there? When you said target, bah, I mean, really, it was like, yeah, eyes on target, eyes on target. By the way, you'll never watch Star Wars the same again. You're welcome. Puffer. Puffer's like, oh, she's always talking about emotions and shit. She's like, let me go over some for some wholesome like crying. No, we're talking about dick. it's that kind of day. Whatever. Um, hi, honey. How are you? I hope you have a wonderful weekend. I hope you had a good time. You never told us how your birthday date went. How'd it go? T-Rex said, I fucking hate voice to text. It's such fucking bullshit. Thank you. Where the hell did Jacob even come from? Jacob sound nothing like that. I don't know. I don't know. Slay, mama, slay. I'm trying. I'm just chilling. I'm just having a good day. I was wondering how this became a thought today. It's not something I avoid talking about in stream, but it's not something that pops up in my head. I don't usually talk like this anymore, but today apparently is a different day. So it's T-Rex Trucking's fault. Yep, absolutely. I'm gonna sick winning on him later. Your pupper said I fucking love Dick. Let's talk about it. I can't. I can't. Oh, it's been so long since I had any. So anyway, let's talk about the JFK files. Oh, see, you didn't bring up JFK. I mean, JFK was a hoe. That's the man who probably knew his way around a bedroom, even with the broken back. You could just tell. You could tell when you look at men when they're that full of themselves, and yet they can look at a female and just her panties just melt off of her with one look. That's a man that everybody has had and everybody's going to keep having because he knows what he's doing. Listen, a man can make a woman melt with one look if he knows how to do it. There's certain things like just nonverbals like that do it for me. You could have 50 guys say the same thing. That one guy who says it just with that little certain something extra, and it's like, ugh. Like, you know, the shaking I don't do when I take a shot of like whiskey. I do it for that. I'm like, I get chills everywhere. What are you crazy? Puffer said, yeah, I had the steak and Alfredo and that. No pregnancies. Woohoo. You had a really good weekend then for your birthday. Steak, Alfredo, dick, and no babies. Oh my goodness. That's the quadruple like home run. That's a home run. Unless you're T-Rex who thinks there's 5 bases. I'm sorry, T. I know I haven't brought it up in like a year, but the day you said, well, when you get to 5th base, I was like, nope. When you get to what? Because there's 4 fucking bases in baseball, not 5. Like, I have been around all the bases in every way you could think about it or talk about it. When you said, you get to 5th base, I was like, what the fuck is 5th? Like, did they invent some new shit? Does she have a bonus hole? I mean, what the hell? Like, I don't understand. I'm never going to get over that, ever. Ever. All right, well, let's talk about it then. Is it the size of the boat or the motion of the ocean? How big is too big? How small is too small? It's not really the size. First of all, you have to be compatible. Okay, that's the first thing. So if you're huge and she's really tiny and she's never had a baby, there might be pain and tearing. So be gentle and use lube. Make sure she's all ready and whatever. Like, spend extra time on her. If it's too small and she's a hoe, that ain't gonna work. You're literally throwing a Vienna sausage down a big ass fucking hallway. So nobody's feeling nothing. You're not gonna feel it. She's not gonna feel it. It's like it never even fucking happened. You gotta find somebody to be compatible with you. And no, it does not. Having a little dick and having a big dick, neither one of them mean you're going to be any good in bed either way. No. You have to learn. It's something that comes with time, or it's some people are just naturals. I will give them that. But you learn to be more comfortable with yourself. The more comfortable you are with yourself, the better you're going to be because you're not stuck in your head. You're not constantly going over it and over and over. Am I doing? That was my ex-husband's problem. He used to like get in his head and he would fucking psych himself out and he'd be like, I'm good, I'm good, I'm good. Oh my God. And I'd be like, why do you do that? Like, dude, you're not doing calculus. Stop concentrating on it. Just feel it. Just feel it. Like you're literally dealing with somebody here who knows what she's doing. So, like, what is wrong with you? But I never actually said what is wrong with you. I wanted to so bad. You have no idea. So bad. I mean, at the end, I said it because I didn't want it anymore and I didn't give a fuck he ever got it up again. But like we went to all the doctors and all the doctors said the same thing. It's in your head. They're like, it's in your head. It's in your head. And it was just like, he was like, I know, but I can't stop overthinking. And, because I don't want to disappoint her. And I was like, and he winds up disappointing me every fucking time. Every time. That's why I was amazed when I got pregnant. I was like, holy shit. Like, that's because, well, it's because I didn't give him a choice. But yeah, no, like I said, I sprinkled his food with Viagra and I got it. Yeah, I got pregnant out of it. And no, it's not poisoning. It was his Viagra. I mean, it was legal. It's not like I went and got black market Viagra. Now, whether he knew or not that I was going to sprinkle it in his food for our anniversary, I don't know. But I did, and I don't regret it. No fucks given, and sorry, not sorry. But yeah, no, if they don't know what they're doing, the size doesn't matter. It really doesn't. I mean, granted, a bigger boat is going to make bigger waves, but too big of a boat, it can be too much. It could fuck up a dock if it hits it too hard. All right? I'll put it to you that way. Since we're going with, euphemisms. Living on the edge here. I know. Shenny said, "Aw, Puffer, I want some deck. Big and wide is my." Oh my God, I can't believe I'm gonna read this out loud. I'm actually blushing, Shenny. Jesus Christ. I want to sit on that bitch in the summer, take off all my clothes, and enjoy getting busy in the sun. Yeah. Oh no. It was a good day. Fifth bases for the bench. Oh God, it's for the pinch hitter. Pinch hitter. All right, 2 more minutes and then we're getting these goddamn files. Son of a bitch. It was a good day, fifth base. Oh, I'm like, it's only 1 o'clock. I'm like, oh my God, I've been going 3 hours. I forgot I started 2 hours early. Duh. And like I said, today was literally just, I was just going to do this stuff and bullshit with you guys just for company because I missed you when I was sick. You don't know how bad I wanted to do a stream yesterday. And I was just like, I can't. I literally could not pick my head up off that damn bed. I was like, I'm not doing this from bed because I'll just wind up falling asleep in the middle of my own stream. And I don't do that anymore. I used to do that all the time, but now no. It was a good day, fifth base. I guess he cuddles. Who cuddles? Is that a New Zealand deck? It's her deck. I got a good piece of deck last night. I don't do the New Zealand accent well. If you want somebody to say deck, call Meme Copium. Even though he says he's not from New Zealand, but I think he's lying. I think he's lying. He just doesn't want to say he's from New Zealand. I forgot about the bonus hole. That shit was the funniest thing. If y'all weren't around, Winning had a show where he said something about a bonus hole, and he goes, "Oh, that's right. I got to talk to T-Rex." And or something to that nature. I literally snorted and I laughed so hard I almost peed myself for like 20 minutes. I could not stop laughing. I couldn't. I don't know. Because I wasn't expecting him to say it because it's something I always make fun of. And then he was like, "Oh, I was trying to call T-Rex," and I was just like, and I couldn't stop laughing. Oh my god, that was hilarious. That was hilarious. The bonus hole. It's definitely the motion of the ocean because it's a waste when they don't know how to use their equipment. It really is. I mean, I don't. I don't know if you guys pay attention or if you even care. Most of the guys I know are like, I didn't look at her face. Like, why would I look at her face? I was like, didn't you notice she wasn't enjoying it? Why would I notice? Like, I was where I wanted to be, doing what I wanted to do. I mean, she was along for the ride. At least, she got some. I'm like, do you not notice like that vacant stare that we get? Because if she's just laying there like do, she's planning her grocery list. She's thinking of, oh my god, I forgot the fucking laundry in the washing machine. I got to put it in the dryer. She's thinking, how much gas is left in the car? Do I have to go for gas tomorrow? Will I go another 2 days? Where was that sale and that thing that I wanted? I got to look that up. Like every single thing that she thinks about that she doesn't have time to think about during the day because she's busy with actual shit, she's thinking about while you're with her because she's not thinking about what you're doing because she's like, meh. Like, we just check out because, we're utilitarian. We like to make the most of our time. So if you're going to do that and it's going to make you happy, all right, we'll let you do that. But my mind is somewhere else. Every time I've heard the bases explained, it's been different. I don't think anyone really knows. But there's 4 bases. It's baseball. It's based on, there's no 5th base. That's why when he said it, I was like, what the hell are you talking about? He was like, and he's arguing with me. I'm like, there's no 5th base. Like, y'all made that shit up. It ain't real. It's not real. That's like calling a slobber pocket the same as a friggin' snatch. No, it's not. These two things are not alike. Like, no. Just because you want to change the definition, don't make it true. Oh, God. Puffer said, I got one that fits me. Cervix peekaboo. Not crying about it. I just got a visual of your cervix going, like getting punched in the head and going, what the hell did I do to this bitch? She had thugs sent over to beat me up. Oh, great. Now he spit at me. Oh, fucking duck. And no, that's not 5th base, T-Rex. That's how you get the rash. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Or am I? Make sure you take your time. If she's tiny, do the entire alphabet. Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah. Tacky Scooter said, anatomically, there's only so much space before you're bruising a cervix. You could bust her shit up. Like, seriously. Seriously. Freaking, I knew a girl who she had to go have her bladder. She had to go have like her bladder, like they sewed or attached some kind of netting to it to lift her bladder back up. Because this bitch was such a hoe. Like she got screwed so many times. It pushed her uterus and her bladder out of place, and her bladder fell. Like it detached from where it was supposed to be. And they had to physically like do a surgery to go in and lift her bladder up and attach it higher so that she would pee herself all the time. It was fucking funny. And I was like, bitch, you literally had sex so much that your pussy fell out. Like, what is wrong with you? I don't have that problem. Like, I used to tell her, do your Kegels. She didn't listen to me, so it's her own goddamn fault. But yeah, no, she was a hoe. She was a hoe. She was the friend of mine that the dude that did bad things to me came over and insisted that I have sex, and I wouldn't do it. But I also didn't want to get my ass beat. So I called her up and I said, he's here. Can you do me a favor and come over and have sex with him? Mind you, I was 15 at the time. And she said, what? I said, he wants it. I don't. And if he don't get laid, like they're gonna but she was that chick. She was y'all still here? All right, tell me if you can hear me. I'm like, why is T Rex calling me? Yeah, my internet just went fucking so you can hear me. Thank you. All right, so Elaine, your mic. No, my internet was just gone. Do, 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 do. Let me know. I got to go all the way back. It's nice that I was able to just jump back in. That was nice. All right, so let me see where we left off. That was God saying, no, don't tell that story. It was a good one, too. Uh, oh my God, how far fucking back am I? Okay, make sure you take your time if you're tiny. Anatomically, not so much space. Use the force, Luke. The worst experience is when I'm with a girl who doesn't like to give directions. Like I'm not very good at puzzles. Clue me in a little bit. They don't tell you what to do? Seriously? How do they not tell you what to do? Wait, let me check my phone because y'all blew up my phone. Damn. Is the mic okay now? T Rex. Let me know if the mic is okay now. In a text so that I'm not waiting a million years. All right. Everybody else is saying it's good. Thank you very much. Mike is good, Joe. Now I'm Joe. Pafangula, sorry de mama da kita mort. Now, yeah, you and your fucking typos. All righty. Let's see. I was 15 minutes behind. Damn it. Nerd, you're sounding good. Thank you very much. I appreciate the feedback. Glad somebody answered me. No. And thank you to chat. Chat is good. Chat is wise. Chat knows all. Where'd you lose me? Like, what the hell was I talking about? Oh, nerd. I never heard Shelley laugh harder than the mention of the bonus hole. It was fucking hilarious. I was hoping somebody knew what I was talking about. No, we get it. We get it. There's an Aussie or New Zealand commercial about Dex. That's hilarious. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we make fun of that all the time because we have a lot of Aussie friends. I love my Aussies. And whenever they say dick, it comes out dick. My husband just put in a good dick. And it's like, okay, good for you. Like, it was hard and then we varnished it. It's like, damn. You dropped out. You were talking about a woman's vagina falling out. Oh, all right. So I was talking about Mickey. That's all right. No, but anyway, moving on. I was hoping somebody knew what I was talking about. Meme lived there. Bush Tucker man. Bush Tucker? That's what they're called. Or bushwhacker. What are they? That's all I'm thinking. I know. Yeah, he lives in Japan now, where the women are demure and tiny and they just do what you say. So, gee, I wonder why men want to live there. I don't know. That's the one thing. They're all like, oh, all these guys are marrying all these like Asian girls. That's because Asian girls are raised to listen. Now, once you're married, then you don't know what you're getting, but they know how to get you, and they know how to keep you. I tell you, my uncle was dating this younger Asian chick, and my uncle is 25 years older than me, so he's 75. Actually, he will be 76 in 4 days. So he was dating a much younger, because of course he was, Asian lady. I don't remember if she was Japanese or Korean. I don't know, but to him, she was literally like, yeah, come on over. I'll make dinner. We'll watch a movie. We'll bang, and then you go home. And that was it. Like, she was his fuck buddy. But apparently, she thought she was more. And she went over to his house and she was like, you need to marry me and you need to sign this over to me. And he was like, it's been fun. Get the fuck out. Like, he was like, He was married twice already. And they both took everything he had. He was like, I just rebuilt my whole life. It's going to my kids. None of these bitches are getting nothing. He was like, nope. He was like, it's been fun, but it ain't been that much fun. Like, you're not getting, she wanted him to sign half the house over, half the business over. He was like, no. He was like, take whatever. He told my mother, he was like, that's why I didn't let her leave shit here overnight. He said she left deodorant in the bathroom once and he took it and said, I'm putting this in your purse, and put it right in her purse in front of her. And she was like, oh, I left that here. He was like, why? He's like, you might not need it. You might not be back. Like, and she was like, she was like, of course I'll be back. He was like, yeah. You might not. Yeah, my uncle don't fuck around. Like, unfortunately, my aunt Holly told me a lot about my uncle that I really didn't need to know. And apparently he's very well endowed and knows how to use it. And I'm like, oh, that's why they stay with him as long as they do, because it ain't his fucking personality. I can tell you that. Because he's a miserable bastard. So he might, like, I even told my mother, I was like, it's either the money or he's good in bed. She was like, probably both. I was like, because it's not because he's got a wonderful heart and a giving nature. Like, no, he's mean. He's like viper mean. Like, he's bad. And they just flock to him, man. It's weird. It was the biological women, aka not men pretending to be women who have a vagina, should never refer to their vagina as a bone. They should refer, yeah, no, that's okay. How about they don't refer to their vagina at all because they don't have one. They don't have one. They have slobber pockets, they have pus pockets, but they don't have vaginas. Nope. I don't care what you say. You can shave up a friggin' possum or a goddamn raccoon. It's never going to be a cat. Never going to be a cat. Okay? They are not the same. And one will give you loads of diseases while the other one won't. She'll just, lay around your house and make you pay all the bills. And then occasionally you just say, I love you. And she goes, yeah, all right, whatever. Go feed me. Like, that's a cat. If it bites you, it's not a cat. I'm thinking my exit plan and how to uninvite him to my life. Oh, yeah. I guess I just didn't have that many one night stands. I never had to really deal with that. I was always in relationships. So I'm one of those people that has I have 3-year relationship, 3-year relationship, 3-year relationship. It's like, oh. And then after my divorce, I just gave up. Now it's like I'm done. I was like, I don't care. I don't care. I'll just go back to two of the exes. Yeah, we could be fuck buddies, and that's it. I'll cook them a meal, and you scratch an itch, and get the fuck out. We don't do sleepovers in this house. Bye. No, because sleepovers, you guys catch feelings. No, I'm not trying to catch feelings. I'm trying to catch a feeling, release it, and then you get the fuck out. So after a while, I was like, screw it. It's not even worth it. When he's got the motion, I'm not ever punched in the cervix. Oh, nice. The pregnancy scare is real though. Oh Lord, girl. See, I saw the light at the end of the tunnel. I finally made my way out of the tunnel. It's great. It's great. I do miss babies though. I do miss babies. Just me or did Shimuda? Here we go. We're getting to the point where you're like, all right, see, it's all Wolfram's fault. She rebooted and then she went silent. She roboted and went silent. Yeah, no, I wouldn't notice because I can't hear me. I can't hear me. No, the internet cut out. It's something with this freaking Xfinity bullshit. All right, you're all bitching about my mic. Let me catch up. That'll at least give me. We hear you. Yeah, you're back. You're good. Mic's okay now. Oh, shit. No, unfortunately, some of them don't like to give instruction when it comes time. They want you to figure. And if you don't figure it out, it's like, they also don't help you, but it's not my fault that you didn't have a good time. I mean, Bush Tuckerman was our Steve Irwin. Oh, I didn't know that. Okay. I had a computer. Listen, T-Rex, most girls are not comfortable enough to tell you what to do because you're still really young yet. I mean, the girls that you see are young. When you get to my age, you're like the friggin' the airport director. You're like on the runway. You're like this way, to the left, to the right, a little more pressure, back it up a little bit. Like, I am very communicative. And if I grab your head and suffocate you, you're doing something right. But otherwise, no. Like, if the dude is that bad, we almost feel bad not faking it. Like, there have been stories that I've heard that I was just like, why did you let him continue? Like, why? If you knew it was bad from the very first moment, why'd you go through with it? And she was like, she goes, if I didn't do it, who was gonna? Like, bro, that is the definition of a pity fuck. That's really bad. You don't want those. You don't. My suggestion, if you don't think you're going to be good with the pumping, then get some other skills. Do mouth exercises. Get hand grippers. Like, whatever you have to do, power through. Get good at something else. Get good at turning her on. That's half the battle. But with women, I hate to tell you, a lot of the physical doesn't happen for them because you don't connect with what's in their head. And I don't mean by shoving it down their throat. I mean, like, you have to stimulate a woman, like, in all areas. That's why we're so complicated. It's just, I mean, I'm not that complicated, but most women are complicated. But you could turn a girl on with a couple of words and she'll be panting for it. And it won't matter if it's good or bad if you have skills in other areas. If you think that you're going to be insufficient or whatever, or not do a good job, or being too nervous when you're doing the deed, then learn how to incorporate something else. Bring a toy. Ask her if she wants to, do something. Give her a directive and say, hey, you know what? Why don't you touch this or whatever on you? Because, I'd really like to say, if she thinks she's going to turn you on, she's more likely to do it. The main thing with women is we don't want to look stupid. We don't want to look like you guys. Because a lot of the times y'all look stupid. Like you say shit that we're just like, God, I can't believe I shaved my legs for this. Like, really? Like, because a couple stupid words and we dry right up. We're done. Like, it don't matter how much we wanted it. If the wrong thing gets said, it's just like cactus country. Like, nope. It turns from the Niagara Falls into the friggin' Sahara. So you gotta, get in their head. You gotta really you gotta just be confident too. Just don't say nothing too stupid. We're very forgiving. Wolfgang, I had a computer professor with an accent who talked about inserting your floppy dick. Don't put that on YouTube, right? No, you don't have to. No. Like, if they don't tell you what they like, then how are you going to know? That's why you have to have the conversation. But you don't have to be all like serious and dire about it. You could, put on a movie that has a particular kind of like joke in it. And if she laughs, then you know how she feels about it. If she goes, ew, then you know how she feels about it. Like, that's very subtle ways of finding out how girls are going to react to you bringing shit up to do. I would have died every time he said that. I'm sure he knew it was his way of making you listen to if he dropped anymore, right? I don't know what that means. That's a bladder sling. There are 3 different types. Some who got a hysterectomy had to have a girl. She didn't need a hysterectomy. She was a horectomy. Like, her shit literally fell down because she was such a hoe from like the age of 13. Like, daddy didn't stick around, so she was like, I got 100 other daddies. Fuck it. But no, yeah, her shit fell by the time she was like 26, 27 years old. Like, she didn't even have kids yet. No, that's a lie. She had a kid, but she didn't have natural childbirth. She had a cesarean. But it was bad. We'd be walking, she'd be like, I have to pee. All right. Like, if we were in the middle of the mall, oh dear God. You want to talk about the fucking 5-second dash. She would just, I gotta pee, and then she'd be gone, and it'd just be a puff of smoke where she was. I was like, she's like Speedy Gonzalez when she has to pee. Because she means now. Like, right now. Like, I'm either gonna find a bathroom right now, or I'm gonna pee on the floor. It's like, oh, okay. You always love hanging out with people like that. And now, it's not so funny anymore because I'm at the age where if I cough or sneeze, I'm like, be right back. Because I know it. I can sneeze 2-3 times, but that 4th time, I'm like, no, that ain't going to happen. Nope. Just because you cut your arm open and don't let the hole heal because you stick a tool in it daily doesn't mean you have a vajayjay on your arm. That's very true, Shani. And ew, thank you for that. This is the weirdest JFK stream I've ever. Shut up. All right. Let me see if I can catch up and then we'll get to it. Girls, pipe up. I can't hear me. Aren't you lucky? There are like 10 guys from it. I didn't know how I was going to do this, but I guess, oh man. And of course, when it booted me out, I lost my damn. I got to figure out how to share this shit again. Here we go. Alrighty, airport runway director, flags in the picture. I can't even read checking boxes now. Lovely. It never had. Oh, God. Oh, I won't fake it depending on the mood. I've said things like, "Aren't you done yet? Can you just finish already? You can't follow directions, so get off the road." I've always faked it, always, because I feel bad. I don't. Well, there had there were one or two times that I just looked at them like, really. But yeah, no. Whenever I wanted it to be over, I would do the whole like, big finish. And that would always push them over the edge. So at least I knew they were going to finish and I could go to sleep or go do laundry or leave. Or make her fall in love with you first so the moves don't matter. That's true. When we love a dude, we will put up with like really bad sex. Like really bad. Because we're like, oh, well, it doesn't matter. When we're old and gray, we're not going to be having sex. And then you fast forward to my life and where my 82-year-old mother has sex every night. Every night. Every night. And I can't. She comes out and she's like, oh, after that, I need a cigarette. I'm like, la 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 la, clang 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 with the trolley. I don't want to hear it. I don't. No, don't tell me. And she's like, oh, but he's just shut up. And I'm like, cover my ears. I'm like, no, I'm not old enough to hear this yet. Stop talking to me. Stop talking to me. She's the worst. She's the worst. And then he with the comments, and it's just like. And my kids, they never like they just block it out. And I'm sitting there going, because I feel traumatized every time they do it. Oh my God, man. I just can't. I just look at them and I'm like, how? How did you two not break your hips? I don't get it. I don't. And I'm like, please put something in front of the door because if one of my kids hears you, I'm going to be really upset. I learned the other day that at least Shindy doesn't have to shave her pits. Okay. Why? Because as you get older, you get less hair. It's true. My mother's like, oh, you don't get hair anywhere else, but it all comes out on your face. I was like, oh, goody, I'll be dead by then. I'm not gonna worry about it. Wax is my best friend. Fuck that. 10 years and no moves and 2 kids for me because I love them. Mm-hmm. Yep. We're idiots when it comes to love. We really are. My pits on T3 streams just became a thing. Never would I ever have thought that. This is where you come to talk about everything. T-Rex, I'm talking more about when both parties are inexperienced and experimenting. Nice to get some feedback on what worked and what didn't work, and when you don't have to, and when you don't have, you left them thinking of a very specific ex-girlfriend. Most girls have been like that. I mean, I don't know, honey. Like, it's hard to give guys feedback sometimes because one, we're women are the type that are like, oh, maybe it was me. Maybe he was like that because he's not that into me or whatever. We're very quick to take the blame when we really like the guy. When we don't like him anymore, everybody's gonna know it was your fault and that you sucked. Like, they'll just tell everybody. They're like, he couldn't do this, and this. But yeah, no. A lot of the times we're insecure, and it's hard to give somebody feedback on something so intimate. And when you think about it, that's what's really messed up because you're doing the most intimate act between two people that there can ever be, but you're not comfortable enough to talk to one another about it. Like that's a pretty big red flag. So, I mean, my advice to you, just stop focusing on all the weird shit. Stop thinking that like anybody who talks to you about sex wants to like bang you because more likely than not, that's not true. They're just friends, especially if they told you that they're friends. But get to know a girl, like just get to know her. If a girl thinks that you're only after one thing, then that's what she's going to give you. And then if you're lucky, while she's looking for the person who she's going to give everything else to. Like you're literally just a placeholder because she knows that's what she is to you. So If that's the kind of shallow kind of relationship you want, then go for it. But get to know her, get in her head, let her get in your head. Like, really get comfortable with one another where you can say anything and do anything. Otherwise, it's going to be an uphill battle because you're shy to begin with. I know you say you're not. Shut up, you are. Um, and women tend to be really insecure. They do, especially the fucking women now. It's like, oh my god, like they're all, I am woman, hear me roar, but oh my god, don't look at me. Like, really, everything is offensive to them. Then, oh, my fifis. And have fun. God, what? I remember when sex used to be fun. Way, way back. Way, way back many centuries ago. Now I'm singing Joseph in the Technicolor Raincoat. Yeah, I'm all over the place today. And yeah, hey, y'all, back. I remember that sometimes if you haven't had any for a while, you might not last very long. So your 2-minute man could be a 30-minute man after a few months. Yeah, you know what? Unless you love them, that's a lot of time to invest. And that's a big risk to take. Like a very big risk. I don't know if I want to. Yeah, no. That's important, last. Most of the time, a girl doesn't even know what she likes. You got to feel your way. Yep. And I don't mean with your touch, I'm talking about our body's response. And women respond to different men different ways. You could have like 5 guys who all have the same move, and we will respond to each one differently because they're somehow stimulating in a different way. Each one is affecting us differently. And how they affect us is going to basically tell you how good that's going to feel. Cuz we really do have to be relaxed and secure and like turned on to really get the most out of the situation, to get the most feeling. If we're nervous or scared or whatever, nothing happening. You could have sex with her for hours. You could hit every button she's got, and she's just going to be like unfulfilled. Um, that's important too. Yeah, it's good. Hey, Suzanne, what's up, honey? How you doing? Some girls may not be very vocal, but her body will let you know. Yeah, if she's dry as a bone, it ain't working. But if she's gushing down to her knees, you hit the mother load. Um, I'm just a very open communicator, and if somebody doesn't map that, then it isn't going to work. Yeah, but you're also, by doing that, you're kind of killing the mood a little bit. Sometimes you just got to go with your instincts. If you ask too many questions or you're constantly like asking for feedback, we know you feel insecure, and that's an instant turnoff. That is an instant turnoff. Like, just pay attention. Don't ask her. Just pay attention to what her body's telling you. Uh, there's nothing like a nicely timed baby girl or some other sexy talk. Oh yeah, and yeah, oh yeah. Those little, every once in a while, they're like, "There's my good girl." It's like, oh, don't do that unless you mean it. Don't start something like, all right. I'm gonna start doing my John Cena thing. Yeah, you want some? Come get some. But don't start nothing you can't finish. I'm just saying, you tease me and I'ma be a bitch. It's a thing when you get older. It is. You stop feeling things in general, but that starts waking up real good. Oh yeah. Didn't need to know about the 82 sex. Sorry, but you gotta listen. If I can keep getting it at 82, shit. JFK filed thumbnails and it's taken a hard left and turned into sex ed. That wasn't on my bingo card. Well, I did put Department of Education. I just didn't say what kind of education. So there you go. So truth in advertising, I actually did hit the title. I was right. I was right. I kept it real. I'm the whole spectrum because sometimes I want the baby girl and sometimes I want a bitch. God in here. I feel you, girl. Sometimes I'm like, oh, tell me I'm a good girl. Other times it's like, tell me I'm a bad girl. It just depends on our mood. And that's fine because, I mean, there's 4 seasons for a reason in a year. People like variety. I'm not going to feel like the same thing. That'd be like eating just what? Toast every fucking day. Here's toast. Toast is great. Toast is good. I love toast. Do I want it every fucking meal, every fucking day? No. Sometimes I want some French bread or like, I just want a big old piece of meat. Sometimes only steak will do. All guys are different and all women are different. When you find the right one, it works. That's true. It does. It just clicks into place. It does. My first husband was like your situation. Aw. I transitioned the way talking about sex, it was kind of bitching about the ex-girlfriend. She didn't communicate well or anything, especially with more intimate parts. Yeah. And he said, I got pregnant before the alarms went off, and I really wanted to only be married one time. Been there. I refused to give up for so long. And I stayed when I found out he cheated on me. Yeah, we do that. It's hard to admit that, maybe you made a bad choice. You're like, I thought, and then you like look back and you're like, yeah, no, I wasn't sure even then. But I just wanted it. Yeah. Like, oh my God, I was 24 and I thought I'm going to be an old maid by the time I get married. That's what I thought. I thought I had to be married by the time I was 25. And I hit 25 and was devastated I wasn't married yet. And so I just, oh, look, there he is. I'm just going to bait that hook and okay. And yeah, I paid for it. I paid for it. Suzanne said the worst thing is when your man thinks you're both young enough for sex. In his mind, we're teenagers. In my mind, he's a dirty old man. No, it's when they're like, oh, they expect you to like still look like you did at 20. And I'm like, bro, I didn't like the way I looked at 20. I gotta like me now. Like, catch up. Like, get with the program. Shit. Gravity might do things to you as you get older, but your confidence, fuck no. I'm like, you don't like it? Somebody else will. Bye. Like, bye. You go look for whatever you have and good luck with your brown-eyed agony that you find. Like, I hope she's a decent, I don't know, bopper or whatever, because they're not picking women. They're picking babies. They're like, oh, it's my trophy for life. For your life of what? Like, oh, she's so hot. My girl's so hot. She's so hot. Is she going to be hot when you're in like, hospice care and you want somebody to hold your hand? And she's like, I have to go get my nails done or whatever. Don't ever go for vapid. Shallow will never make you happy. Well, at least for like 10, 15 minutes, it'll make you happy. But it can't last. It can't last. Got in a wreck, had a concussion, left less than a month later. Who got in the wreck and got a concussion? You? Was it you that got in the wreck? Okay. JFK files. Let's go. I'm sorry. Is this your stream, T-Rex? That's one thing Nick taught me. Like, no, chat doesn't get to dictate. If you knew what you wanted, you wouldn't be here. Because my brain couldn't just be here. I was forwarded to JFK thing, so I listened to like 3 minutes and sent it to you. Thank you. All right. I'm pretty sure JFK liked to get busy. Pretty good. Sure, he was good at it. I mean, I told you, look at that man. Holy shit. Again, another man who could look at you through a picture and your panties just like melted right off. And he's been dead since 12 years before I was friggin' born. Do you have any inaccurate vision of this scenario? It's more of a conversation after and not direct conversation. I have no idea what you're talking about. Well, not playing 20 question gets you here, if not the right one. I mean, a lot of it, like I said, is instinct. You got to learn to just trust your instincts. When it comes to sex, you can't overthink it. You really can't. It's gotta be like just you gotta be in the moment. If you're not in the moment, then I don't know what to tell you. From books I've read, there are reports from people that worked in the White House with JFK that he was a man who liked a variety of women and didn't please himself. That's what the women were for. Nice. Puffer Suzanne said, "Nah, I'm more like, man, stop wasting my time with this shit." Right? You're like, I got laundry to do. Like I could have done this myself, but better. Like, hmm it has to almost. It has to be almost animal sex, right? Or you just like it like primal. I don't blame you. I don't blame you. Oh my god, crazy memory. My teenage self used to fantasize about JFK and Marilyn together or separate because I could see it together, but I could also see it separate. So, meh. All right, I am going to play a long clip real quick because I've been doing this for 4 hours and I need to pee. So, and then we'll do the files as soon as I come back. So, listen to winning song. I apologize. I shall return if I ever find the goddamn file. I know it's here. Where the hell did it go? So he put stuff in here, and now I'm like, I can't find it. Oh my god, where'd it go? I'll find it. I'll find it. I'll find it. Oh, there it is. All right. It was literally right in front of me. Well, Jeremy was on top of it, and I couldn't see shit. All right, I'll be right back.
Dance for me, baby. That look in your eye when you dance for me, baby. You I can't deny when you dance for me, baby. Dance for me, baby. Dance for me, baby. Dance, dance for me, baby. Dance, 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 dance. If I take you home tonight, would you crash with me, baby? If I take you there, would you crash with me, baby? If I drive you crazy, would you crash with me, baby? Baby, crash with me, baby. Crash, crash, crash with me, baby. Crash, crash, crash with me, baby. Crash, crash, crash with me, baby. Crash, crash.
All righty. Thank you very much. What I miss? What I miss? What I miss? Da-da-da-da-da. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Buffer say no sorries. Go pee. Oh, I made it to 4 hours. Do-do-do-do-do-do. I feel much better. Thank you. If it doesn't start that way, it usually ends up that way. It's true. Suzanne said most women would love to have my guy. He's one of those men that gets sprung from across the room just seeing me. I'm like, oh, that's nice. I used to love that. Man. I remember people would laugh. They'd be like, what do you mean? Like, there were some guys that were like, I I don't know. They thought that like, oh well, my girl can't just turn me on with a look. Like she's gonna be across the room. I'm just gonna what? Just want to fucking do her? Yeah. If you don't feel that way about your girl, you should not be with that girl. Like just if she can't turn you on, get in your head and get your motor running from far the fuck away, just with the like little winky face or whatever, that ain't the bitch for you. Okay, it's not. It's just not. I mean, it's fine if you love her and everything. That's great. But I mean, if the passion's not there, then what's the point? I used to fight with somebody who said, "Oh no, that no guy gets turned on just by his girl walking across the room." Bitch, like either you have been with the wrong women or there's something wrong with you. I'm just saying. Like stop it. Someone needs to clip what she just said after this conversation. Nope. 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 Because my friends love me. Suzanne, you're blessed. The bank is jealous. Nice. Nice. No sound. What do you mean no sound? It's a long time. No, I leave the. Shut up, Snip. I don't think she's here. We in the. Y'all are here. You can hear me, right? All right. Yes, ma'am. And yes, JFK had a pool because he had so many back problems. I mean, he never got out of his chair. That's why he used to have like 18 friggin' pillows in the Oval Office all the time. He had a couch in the Oval Office just for him because he had to lay down most of the time. I can type and be clear. All was getting was it was a girl who liked to have sex but didn't want to talk about what she liked. It was a long-term thing. Um like I know more about what that girl who sent me the book is into than my ex. I'm thinking of. Yeah, but you were young. You were young. T3, no, it's not nice. When we were kids, sure, but now I ain't interested because that makes me a bitch. No, it makes you older. Like this, like you. That's why I say youth is wasted on the young, because we had all the desires and the cravings and everything when we had no skills. And then like, I'm sorry, but women I think get better with age. Men like they hit their peak and then it's just like downhill from there. That's why, like, old men are like, "Oh, he's so sweet." Yeah, because he's got nothing else to do. He ain't gonna blow you back out. So it's like he's got to rely on other skills now. She didn't communicate anything, and that's why the thing ended. Aw. I was just listening to a recent book about the women of the Kennedy men, and it was stuff that's been out that, yeah, like he got around. He got around. Like, didn't he get thrown out of school for, like, leaving school to go, like, have sex with some nurse that he had met? He even had sex with the nurses in the hospital he was in when he got sick. Um, gonna have to look that up. Oh, yeah, there's a couple things out there about that. There was actually a movie. Who played him? It was, the dude from Grey's Anatomy. What the hell's his name? The one with the big nose. Oh, I can't. I was literally just on the tip of my tongue. I've said that before. What's his name? Patrick Dempsey? Is that his name? Patrick Dempsey? I don't know. RFK Jr. is old, and some of my mom's friends want to let him. Listen, when you got it, you got it. First of all, I've said the same thing about RFK Jr. Like his eyes, that's it. That man could tell me anything. I'd be like, yes, sir. Like, yes, sir. If I didn't have a reality that I have, like, yeah, I'd be like, yes, absolutely, no problem. Like, those eyes, good God, I'm a sucker for blue eyes. Lord. But he's got to know how to use them. I've seen guys with blue eyes that I'm like, ugh. But if you know how to use those eyes, like blue eyes with a little bit of a smirk, I said, I'm a puddle at your feet. Like, I know what gets to me. Damn, he didn't even have the decency to be good at what he loved. Aw. He still has his sex appeal, even more energy than me. I'm just happy getting older and more mellow. Well, we get older and we just give less of a crap about everything. Because We're just like, whatever, I'm tired. I just want a nap. Like, can I get a cuddle, buddy? Like, can I get one of those? Somebody who knows how to make a decent cup of coffee. I'm very easy to please. Like, if I'll make all your meals, I'll cook cook anything, bake anything, do your laundry or whatever. That's part of like my role. But if we're in bed and you get up to like go get yourself some water or something, if you bring me back something to drink, anything at this point, I'm just like, "Oh, you're so sweet." Like that's round 2. Like let's go. If you bring me like a nice like iced coffee or something, like if you go out and you bring me iced coffee, oh, thank you. That iced coffee is going to melt a whole bunch by the time I get to it cuz you need to be rewarded. I believe in a reward system. Just the way I am. Like if you do something nice, I do something really nice because I want you to keep doing nice things. So you do a little, I do a little, you do a little, I do a little. And I don't believe in sending, a man out into the world with anything left in the pipes. No, because bitches can smell that shit on him. No, 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 no. You get one pipe cleaner in this world from now till death, and it's me. Okay? That's it. It's me. And trust me, I am very efficient and very dedicated. I'm a hard worker. And you fuck that Shelly curse in Italian for me. Oh my goodness. Why? What do you want me to say? Blue-eyed fagots. No, I love blue eyes. Why do you want me to curse in Italian? I could say anything in Italian. Let's see. Ege fia da fatta do picnu sacianide e brushnungul akid. What would I usually say? Oh, that's what I said it winning. Ti voglio molto bene, bello. Ti voglio molto bene. He's got anyway. Send him with a lunchbox so he doesn't eat out. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yep. Just make sure that there's nothing left in the tank so other bitches ain't getting a ride on your dime. That's how it be. Got to be smart about it. Because trust me, whatever you're not willing to do, there's a bitch out there just aching to do it for him so that she could take him. There are so many women out there who just like to take men away from other women because they have no confidence and that's how they do it. All right, there are some who just make mistakes, but there are ones who avidly chase just taken men. And it makes me ill. Because it's like, really? You couldn't catch a free one? Well, it's easier this way. This bitch knows that I could take her man. She don't care. She don't care. Yeah, it's a huge letdown. Stop talking dirty. What was that? I had a friend, my friend Luca. He was really Italian, like he was born and raised in Tuscany. His accent, I used to be like, just tell me what the weather's gonna be today. He'd be like, you're so crazy, my crazy girl. I'd be like, just keep doing that. We're good, almost there. One day, but today's not that day. I'll find that one person. But for now, I'm gonna change my name to the lonely truck driver Edmore. No, don't do that. Don't do that. They never caught a frog by the pond. Those women are just a day out in mud. They just need a day out in mud. Yep. My autocorrect is sabotaging me. I'm convinced. And Inya has a call. All right. Let me see if I pull this thing up. All right. JFK files because I don't want to be a liar and not do what I have in the topic. So here we go. Is that big enough for you guys? No, I want this one. That's the one I want. That's the one I want. All right. So do you see this? Do you see this list of files? Do you see how many there are? 2,182 items. Some of them are a page long. Some of them are ridiculously long. Ridiculously. So very first one is clipping of article. The article is not retained. There ain't shit there. So this is going to go in likely garbage. Damn it. I gotta drag this over, refucking position it. Like I said, you're dealing with my technical nothing. 3 pages. Assassination identification form. Discussion between member Oswald stay in Helsinki. All right, so this is a Oswald thing. So that one's Oswald, which means this one is what? I would think this is the same shit. Oh, this is more. This is the actual discussion, I guess. All right, so those two have to go in that. Come on. You gonna open or no? You're gonna be a dick about it? There we go. Release under President John F. Kennedy. Memo for the record. Helsinki Warren Commission inquiring timetable of Oswald's stay in Finland. So is this this is a memo for the, this is just a request. Okay, I'm going to make, let me move. God damn it. Come on, move over. Move over. You know what? Stupid. I'm an idiot. Let me put this on the other side. See? I tried to move it and it shrunk. Damn it. Let's see. What am I doing? All talks amongst yourselves because I can't see chat and do this. So, requests for info. We'll do that. Because a lot of this shit is just, it's nothing. They're asking for passenger list, but they're not going to be there. So 43 was, no, why'd I do that? That's Oswald. 56 memo for the record. That's a lot clearer. All right, so request for info. Actually, you know what? Because this one didn't have it either. Open. Is it going to let me? My computer is being so slow. All right. So I can get rid of that. Get rid of that. But I'm going to keep this shit open because otherwise, forget it. Memorandum for the record. Discussion with the Warren Commission staff member. I made one just for the Warren Commission. So how long is it? Okay, so this one's 37 pages. This should go in the commission reports. Next one. I'm just going to let them just keep opening up. Reykjavik, Paris, Stockholm, The Hague, classified message. What is this? Traces, Jim Joster, Cologne, entire adult career. This is what, 3 pages? Fled to France, was in Copenhagen, but expelled. All copied. Who are they talking about, though? Is this about Oswald? Does it even say? Because half this shit is like all white. Well, not whited out, but title Oswald Assassination Fall Guy was written under. All right, so that would go. We'll put that in Oswald. Drag this back into position. My mind is in the gutter now. I mean, she can't say. I can see chat, but I'm looking away from chat because it's hard to read chat and read the files. I'll be the first. I do it when I got some imagination. Nice. Talk amongst yourself. I'll catch up. Let's see. I left off at 219, so we'll see. I'm all caught up, so that's at least good. 47. What is this? Name check and consolidation request. Dedrin Roman surname. Subject to be checked. So this is what another instruction for requesters: use gum label. Return this form. One Roman Frederick Ketchov, born in Ask his wife Velas. God, I can't say these names for shit. Who was issued a subject? Actually arrived in New Delhi. Became its show's liaison. I have no idea what that says. Subject scheduled to arrive in New Delhi for 2 years as an English teacher at the Soviet embassy. Oh, that's lovely. So this is about somebody else. So where to put this? We could put this in. No, I'm going to put it here. Miscellaneous people. Miscellaneous people info. That's good enough. Put that there because I don't know what it is, but it's not garbage, but I don't want to include it with like the other stuff. Let's see. This is going to be a lot. I'm not doing this all goddamn day on here. Chief Civil Station, the Warren Commission's report on the assassination. It's the commission testimonies, selected excerpts. All right, so at least I know where that goes. It goes in commission reports. Field distribution. What is this? AC division. So this is like personnel. Oh, this is wow. Field distribution. Is this where all the agents are? I don't know, but I'm going to put it in personnel because I can't imagine it being anywhere else. St. Charles. Dear Charles, thank you for your letter on the 15th of October against the declassification of the Warren Commission document. I might mention that our inquiry to you in August was in anticipation. All right, so this is just another. This is literally nothing relating to this, including the Navy. Okay. File the main file. All right, so this is likely garbage, but I'll put for request for info just so we have the record. Regarding your letter, our records indicate that traveled to Mexico. And in September, Lee Harvey Oswald approached the Soviet embassy in New Mexico. And it says this is Oswald. Okay. That's another one. Does anybody else think that the government just has really shitty record keeping? Like, they must make it confusing for a fucking reason. We note that what? May still be there. He's identified KGB and served in Mexico City. This is a reference to him on page 209 in Barron's. This is from 1982. We do not appear to have asked Lylin about him. We also note that Epstein in legend claims that according to a CIA telecheck, Kosakov was Lee Harvey Oswald KGB leader in Mexico City. Current interest is would be obvious as you're aware the embassy is common with the Western. We would be grateful for reviews whether the KGB are likely to be behind any recent incidents. So this is other people. Because this has fuck all to do with, where's the miscellaneous people? There we go. That has nothing to do with Oswald. Just that this was his handler, but in 1982, I don't think 20 years later, he's still going to be handling Oswald, who's been dead for 20 years. Routing and record sheet. This is an action info copy. Okay. Find attached correspondence. This is 1978. Copies of FBI, British Embassy from Sergei, or however the hell you say his name. Serge. I wrote I wrote letter on February 15th, 1978 to Mrs. James Callahan, Prime Minister. Uh, I was in London, England at the airport. I had no U.S. immigrant. All right, interrogated me, blah, blah, blah. I've heard that one American defector hopped into Russia and he returned to the United States. This man is preparing to kill or assassinate. So, would I put this under evidence or Oswald? I do searching for this file. Dear sir, this is a retyped letter from handwritten. Oh, that's helpful. 8 pages. Legal Senate. What do you think, guys? You think this goes to who's leaving? Wait, I got to go back to 219 because that's where I left off. I can't believe this stuff. I mean, I can now because of Doge, but off to make soup. Have a good one, Puffer. Have a good one. Enjoy your soup, baby. Thanks for coming by. I hope you have a good weekend. Mwah. Much love, much love, much love. In my opinion, the government keeps records just to keep records, not to be checked till they're. And that's the thing. They're like, oh, nobody's going to care. We'll all be dead. Legal Center for the Disabled. This is to acknowledge receipt of your letter, the difficulties you encounter with the police and the FBI. And this is for. So this isn't really about Oswald. So where do I. Well. I would say evidence report. No. I'll just put it in Oswald because it is about him, but it isn't. I could always like fine tune them later. I basically want to get the crap out. Do you see this shit? The fuck am I supposed to who? And I remember when Xerox copies like all looked like this and you didn't know until after you handed the shit in. September 1975. I thought that said fuck around and find out report. It's FOIA. We're forwarding a reprint of the article, A Reporter at Large, Garrison. They talk about Garrison, the Edward J. Epstein himself, an author, inquest critical of the Warren Committee. Widespread campaign of adverse criticism in the U.S., most recently again provoked by the assassination of Senator Kennedy, appears to have revived foreign interest in the assassination of his brother. Oh, yeah, sure. Act like we were never, like we lost interest. Yeah, I don't think a moment went by since the man died that we lost interest in the goddamn assassination. I mean, really? Article is not meant for reprinting in any media. Oh, that sounds interesting. But where's the goddamn... Sure, tell me about it, but that's fine. This is... I'm going to put it in evidence reports, even though there's nothing there. But it alludes to it, so I'll put it there. No, you know what? I don't. Where would I put it? There's a leading question. It was about who? I mean, recommend something, guys. This is how the government employees convince her redacted is all I expected. A lot. The ones that are redacted, they say redacted. There's not many. I think there's less than 10 that actually say redacted. Deputy director. I don't know. Where will we put that? Oh, this is the next one. 7. Oh, fuck it. I'll just leave it there. I could always move it later. I don't think there's going to be a whole lot of evidentiary files. Mrs. Dooley. This is all bullshit. Sealed letter from Sir Charles, whatever. His letter, yeah, it's... These are all things I'm going to put in the evidence folder shit that I wish we had the actual evidence for. Just saying. Let's see. Thank you for your letter. Oh, this is going to be boring as shit. Against the declassification of the Warren Commission. It's all these are fucking cover letters. Thank you for your letter. All right. So request for info, we're going to turn into request for info and thank yous with ungats. This is one page. Action required. Appears to be incomplete. It contains a cover sheet, one page. Everything in this appears to be freaking incomplete. Are you kidding? Keep us appraised of the date it will be received. How about making a roll call file to see who what? The previous dark sheet was also a routing and record sheet that seems to be the same pattern. Hey, Cap, what's up? It was the Mad Hatter on the grassy knoll. End of story. Oh, and hi, y'all. I thought it was Miss Scarlet in the library with the candlestick. That's what I thought. I'm still willing to bet that that's more likely. Action required none. During the week, Professor Smith had several discussions in Moscow with Slava. Slava, who's a longtime friend and now deputy to KGB director. Grandson of foreign somebody. So what is this in reference? None. Thanks. Slugs. What the hell's a slug? KGB official. All right, so other people. Limit, blah, blah, blah. 2 pages. Positively identify Kennedy's assassin. What? November, Cuban Ruth spoke with another Cuban. Okay, again, other people. Sorry, Cap, we're not really getting into the weeds. I'm just trying to sort through shit so that I can feed it more easily into the AI. And I can get rid of all the crap. Action required if you want the fact to the director. And this is received unsolicited 2-page fax from a Robert Plumey. Pearson, the first page is an informal note. All right. I sabotaged the Denver Magazine article, Fear and Loathing on the Assassination Trail. Okay. So the magazine's reference was being given to the Denver. I still like to consider myself a friend of the NVTAG, but sometimes you people make it extremely difficult. All right, nice. All right, so it's other people. Assessment of a person. Okay. Not Oswald, not JFK. Half of these, I'm like, why? It seems like if it has anything to do with KGB or operatives or whatever, or people like, switching sides, they threw it into these fucking files. You guys getting that same vibe? Like, it's just a whole lot of paper and a whole lot of nothing. I've literally seen like maybe 5 interesting things that people posted. That's about it. Just like 5. And it's like, all right, I guess, whatever. Whatever floats your boat. What is this? Is this the new one? Yeah, 21. This is 21? 21. Yep, there it is, right there. Who is this about? Preliminary checks, blah, blah, blah. Hell, I was having more fun talking about the horrible sex, which, I mean, when you deal with the government, I think I'd rather just have horrible sex. He has a mustache. A moustache. He has a moustache. This is other people. Other people. Other people. Other people. Other people. It was actually Marilyn Monroe. She didn't die in 1962, but transitioned to Lee Harvey. Yeah, no. No, no, no. You got to mix up fiction and nonfiction to get the truth. It was Dumbledore and the Bidens with Bush Sr. and 50 calibers on the roof of a McDonald's. Yeah, in Atlanta. The shooter was that good. He made it from Atlanta all the way to Dallas. A PTO said, any love is good loving. Gimme good loving. Got to have all your loving. Principal feature 200. What the hell is this? A 201 system provides a method of identifying a person's specific interest in operative directorates and controlling and filling all pertinent information on that person. Okay, so who are they doing it on? I love when they put at the top, secret. It's secret. Do not reproduce. Return to the CIA. 19 pages. All right, who is this regarding? November 1974. Oh, look, I was born by now. Because everything's about me, and apparently, if you know me, you know that ain't true, but whatever. That's my pivot point because that's where my perspective lay. About a 201 personality. So, what is this? Just going through the protocols. Okay, so unless they filled this shit in, which it doesn't look like they did. This looks like a manual on how to fill shit in. Codes and shit like that. All right. So that is literally a procedural manual. Thanks, guys. Now we know how to fill out redundant forms that are obsolete. Awesome. CIA Special Collections release as sanitized. Oh, so scrub it first, then you can send it to whoever asks for it. Forward a review of the nature of the relationship. Okay. Relationship between who? AW Carbon. And Jerry's business with the end. Well, 1962, mid-December. He was already dead by then, so I doubt it was him. It's got nothing to do with that one. So this is another person. Okay. Miscellaneous people. Like I said, I could always move them around later when I get more in depth and have time to read them. Right now, I'm just trying to cut them up. I'll do this for a little bit and then we'll go back to bullshitting because no. Security information, blah, blah, blah. Regarding, so this is January 1962. Is that what that is? Classification, confidential, delegates of Cuba. Listen the following. Nunez. So this place acquired Colombia. Delegates to the Youth Festival in Berlin. August 19. I want to say 61, but it looks like 51 to me. Delegates are as follows. All right, so this is other people. But you know what? We're going to put it in the evidence reports because they're given lots of stuff on Cuba. Well, I mean, when I say lots of stuff, it's not really. Call from John French of DCD concerning Frank Sturgis, other people. And it's probably a cover little, but he's attempting to contact whatever. We'll put it miscellaneous people. Memorandum for the record highlights tape recorded conversation. How many pages? 2 pages. That okay. Identified Cuban. It's Paulie and an unidentified Cuban. Okay, so this would be evidence reports. It's just not particularly evidence that I might want. So I might go on other people later. Poly business interests in the Dominican Republic. Oh, he's from DR. Mineral exploitation. Substantial investments. Boca Chica. Boca Chica. Boca Chica. Boca Chica. All right, so it's reports. Let's see, memorandum. Lee Harvey Oswald case, 2 pages. White House name check request for Antonia. Okay. Chase was granted a renewal. So this is, why is it an applicant? No longer interested. Why is named a friend as William Orville Munsell. So now this says the Lee Harvey Oswald case, but this is completely about somebody else. Allen and Scott in the Chicago on the Oswald case. It was doing a 2-person meeting responsible for Oswald being permitted to return to the United. All right, so I'll put this in Oswald. The 201 system. Didn't we just read about the 201 system? 19 pages. So this goes right in procedural. And that's going to be a duplicate. Contact reports of meetings with Lil Tamil, 1963. Okay. Oh, this is lovely. We raised a call to blank, but B's car pulled out and stopped out on the curb. Said in English, "Here I am." Got into the car. Blah blah blah. All right, revealed. Can't hardly read this. I mean, I probably can, but I would have to blow it all the fuck up. Introduced to the first lady. Well, that ain't good. The team was said he was in Prague and he had trouble with the what? With the European stuff, blah blah blah. Only 2 invested. You can't read shit. He was very welcome with his new ambassador, who seemed to respect him highly. Wait. The Cuban consul report that kind of had assisted Calderon. All right, so that's another person. This is Bangkok, Rangoon, Far East Division, Melbourne. References director, Bangkok action required. Please advise are still desired that Melbourne station contact subject. Who is the subject? 1978. It's not Oswald, so this is going to be a request for info because it's crap. Oh, thank you for the letter. New Guinea, 1968. All right, so I'll put it. This one is 58. I'm going to put it in miscellaneous people. Come on, move over. Don't be a douche. There we go. This is I'm going to want to pull out my teeth. 7 pages. Consolidation instructions. Main index search response. RCA building. Unidentified. This is such crap, guys. Could you imagine? I mean, as much as we wanted this, it would have been really nice for somebody to do a report and tell us what the fuck we're looking at. Instead, they're just like, here you go. That'll keep them busy. If you think this was anything but like a ploy to keep us distracted, then there's a couple bridges I want to sell you. Aperture cards attached. Main index search response. All right, so this is other people. This is ridiculous, the fact that they did this. T-Rex said, how did you end up downloading all the documents? Must have taken forever. I mean, T-Rex, I did tell you I worked in an office and I was really, really good. Like, this is the kind of shit that I did, but it was just with numbers. Like, that's what I did. This is what I do. It is what I do. I'm not technologically advanced, but clerically organizational, very much so. Fridas. Ooh. One of my favorite government people's name is Fridas. I wonder if there's any relation. Guatemalan City should have been redacted earlier, but was not. Okay, this is 73. It's 4 pages. Said people helped Russo move what he thought was contraband, didn't believe, and now believing narcotics were also involved. Russo. Oh, this is another person. That's great because it's way after the assassination. Canadian Press, and this is just crap. Likely garbage. Routing and record sheet, 48 pages. All right, give me something good. Is it going to be good? Probably not. Indications of the scope and possible damage of new allegations to Ramparts magazine. Furnished for information only. Internal Revenue Service by Mr. Frappier. Ramparts magazine. Furnished, the letter indicated that the list organizations were only part of the organization scrutinized by Ramparts. Blah, 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 blah. All right. Sensitive secret. I think they were a lot more cautious way back in the day. Because now they just be like, oh, it's a nothing burger. Put it out. Like, nobody cares. Nobody cares. 3 of the 42 terminated. Foundations, CIA organizations. 31 innocent organizations on the Ramparts list and 3 of the hitherto unexposed organizations. Oh, Lord. 3 organizations which have been some witting contact. Is that what that says? Hitting, witting, bidding. I can't even tell what the fuck that says. Furnished IRC. Da, 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 da. Indications for the scope. Information only. All right. You know what? I'm going to put it in. I'll put it in evidence reports because that's what it seems to be. And I'm using that term very loosely. Again, these titles are just temporary titles for me to figure out what goes where. Assassinations request. I don't know, 5 documents. Maintains a file, 25 documents. Again, records request. 25 documents. All 5 pages for UNGATS. Request for info. Request for UNGATS. Shenny said, oh my God, if you know me, you know I'm Ditto's Uman. Never thinking I would get a call from a gentleman named Uman. That it's my day. T-Rex said, from what I gathered, they were desperately trying to link Oswald directly to the KGB. I mean, because they needed to set up a narrative. It wasn't our fault. It was the Russians. Sure it was. Don't look at us. Look at them. They're still doing that. They do it all the fucking time. So this is somebody else. God, I've only done 40 fucking files. Unbelievable. Roka called. So who is this about? Oswald and Novosenko. Recently, Poker received. Okay, this is 1968. We'll put it in Oswald and just see what happens. I bet they wanted to say that back then. Put it in Oswald, see what happens. 1975, second appearance before the Rockefeller Commission. Mr. Obar returned to, all right. Previous memorandum, blah, blah, blah. Director, essentially same message to the director. And the director, why did they put that shit in like capital letters? Located, blah, blah, blah. Second request. Memorandum for a record. I was unable to locate any document from the president or White House records and finally contacted Mr. Dixon Davis and OCI. DDI also searched its records looking for a memorandum from the White House requesting a study, but was unable to locate one. All right. So this is another request for info that went unfulfilled. Gee, we know what that feels like, don't we? 4 pages, standard passage, blah, 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 memorandum about this dude. So Rodriguez was born in Cuba. All right, so this is other fucking people. Though it's 1962, so. His appointment to a diplomatic post, Rodriguez. Pakistan, Rodriguez, French authorities, blah, blah, blah. So it has nothing to do with Oswald. Good to know. Oh, wait, I already moved that. Some bitch. Too many tabs is bad. Okay. This is my brain. This is my brain all day, every day. Just me trying to close tabs so I can make sense of what the fuck is on the screen. 77 pages. Okay. Michael Malone. That's highlighted. What is that for? Crypt request. That's request for Cuban desk crypts. Ask that we provide the identity. I assume this is Amir, who's no doubt. This is no doubt a mafia figure, true name Santos Trafficante. I know the Trafficante. I know quite a few of them. I grew up with one of them. He's gay as the day is fucking long. Exposito Lorenzo. Oh, this is all the Guinea stuff. Let's see. The above list constitutes those passed to Chris Hopkins by the CIA staff. Okay. What else? Come on, give me something else. Memorandum of call. True names for pseudos. Oh, they need pseudonyms. Alrighty. So these are what requests for. I wonder if this is like witness protection. That they need like pseudonyms for these people. I wonder. All right, so let's keep going. That looks interesting. In the way that's not. They're just literally giving you just lists of names. I want to go back and revisit that mafia thing later though. I'm not seeing anything like rock my world in this. 77 pages, and it's literally just lists of names. And it looks like it's the same list reinserted I don't know how many times. That's all crap. All right, so miscellaneous people. What do you got going on in here? Oh my God. So if the CIA didn't care if this stuff was let out decades ago, just didn't want anything related to Israel to be released, why all the cat and mouse crap here? Why did Israel need to be redacted? Because they're sensitive and don't want any of their information out. They don't have the same Freedom of Information Act kind of crap going on that we do. We're like, we'll show you everything. Okay. House Committee on Assassinations. It's 1 page. It's a response to the request. Soon to known officials hasn't been seen. Oh my God. Somebody born in 1900 who was an agency contract agent from 56 until her retirement in 75. The information is contained in the approximately 60 documents, all of which is not here. It's not here. So this is likely garbage because it's crap. We don't know who it is. We have no way of figuring out who it is. Stanley Brown, 4 documents consent. Yeah, that's not attached. Billy low gay? He low gay. He not high gay. He low gay. Billy, oh, is Billy straight? No, he low gay. This is absolute crap, but it goes. No, you know what? It's crap. I'm not gonna stop putting stuff in that fucking file. Ugh. This is a lot. I feel like I'm really boring you people. You stop talking and everything. I had you laughing. We were having a good time. T-Rex is like, go do the JFK file. Yeah, that's nice, but nobody wanted to. These are damn. They just doxed everybody. I'm like, okay. Is there anybody good in these? Howard Tucker, Grayson. I feel like I've seen certain names like 2 or 3 times already. This is literally just information on other people. It was more fun when we were talking about big and little dicks. I hate to say it. I am returning a list of names you provided for checking. I am only concerned with the protection of Howard Hosheng Chow. He is a current asset to 1978. Susan Watkins. This is other people. I'm only going to do a couple more, and then I'm just going to talk. Because there's more about the education thing that I kind of wanted to talk about. 5. So what is this? This is memo. Memo. Letter from. This is nothing. No records. Okay, so this is a big old nothing burger. In response to the request for this, and list be a pseudonym officially assigned to something Massey, U.S. citizen, born 19. Again, this is miscellaneous people, but it's still other crap. 2 pages. 6 other people. Jesus. Why is all of this included in these files? Like, I don't get it. Like, they literally held on to these for 50 fucking years. And then some 60 years. And for what? It's crap. It's all crap. I'll put that in miscellaneous people. Half the stuff in miscellaneous people is going to wind up in the garbage bin. 3 pages. Deletions. Dated. I recommend further information to the requester. Deletions are made. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, no, it's other people. I'm going to do one more because this sucks. Y'all think one more is good? Because otherwise this is like retarded. And then I'll just do this on my own because it'll be quicker. Secret. Okay, but it doesn't tell you anything. That's 68 pages. Is it just more fucking addresses? Looks that way. Japan. What the hell Japan got to do with it? This isn't World War II. This is well after World War II. Administrative internal use only. Fraser Committee request for interviews with retired DDO staff officers. So they want to meet with 4 officers. Does it happen? Don't look it. Those are not depositions. Call and get the following names you had requested. All right. Other people. This is other people. All right. Fuck it. I'm done. I'm done. It's just going to be me now. Screw it. Um, I'm here just listening for now. I got to go freshen up before walking to the corner store. Alrighty. Why all the cat and mouse stuff here? Why is it? Yeah, I know. It's just weird. T-Rex said that thing that somebody mentioned to the other night winning rallies chat about 400 pounds of missing enriched rum that may have gone to Israel. I was looking into that. 100% happened. We didn't know it went to Israel, but there is in the 400 pounds of missing nuclear bomb view. So what are you trying to say? That we lost 400 pounds of nuclear armory and it went to Israel? And what? They said it was wrong? I don't get what you're saying, T-Rex. Like, be a little bit more clear. Because this stuff is, I mean, this is like me trying to read Braille. I don't know how. Well, I mean, I could decipher probably quite a bit of this, but I'd have to sit there and really pore over it. And I will. As for the files, T-Rex, yeah, I had to do each one. You have to open it up individually, and then you have to download it and save it. And then you got to go make sure that you have it. Last night I told Winnie, I was like, I'm so proud of myself. I'm only missing 8. 8 out of 2,182 files. If you're missing only 8, because I checked and double checked and whatever, I was like, oh, it's not bad. I'm not going to worry about 8 files. You know, I went back and found the fucking 8 files during the show, right? And I maintained my, thing in chat, and I listened to trends at the same time. I was a busy girl last night. That's what happens when I get a lot of sleep. Like, I get a lot more done when I wake up. But yeah, I found them. I found all the files. They're all crap, obviously, but I found them. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. Yeah, a lot of these. That's why I didn't touch any of the other years. I'm kind of interested to look at the other years. And like, I was thinking I would put all these documents, because what I did was I used Excel. I just copied like the entire PDF list and put it in Excel. So I want to do like a year comparison to see if how many of the files are actually the same. Because I'm getting this feeling that we saw all these in bunches before, just redacted, and it's probably not the mother load that we thought it was that we thought it was. Even though everybody's like, oh, we're still sifting through files. It's like, okay. But how come they only get excited when they see, oh, Israel? It's like, okay, you know how many countries there are in this world? Like, and Israel is a big player. They're going to get mentioned in pretty much anything. They are a global power. They're going to get mentioned. Like, it's ridiculous. And they're like, oh, see, I told you. Oh, what is this one? This one's fucking personnel, I think. Right, I need to not look at that anymore because that's a lot of crap. Oh, dear God. Not for nothing, but this is not doing well for my eyes because I forgot how bad typewriters were. Good God. Like, even when it was freshly typed, you'd be like, I can't read that. It's blurry. Y'all remember like the old-fashioned typewriters? I'm not talking about the ones that were not electric. I'm talking about the old electric ones. They always had that hum. God, it was so loud. Enriched uranium and nuclear bomb fuel is what I meant to type. Oh, okay, not rum. A lot of these files have been previously released in different dumps throughout the decades. That's why I said I want to kind of compare them. I'm ambitious that I want to. Will I do it? Probably not. At least I'm honest about it because it seems like just a waste of time. I'd rather work on something else. Yeah, my first resume was typed on one of those. Yeah, I used to do the gas station billing on one of those. You turn it on, the whole friggin' table shook. Every time you hit it, it was like, you ever, oh my God, did you ever try to change like the ribbon and accidentally hit a key and friggin' nail your finger with one of those damn metal arms? Oh my God, they hurt. Jesus. And they were always hot. I was like, why are they hot? That's because there was no fucking fan inside the damn typewriter. So at some point you were like, turn the typewriter off so you could type later before it overheats. I was never worried about my car overheating, but the typewriter, oh hell yeah. The big IM with the round ball for the keys. Yeah, that was another one. Oh my God. The one with the ball that used to like turn and turn and turn, go up and down and sideways and whatever. No, my grandmother's had the arms. It had like the metal arms with the letter on the end, and it had like an asterisk a little lower down, like it had the symbols and the numbers and whatever. Oh my God, yes. So that you smashed your fingers, right, Heidi? And everybody that had a typewriter, you always had like 2 or 3 bottles of whiteout, depending on what color paper you had. Not that it made any difference. It still looked disgusting. It just looked like a bunch of splooge on a friggin' pad. But on a pad, on a paper, a pad of paper. That's what I meant to say. Winning reality. Hello, winning. How are you, love? T Rex, I said I never heard of it, but I doubt it had anything to do with the JFK assassination. There you go. You had a question for winning about something. What was it? I can't remember. I have no idea. Shani said, I'm getting so old, I don't remember, but I'm 1000% sure that I've used them. Oh, yeah. I think we all did because they're popular in like it was like the 60s, 70s, 80s, and then Macintosh came out with a computer in like like that everybody had in like 86, 85, 86 ish, around there. Uh, I remember that computer. We had it. The guy came and installed it, and he had to teach me how to use it. I was like 12, and I was just like, okay, like, yes, but the files won't compress. Were you able to get the Adobe file log into work? I mean, the only thing I could say is if it won't compress, can't you go through the document and write a list of the pages that you want to keep and the ones that are of no consequence? And you could do like a screenshot, whatever thing of them and load that way. Because it should be able to read them individually. There might be like a whole bunch of just jargon. It could be like a 60-page report with like 5 pages that actually have information on them that you need. Yeah, that's the same issue I was having. Yeah. You tried it with Adobe. There's another program that I found that was free. Maybe you'll have a better chance with that. It is called PDFX. And I mean, Adobe likes to be very proprietary with their stuff. They don't, for some reason, they're like, no, you can't use it unless you pay for this, pay for that. No, I can't get the page to come back up. Some bitch. There we go. That's what you're already doing. I mean, not really. I'm breaking it down to like the garbage crap, but there are going to be files maybe that won't compress because they're 300-400 pages. Those are the ones I'm really interested in, but I got to wade through all the other crap because you never know what little nuggets of information you're going to find. I know it's tedious and it could be completely redundant and moot, but I'm going to do it anyway. It's not like there's anything more interesting out there for me to sift through. So the Epstein files sure as shit didn't do it for me. I opened one of them and was like, no, I'm good. I had more fun with the depositions. At least those I could read out loud and do the voices. Those were informative. Unfortunately, they weren't considered evidence, but whatever, because they redacted all the goddamn names. I wouldn't mind seeing the depositions without redactions, because those are the ones I want to see. And they redacted things way too late. Like they were like, "Oh no, we redact this picture, dude. We already all saw that picture." Like if you think somebody didn't screenshot that, you're crazy. As long as they're on a Google Drive and under 200 megabytes, I can connect onto AI too. All right. Well, when I hang up from this, I'll still be working on it. But again, it's 2,000 files. It's going to take me a minute. But you should have them. I feel like I'm reporting to my boss, which yeah, kind of am. I should have them done probably by Saturday night, Sunday afternoon, maybe. Probably Sunday afternoon at the latest. Because once I do it, once I concentrate, I'll put my music on or I'll put on some murder thing that I like to listen to, and I'll just zip right through them. But as long as I'm distracted and I have to read it out loud, it's going to take me forever. Some of these, though, holy crap. This is what, 005. All right, I already filed that one. All right, time to close this out because I am getting distracted by documents. Because I got to know. I need more information. We have plenty of time. Oh, thank you, honey. We might have plenty of time, but there's other things I want to do too. So, in the meantime, I'll do this. It's a shame though that they put it out the way they did. Anyway, we were having a good time too. I should just stay doing what we're doing. Anyway, so as you can see, that will be my weekend doing this. Yippee-ki-yo. Yippee-ki-yay. Yippee-ki what the fuck ever. People are out there trying to confirm their bias like wildfire right now. Yeah, I'd rather not, jump the gun and be like, oh, look. I don't want to take tidbits and try to string them together and make a patchwork quilt and go, here's my reasoning. That doesn't appeal to me at all. Wolfram, I may be late for the stream tonight going out to dinner. I was like, all right, you can be late to the stream, but don't be late to dinner. Have fun, Wolfie. Have fun. Usually when they release documents like that, they have a spreadsheet. First of all, if you think that they don't have full reports on everything that's in here, because they're not sifting through shit, I guarantee there's some summary report that everybody that gets hired as a head of whatever department gets to see, where it says we have so many documents or whatever, and basically this is what they say. Like, here's a synopsis. Boom, 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 boom. That's one thing. Government people love to write intricate reports that mean shit, full of jargon and names nobody knows and everything else. They don't like to read it though. They like bullet points. They're like, just give me the Cliff Notes version. That's it. So I'm sure they all have reports and they know. But that's stuff that they absolutely can't disclose, probably. Is that compressed report called the Warren Commission report? I mean, the Warren Commission report is a fucking book. That would be something that you'd want, like, oh my God, my son is so loud. You'd want, like, severely reduced and broken up. I tried, like, reading that. Oh my God, it's the driest thing you've ever read in your life. And this is question after question after question. Same question, same answer. Same question, same. I don't remember. I wasn't there. I didn't see it. I didn't this. We don't have that. We don't have this. It was just like a whole bunch of deny, 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 deny. Who did it? This one person did it. Okay, do we have evidence? Not really. I mean, we have evidence, but it doesn't make sense with the laws of physics. So we have a bunch of improbable and impossible scenarios in there, but that's what we're going with because that's the way we want it to go. And people want information. So let's just give them this. They'll be so excited. Like if you starve a man, if you deprive him of food for a year and only give him like little tidbits throughout that year, one, he grows really, really grateful for the tidbits. Two, at the end of the year, if you give him a fucking 7-course meal of 7 different kinds of animal shit and call it something else, he's going to gobble it up like it's the best gourmet food he's ever had. And he will tell everybody that how well he was treated. That's what they're doing. They starve you. They give you breadcrumbs. And they give you a pile of dog shit and go here. And you go, thank you. And you're grateful. And you spend so much time going through the dog shit at the end looking for that. I don't know. Apparently, like you're looking for the, what are those mushrooms? The truffle in the dirt. And really all you're doing is just getting a nose full of dirt. That's all you're getting. You're not getting shit. You might find like by accident, you'll find a teeny tiny little mushroom and be like, oh, eureka. And you think what you got. That's what I perceive as well. I mean, that's what they do. And we're so like, think about how long ago this was. I mean, it's what, 63 years? Well, almost 63 years? Come on. We're not telling you. We're not telling you. It's too confidential. You can't handle the truth. You can't do it. And then Trump comes along and goes, just give it to them. Okay, we'll give them what they got, what we got. Yeah, but where's the taped phone calls? Because you know they have them. Where's the photographic evidence? Because you know they had surveillance. You know they did recon on everything. There's no way they didn't have people being followed, that they weren't. There should be journals of full like document reports. This person went from here to here to here to here to here to here to here. Like, you know, that's all in there, but it's either been destroyed or they're like, oh no, that's still confidential. Because we're not entitled to confidential information. Once they declassify this shit, then they go, okay, now you can have it. The Epstein stuff should be way more detailed than this. And there should be loads and loads and loads more than this because they avidly tried to cover this shit up. And you know they did because they were like, oh, we're involved. For the most part, the CIA, yeah, they're involved in the Epstein stuff, and the FBI, but they weren't the ones going and partaking. They were just covering it up. So really, nobody's going to point fingers at any of them. But I don't know. Epstein, everything should be on those computers of his. Everything we ever wanted to know, because I don't want to know a lot of salacious details. I don't think my psyche could handle it. I really don't. I don't need every detail. What I need is a list and just tell me like the most egregious thing. I don't need to know every single thing. You could tell me the most egregious thing that they did and maybe the frequency with which they did it. Because if you went to the island and somebody 8 people down the line said they heard you did this, that's not evidence. That's hearsay. That's number one. And if you never went back to that island, then most likely what that person said is probably bullshit and they're just setting you up because they don't like you. So I'm not apt to think that you're the person that they all want me to think you are. Are you a good person? I don't know. Did you make a bad choice? Maybe. And maybe when you realize what the fuck bullshit you just stepped into, you were like, I got to get out of here and go clean my shoes because this shit ain't for me. I guarantee that's the scenario a lot of the time with like the lesser knowns. But the bigger ones, they have a different mentality. One of the problems with celebrity is that you think you're untouchable. They live in a different world than we live in. Their reality is not the same as ours. They can buy their way out of most situations. They buy themselves out of what? Rape and murder, like everything. Like they have teams of lawyers. These people that get convicted, unless you're like some little shit that was on like the 70s show, you ain't going to jail. You're going to go into like other court proceedings. You're going to have an appeal and another appeal and another appeal because they have money for the appeals to never run out. Like they'll do one appeal that could last 5 to 10 years, in which case they're not going to jail during that time because they have money. You really only go to jail if you're like being made an example of or you're poor. I know that's a really cynical way of looking at shit, but it's true. The only reason, like, look at Young Thug, right? With that whole Atlanta trial, with the RICO trial. I mean, that went completely to shit. But went to shit because they didn't gather the evidence and because they wanted to make an example of him and his entire crew, the entire industry, and whatever. And I don't think Fonnie Willis realized that when you're going to take on the music industry or people who make money for the music industry, you better have your ducks in a row because they are going to haul ass and cover up like crazy. Like, what do you think you're going to find? And I watched that entire trial. The detectives that ran that trial, I swear to God, they couldn't find a dead body if they tripped over it. Like, that's how inept they were. They didn't even go get surveillance footage. Like, they had this big shootout, whatever. They were going to, we're going to prosecute everybody. When did they go get when did they request? I'm not going to say go get because they didn't have any surveillance footage. But when did they go request it? 2 months later, knowing that these are like mom and pop places. They don't have 24/7, recordings that they're going to store for years and years or whatever, or even months. They have maybe a small CCTV that's going to record 48 to 72 hours. And then at the end, it's going to erase the first 24 and add another 24. Then it's going to erase another 24 and add another 24. It's on a rotating fucking cycle. It deletes this after a certain amount of time because it needs the space. They're not going to pay for some high-end, nonstop, unlimitless memory, security system. They're just not monitoring system. And they knew that. They knew that even like McDonald's, when they went to McDonald's to go get the video footage of him in the McDonald's getting phone calls and whatever. And they were like, oh, you don't have it? What do you mean you got rid of it? Well, we only keep it for 2 weeks. Which apparently, as came out through that whole court thing, was standard for them to do. They knew that McDonald's only kept it for 2 weeks. Why did they wait 2.5 to 3 months to ask them for the footage? Why? Because they knew it wouldn't be there. And they knew that they would have, I know what happened. We have an eyewitness that says it happened, which is hearsay because unless they pull the trigger, they don't fucking know. And, because your eyes can deceive you. So can your ears. Your senses are not always, seeing the reality of the situation. If you're in a panic and you hear gunshots, you're taking in bits and pieces here and there. You're not doing a 100% scope and taking in everything that's going on. So you would need the video evidence. If you only have one person saying this one did it, that I heard, that's all they had. And they were like, well, that's good enough because the evidence that we need is just gone. We went to get it. They taped over it. And they spin that way to make it sound like somebody's covering up. No, their standard protocol is after 2 weeks, the shit gets erased. That's just, they know they cannot get anything older than 2 weeks. They knew that from the jump, and they still pursued it. Because then they could turn around and say, well, see, I don't know, he must have known somebody because they deleted the recordings. No, that's a misdirection, because you're letting people believe that they did it on purpose when it was their standard protocol, and you knew that. Where in fact, if you really look at it, they didn't cover up, you covered up because you didn't know if it was actually on there. So rather than deal with evidence that could exonerate half the people that you're trying to, put in jail for murder and a whole host of other things, rather than do that, you turned around and made it seem like they were doing the cover up and not you. You knew it might exonerate some of the people, and you didn't want that to get out, so you waited. Well, the evidence didn't work in my favor, so I just waited till the evidence was gone. And then I turned around and said, I went looking for evidence. They wouldn't give it to me. They got rid of it. Can you imagine? Oh my God. Like it's so fake. It's so fake. Yeah. And I'm sure winning has a name for it. I don't know the name for it. I'm not up on that kind of stuff. But it's a misdirection. It's purposely misleading people and spinning the truth to see, what they want to see. It's sad. That whole trial was just a waste of money. It was a waste of time. And she got nowhere with it. She's literally the laughing stock of like the judicial, arena. Fonnie Willis, who hired an ambulance chaser and paid him $700,000 to fuck her. Oh, that's a good look. That's a good look. And she spent millions upon millions upon millions of dollars on this stupid RICO case, and nothing happened. They pled out or they were let go and whatever. Like, it just shows how crooked they are. These DAs, they're not going to let anything like evidence get in the way of a conviction if they can manage it, because they want their fame. They want their spotlight. And that was her thing. I'm going to clean up these Fulton County streets. I'm going to make it say she didn't make shit. She didn't make shit. She made a lot of people mad, but she didn't do shit except make Fulton County look like the most corrupt county in the United States. I mean, they're in the running with New York, to be quite honest. At least that Judge Cannon down in Florida was like, no, Trump is fine. Like, this is all bullshit. Like, they arranged this stuff. They tampered. I mean, if you think about it, Jack Smith, he tampered with evidence. Not only, yeah, you had the files. Great. You laid them out like that's how they were. And you attached cover letters to them before you took pictures of the originals. You didn't give the originals as evidence. You gave your doctored images as evidence. And that, you can't do that, dude. And she was like, no, see, now I got to slap you down. And good. I'm glad he did it, because maybe it would have went ahead if he wasn't such a douchebag. But that's what they do. That's how they frame you. When I was little, I used to, oh God, every news story was about this person was framed, that person was framed. Movies were about people getting framed and everything else. And I grew up thinking, oh, it's just something that happens in the movies. It's not really real. Like, God, cops would never do that. Judges would never do that. Lawyers would never do that. And then as I grew up, I was like, damn, they all do that, because all they want is they want the victory. They want to be able to have that number of wins versus losses. They want that win number to be really, really high and like very few losses, so that they can keep moving up that judiciary ladder, the judicial ladder. Got to climb, got to make myself look good. Got to win this one. Because ask any lawyer, they'll tell you exactly how many cases they've won or if they've lost. They probably know that before they know their own kid's birthday. It's sad. It really is. Shani said, here's a thought, T-Rex. If these would have been released back then, do you think people would have thought the same? They've changed our thoughts on shocking since then. And that's the thing. Like you think back 1962, 63, 64, 65. This was like the beginning and everything of like the, flower power and all that bullshit. Um but for the most part the nation was very straight-laced. Like men didn't really do off-color jokes in front of women. Women wore dresses, skirts, little like twin piece like knit sets. They had their hair. I got my hair did like every week they would go and get their hair done. Or they would, like set it at home and then not wash it for a week because it had to be like coiffed perfectly. There was no garish makeup. There were no slutty outfits. Everything was very moralistic. Everything was family values. And, that's what they pushed. So this kind of information would have probably, with the way society was so like everybody was white bread and, everything is great. And the American dream, like they were very high on this after the war moral superiority. We won and we're thriving and look at, we have new cars and new houses. Everything was idyllic. I don't think that they could have accepted that their government would kill their most beloved president in their memory. Like in recent memory, back then, no president could touch JFK as far as adoration, love, popularity. Like they literally simped for him hard. And it didn't even matter which party it was. Like it didn't matter what party it was. If you look back, he was polished to such a shine that you would think the man had nothing wrong with him in existence. He was the second coming. And his brother Bobby was the other second coming. Like he was the second coming 2.0. Like that's what they thought because they put them, and I told you guys about the fucking pedestal. I hate pedestals. They wanted somebody to be their shining light. So they scrubbed him up. They buried all the shit that he did as a kid. They made him a war hero. Anything they could do to pump up his image and make him look, shinier, newer, and brighter and perfect. And he's everything. And you had an entire nation, regardless of party, and I will stick to that. I don't care what you say, looking at him and thinking, oh my God, we have this. And it gave us all as a nation this weird superiority complex, right? We didn't know that he was a womanizer. We didn't know that he had back injuries that basically crippled him because they sold him as this like super strong, athletic, like marathon guy. He was a letterman and he was, all this shit. He was a skinny malink. He really was. Like you could have knocked him on his ass with no problem when he was a teenager and in his 20s. His brother, the one that died in the plane crash, was the one that, Joe Kennedy was like, oh, this is the golden boy. He never gave Jack a second thought. Jack was the party boy. And Bobby was the do-gooder. Like, he was the, super Christian and everything else. Like, they each had their role to play and they all played their roles. But when the oldest one died, Joe was not going to let go of his dream of having the nation under his thumb. He wanted control. He wanted that power. He wanted the Kennedy name to mean more than just bootlegging and, insider trading, because that's how he made his money. That's what they wanted. And it wasn't going to happen because the kid died. So he didn't believe in Jack at all. The only reason that John F. Kennedy even got popular was because they figured out, get him into lunches with the ladies. The dudes aren't biting. Male voters are not biting with him. They don't like him. They like, who was it? Dewey and McGovern and Nixon. They like all different ones, but they did not like him because he was Catholic. That's number one. And he was really fucking young. And they were like, no, like he's still wet behind the ears. What the hell we want him for? These were men who had been to war. They were dealing with their fathers who had been to war. They're trying to raise families. They don't want this young thing coming in and becoming president. No. So JFK appealed to the demographic he was good at, the ladies. They would have lunches and tea time, and he would give his little speeches, and he would do his little stutter every once in a while, and he'd be a little nervous. And what does a woman do when they see a man struggling in front of them? Oh, I can fix him. We're here for you, honey. Throw your full fucking support behind him. And where the pussy goes, the dick will follow. So if the woman's going to vote for them back then especially, then she is going to henpeck that husband until he votes for him. Because he'll be sleeping on the couch if he's not voting for this strapping young man who got injured, fighting for us in the war, because that's how they spun it. He's so sweet. He's so shy. He's so unsure. We have to be there for him. He needs us. He needs our support. He tapped into the I'm too sexy for this election and into the maternal instincts. He had every single woman just like, oh, I just want to take care of him. I just want to make it better for him. How can we make it better for him? We'll campaign for him. We'll get our husbands we'll raise our sons so that when they turn 18, they'll vote for him. 1, 2, 3. I will take no other decisions. They knew what they were doing. That was his in. He was good with the ladies. They liked him. So he just turned it up. He had these old biddies out there. They were making signs, buttons, t-shirts, everything. They were going from church to church, school to school in droves. So you had this idyllic president. He could do no fucking wrong. Didn't matter that everybody knew he was fucking Marilyn Monroe. Didn't matter that they knew he was mob connected. Didn't matter that they knew that, he went to Frank Sinatra through his brother-in-law, Peter Lawford. And, that's how they got the mob involved. None of that mattered. He could have fucked somebody on the 50-yard line at the Army-Navy game, and they wouldn't have said shit. They would have been like, look, he overcame his back disability. Like, he just loves everybody. He's so passionate because he's so young. We need that. It's vitality. That's what it is. Boys will be boys. Boys will be boys. He couldn't be tarnished. There was no way the CIA or anybody else was going to tarnish his image. He was untouchable in that respect. What else could you do? You take him out. And I don't think the nation could have survived knowing that he was tarnished. I think by killing him off, they gave the country an out, because now he could be shiny and bright forever and they could grieve him. And whoever came in, as long as they were respectful of the memory of what came before, they were fine. They never would have accepted LBJ as he was, following Kennedy without losing Kennedy in such a horrific way. It was only the shock of losing him and ushering in the VP. That's how he got in. He never would have been elected. There's no way. Not after JFK. He set a standard. And LBJ had to bring that bar way the fuck down for the next guy to come along. Maybe I'm talking out my ass, but that's what I thought. HT, member for 5 months. Hi, honey. How are you? Look at you. Look at you. All right, where's my thingy? Where's my thingy? Do. This is for new members, but I'm gonna play it anyway because I like it. By the way, Winning, my son absolutely loves that clip. I think he's watched it like 50 times. And he's like, this cat is so cute. It's so cute. But yeah. Thank you, HT. 5 months. I love it. Thank you for being here. Uh, Thank you for supporting the channel. When people are shiny like that, is especially when I see through the smoke and mirrors, I have doubts. Absolutely, Heidi. And that's the thing. Like my grandma used to say, like, these people don't know the difference between shit and shinola. Like, if you work hard enough, you're gonna make everything like shiny anyway. They don't notice the difference. You just put a little lacquer on it, and as long as it looks good, it is good. It's all about perception. But I really do think like the way our society thought back then, they were so prim and proper, like they wanted to be like them. And the Kennedys sold the image of Camelot, of the perfect marriage and the perfect children, the perfect huge family. You know, the house in Martha's Vineyard and the one up in Cape, whatever the fuck it's called. Like, I mean, they had all this like they had pictures of him. Oh, he's a football player. He was so injured. He wasn't playing no football. They loved to spin that shit. No, he wasn't. He had so many back issues. If he would have gotten tackled even once, oh, come on. But they knew how to do it for the cameras. They've said like he would do stuff just for the cameras for their quote unquote home movies. There's no way Joe Kennedy ever took a candid film and let that shit be public. He was such a control freak. He was also a supporter of Hitler, which is funny. But, you know, it's like, oh, okay. And the thing with Castro, like most people, if you do the research, Castro was very excited to talk to Kennedy in his second term to work things out. They had plans to talk. But Kennedy said, I can't do anything right now because I'll never get elected for the second term. I need to lay the groundwork. And then as soon as I'm elected again, we'll implement it. And when Castro got the phone call that Kennedy was killed, he said, nothing will ever be the same. Like everything we thought, that's gone. All those plans are gone. Now, we don't know what those plans were, but apparently there was supposed to be peace and there was supposed to be like working together and whatever. Like he wanted things to change. Castro wanted things to change. I mean, that's what you do. You negotiate. Nobody gets their way. That's a fallacy if ever I've heard one, that people are like, oh, well, we won. Yeah, we won. What did we give up to win? What did we give up? Because they won't tell us. They only tell you what you get. They don't say, well, this was on the table, but that went away. And in return, we have to give them this. No, that's all the hush hush. That's all the fine print. They just say, look at what we got. And then you're so excited. You don't say, well, what did we lose? What did you give them for us to get that? Nobody gets the answer to that question. People ask it. They get, ignored. They get blacklisted. They get unalived. Because how dare you? We don't know what the conversations between Castro and Kennedy were, but apparently they had quite a few. I'm sure J. Edgar Hoover knows. But when that man died, God, most of his shit went with him. You got to thank God for really good secretaries, if the movie's to be believed. But my grandmother was terrified of Hoover. Oh my God, terrified of Hoover. Like, that's why my grandfather was like, you can never talk about the mafia in the house or anywhere because you never know who's listening. He was that level of paranoid. But I mean, we had the FBI, like, coming around 2 a.m, 3 a.m. We had raids across the street. We had raids down the block. My fucking cousin Tootie, well, my grandmother's cousin Tootie, had to escape to California for like 20 fucking years to escape both the FBI and the mafia. We didn't know if he was alive or dead for 2 decades. He came back all old, and guess what? He wasn't here, and he didn't use his name. Nothing was electronic. He had all cash. He just lived in other people's places. Like he was well hidden. So nobody was going to find him. He wasn't driving around. He barely ever left the house that he was in for like 20 years. He came back white as fuck. And I remember going, wasn't he in California? Like we knew where he was, but we didn't know where he was. Like California's a big state. And if they ask you where is he, I think he's in California because I had no evidence. None of us did. But he spent 2 decades there, came back whiter than Casper. Like, what the hell? Never saw daylight. I was like, that's no life. He came back. He wasn't here 5 minutes. They had him. They were like, "Nah, you're coming with us." And he didn't come back for 2, 3 months, I want to say. It was like a whole summer that he was off somewhere being questioned. And they had a lot of questions. But one thing he said, one of the things that they always did when they asked him questions, they would ask him a question. If he didn't give the answer, okay, we'll give you time to think about it all by yourself in the dark for like a week. They had all the time in the world. They could wait him out. He wasn't going anywhere. I was like, all right. They play with you. They know that they have all the power and control. But then they just kind of let him go. They watched him until the day he died. There was always somebody, like, not like 24/7. He wasn't on 24/7 surveillance, but they do like little pop-ins for his social club, his soccer club. That's what he had. It's the Juventus, whatever. I forget what the fuck it was called. But I mean, Hoboken is full of soccer clubs. Okay. Yet our soccer teams suck. There's got to be like 20 different social clubs that are just soccer clubs now. Okay. But it's not like it used to be. We used to have bookies literally like on every block. Like you couldn't flick a stone in one direction without hitting a bookie or a knee breaker, like the enforcers and shit. A collector. It was a different time. But the 60s, yeah, the 60s were supposed to be clean. Very happy days. Everything is great. We're all just, everything is American, apple pie and blah, blah, blah. And so was the president. They weren't going to touch that. The people would never have stood for it. But I think if the people knew what their government was up to, I don't think they would have believed it. I really don't. I don't think they would have believed it. Because they'd already made a boogeyman. They already gave them, this guy. Here's Oswald. It's easy to hate him. He looks weaselly. He looks like somebody who would assassinate, like somebody important. He looks like somebody who's going to bring you nothing but like strife and agony. It was easy to dislike him. So here you go. I do firmly believe when I don't know, like Winning and I would probably never see eye to eye on this one. But when he said, I'm a patsy, no shit. No shit. Like, do I think you took your shots? Yeah. Do I think that they were well aware of what you were going to do even before you did it? Yeah, I do. And like Yuri said, we let him go. We help him in the direction we want him to go. And I think that's what they did. But could he pull it off? No. He was still not as could be. I'm a patsy. I'm a patsy. If you were smart, you would have shut the fuck up and you would have made it out of there. But no, as soon as you opened your mouth, they were like, nah, he's got to go. He will never stand up to the pressure. Nope. Like they'll figure it out. So just kill him and it'll be a mystery. Sure enough. But they made sure to point all their fingers at him. Is a lot of the stories that we hear fabricated? Yeah, probably. It's been a really long time. People remember things differently. People that knew the story back then have seen newspaper articles, magazine articles, documentaries, movies, they've heard songs, they've had emotions thrown at them, they've had ideas thrown at them, they've had discussions to the point where their brain is like, wait, I got all this information. Which one was what happened? Because that's how your mind is. It constantly, every time you rethink something, you rewrite it. So if you're retelling something and somebody's interrupting you like strategically and adding different little things and saying, but did you know about this? You start to incorporate without even knowing it. You take that information in and that becomes a part of your database. And they can convince you that things that never happened, you were there for. You saw it. And your brain goes, yeah, I did. Because you heard it so much. Now it's like, it must be true. Anyway, I had fun today. What did Puffer say? Puffer said, pray for the president of today. Absolutely. Absolutely. Unlike Kennedy, we know that Trump has flaws. We like his flaws because it makes him a lot more like us. And I think it's more impactful on society, which is why he's had such a huge success with us, with like the nation, regardless of what the fucking libtards say. He's had such a success because he understands the struggle and we understand the struggle. And it's a connection we don't get very often with a president, with a candidate. Like, we've all had people take pot shots at us. He had literal shots taken at him. We've all had to answer for things that we weren't responsible for, and we felt railroaded. He got railroaded. We all felt like, there are people talking behind our backs, working behind the scenes to do us injustices and to take us down out of jealousy, fear, intimidation, whatever. We know what that feeling is. So does he. He hits on so many levels emotionally with us that he actually regulates his emotion, and it causes us, I think, to calm down quite a bit from where we were. Because let's face it, like every human being, especially in this fucking country, has things to rage about. And he didn't go that route. Every time they went up against him, he could have raged. He could have blown his stack and been like, that's it, go out. And da-da-da. Every time he was like, you took your shot, you missed. You missed. Missed me again, bitch. Like, but he never said, now it's my turn. No, he never did that. Never did that. Did he come up with nicknames? Yeah. Oh, like I'm supposed to be intimidated by somebody coming up with a nickname. I nickname everybody. That's the worst thing you got to say about him? Well, this lady said that he committed rape. She has no memory of it. She just wants the money. She literally said, I don't remember. And I think rape is sexy. Those were her words. Stormy Daniels with that whole bullshit. That was a bunch of crap. We all knew it was a bunch of crap. The grab her by the pussy. First of all, he never said that like that. That's number one. And number two, dudes talk to one another. And I think guys actually respected him a little more for it. Because they're like, dude, we talk to each other like that in the locker room. Like, that's literally like macho locker talk. And then it's disingenuous to go around and think that, oh, well, all the women are offended. Do you know how women talk about men? Oh my God. They like to play prim and proper. And I would never, oh, wait, let me readjust my halo. Fuck out of here. Like, it's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. We are worse than men, and we get away with it because we're girls. And we play the girl card. And guys are like, they say something like that, they go to jail. We say something like that, we have a party, have a couple laughs, and pass out. Like, nothing happens. Except other women go, oh, she's a real one. We get accolades for it. they get demonized. Because why not? They want the men to go away. They want the men to be women. Literally. And what happens when all the men like get feminized or become women? Then women, we don't have any impact. We just become just nothing. We're just procreators. We're birthers, breeders. That's it. But we got no men to breed with. Reduce the population, easier to control. Less people, less effort. Puffer said it's going to be something. We all know too much now about the government funds. He needs a shield. He does. He absolutely does. Now I'll give exact measurements and tell you the noise he made. Yes, but real women are few and far between. Like, you got a lot of these out here that they like to pretend like they were just, oh, I was just classy my whole life. I never did anything wrong. Meanwhile, they're the biggest hoes around. And it's like, really? Really? Soup is made, but really crackpot is spot on. You're funny. All right. I'm going to get off my soapbox for today, but I had fun. I had a lot of fun. Thank you guys for keeping me company. I had a good time. I hope you did too, at least until we hit the files. I only hit the files for like a half an hour, so it's not too bad. But thank you for riding this out with me. I hope you all have a wonderful weekend. Enjoy the first day of spring. And I will see you tonight for Winning Reality if you show up, because he's got Winning tonight. I'm going to say between 7:30 and 8 o'clock. I never know. And then I don't know if he's doing a show on Saturday, but if he is, I think I'm there with him. So I will see you then. Make sure you show up and be good to yourselves. And I will see you. Oh, shit. Where'd it go? Where'd my outro go? Oh, there it is. It disappeared for a minute. All right. I will see you in the funny papers. Mwah. Love you guys. Take care. Bye.
Jersey girl, I know that you're a Jersey girl inside. 4 a.m. at a diner, stop singing, living on a
And doggone it, people like me.
I'm thinking maybe you're a Jersey girl with all those highlights in your hair. No other girl can move like you. We pump our fists, damn right it's true. And I don't care what they might say, they'll never get us anyway. So be my Jersey girl, and take a little ride with me tonight. And let's get dirty, girl. I know that you're a Jersey girl inside. The way you turn it up, turn me on, and then you take it off. Make it hot, make it loud, we'll wake the whole town. Jersey girl, I know that you're a Jersey girl inside.
Who the fuck starts a conversation like that? I just sat down.
Be